Okay, we're going to start pretty soon, so if everybody can find your seat, that'll be great.
There were quite a few people waiting to get signed in, so I sent someone else down to help, but just so you know, there's like at least, there was like 15 people.
Wow, okay. Can we send more people downstairs?
What?
Can we send more people downstairs?
I sent Joseph down. Chu can go down to help.
Yes.
Wherever he went. And I'll tell him to come back.
We know that the attendees are still downstairs waiting to sign in, so we're going to give everybody a few more minutes. And we have some water in the back, so please help yourself. And also, we are going to have 2 sessions in the morning, and the second session won't until 1 o'clock. So we know that by that time, everybody is going to be starving. So we also have some lunch options in the downtown area that is near our building. We have that handout in the back. So please feel free to take one as you may. Okay. Okay, so while we're still waiting for folks downstairs signing in, there's a couple of housekeeping stuff. Oh, okay, the webcast is already on. So first of all, in case of a fire drill or a real one, everybody please take the stairs down to the first floor and exit the building. And our designated area is actually Cesar Chavez Park, right next to where Cummins refuse truck is parked today. And also, this symposium is going to be recorded. And we're going to try to put that on our website very soon after the symposium. And also, the restroom is after you exit this symposium, this auditorium. It's on your, make a left turn, it's on your right-hand side. We also have drinking fountain there as well, but we also have water here in the back of the room. So without further ado, I'm going to give this to Jack. Yes.
There we go. I think, yeah, June handled the housekeeping, so thank you. Welcome here. I'm excited. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Jack Kateski. I am the new chief of the Mobile Source Control Division. I'm excited to be in this role. I'm now like 19 days old into this position. So if you're used to Eric White being up here, Eric has gone on to be the Air Pollution Control Officer at Placer. And so I am taking over this position, and certainly the transit area is one of the priorities for me as I'm coming up to speed. So I'm really excited about this conference and being able to hear the information here today. And I plan on spending my day taking copious notes. I also wanted to introduce Mike Carter for those who might not know. Mike Carter is the Assistant Division Chief of the Mobile Source Control Division. He's got probably a whole 3 or 4 months on me. And so as a team, we are looking to do some good things with this division. Next slide. So I've only got opening. I'm going to just talk briefly and provide a little overview and context for this symposium. I did want to emphasize, as Yao-Chun said, that this symposium is being webcast, it's being recorded, and so I wanted to make sure everyone knows that as we're going through. And I'm hoping for some robust interaction today. I think that's really how we learn, not so much just the presentations, but the discussions and the questions afterwards. But To put this into sort of broader context, if you've been following ARB lately, more broadly, you've seen quite a few different planning measures going on last year and this year. Short-lived climate pollutant plan, the freight strategy, tech assessments, mobile source strategy, the state implementation plan, and the scoping plan update. A lot of different activities as we're trying to get really at California's big challenge. How do we address our long-term air quality and climate change goals? How do we reduce public exposure to local communities? These are pretty challenging efforts. We're looking at needing a 90% reduction in NOx by 2031. We're looking at needing a 40% reduction by 2030 and 80% by 2050 of GHGs. So these are challenging. And to get there, I think it's clear we need a transition. We need a transformation. Transit is one area, but this is really an area where we're looking at this transformation much broader. So this is one key area. It's one of the sort of first key areas, but there are many sectors we're looking at where it makes sense to take the technology and where the technology can go. So there are many advanced technologies. Yao-Chun talked about a few of them that we have here today. We hope to learn more about these here today. Battery electric technology is doing so much better than when I was last involved in mobile source emissions 5 or 7 years ago. So it's exciting to see. Fuel cell technology as well is advancing. These are commercially available. Costs are starting to come down, and yet at the same time, reliability and durability is going up. So these are exciting things to see, but there are still a lot of open questions, and that's what I hope we dig in today. What is that cost, that reliability? How do you project it out? What's the impact on service? And hopefully we can get at those things. Okay, this may actually be the most important slide of the day because I want to put this into context. Today is going to be, hopefully it's really informative. We get a lot of good information out there. But I also want to make sure people realize that this is one piece of the puzzle as we try and look at transit emissions and the transit category and how we lower those emissions long term. And it's an important piece. But we've got a lot of different ways of getting information, different perspectives. We hope you get involved in our process in a lot of different ways, and a lot of different ways of sort of getting at the issues and the questions and how we can address them. And you see from this, a lot of different areas. Today's tech symposium is going to focus on the sort of 4 areas where we're talking there off to the left. We hope to get, no, the next one. Yeah. So we hope to gain some common understanding of the technology. We have 4 sessions, each with expert panelists and a moderator. We'll have a presentation on their area of expertise. Each will include with a question and answer, which personally I think is the most important part. And there is an opportunity for you all to ask questions, and that is the key area. I mean, I'm learning, we're all learning. Let's press these experts, ask the tough questions, and see where the information comes from. They will each have about 6 to 8 minutes to speak. We'll also give reminders when their time is close to being up, and we'll give a reminder near the end of each session so we can sort of wrap things up and keep on schedule. Last one. And Yao-Chun, I think, mentioned the showcase. We're excited to have some technologies out there for us to take a look at. And I wanted to thank New Flyer, BYD, AC Transit, and Cummins for providing the vehicles here today. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. This gives us an opportunity to actually tangibly see the technology we'll be talking about, and that's so very important. So with that, I am going to take a seat in the audience, And I'm going to turn it over to Tony Brazil.
Good morning, everyone. So today we have a packed day with a lot of sessions, and we really want to make sure that there is time for questions and answers. So I'm going to jump right into, I'm the branch chief of the heavy-duty diesel implementation branch. I am overseeing the Advanced Clean Transit rulemaking effort and other related policies. But this panel, the session one, we'll discuss how to overcome challenges in starting a zero emission bus fleet that can meet existing operational needs, and discuss what is needed to foster deployment of zero emission buses in the future as the fleets expand. Panel will also discuss performance data compared to conventional buses. So first up today was going to be Andrew Papson. He's a clean transportation professional focusing on zero emission electric buses at Foothill Transit. As the electric bus program manager, he tackles many challenging issues related to deploying an electric bus fleet, including operating costs, charging solutions, regulatory mandates, and funding opportunities. He's worked on technologies and vehicles across the entire spectrum, including hydrogen fuel cell, battery electric, natural gas, hybrid vehicles, and other low emission technology. So his experience and knowledge, I think, is going to be invaluable. So each speaker has 6 to 8 minutes on our session. We'll hopefully stick to that, and then we'll have opportunity for questions afterward.
I'm sorry, I had planned for a little more time, and so I may give you a quick abbreviation. So I'll do that. My name is Andrew Papson. I'll be talking today some, what am I doing wrong here? Some major challenges we've hit and how we've overcome them. A little bit about Foothill. If you're not familiar with us, we're located in eastern Los Angeles County. We serve 22 cities and unincorporated areas with the county, a mix of express and local service. We move about 40,000 passengers each day with 330 buses, most of which are natural gas, and 15 fast charge electric buses. This doesn't come out of my time, does it?
No, I guess not. It'll just come out of our lunch.
So slide 3. Oh, there is it. Wow. Okay. There we go. We started with our electric fleet back in 2009. We were looking for new innovative technology we could explore, and also trying to get out in front of any possible state regulations or mandates around zero-emission buses. First deployment in 2010. After researching the industry, we chose to go with fast charge buses from Proterra. 3 buses and 2 chargers on the ground in 2010, expanded with an additional 12 in 2014. And so we've been running buses continuously for 5 years, and they're still in daily revenue service operation. We're expanding shortly. We're getting 2 more buses this March, which we're looking forward to, fast charge. And then we're also going to be looking for, we'll be getting extended range buses next year as well. With our fleet, we've fully electrified one of our routes with 7 buses at peak, expanding on a second. Our charge station with 2 charge heads. To date, we've done 79,000 charge cycles with our chargers. So we think we've really seen how this technology works. We're keeping the station at a central hub to access many routes, keep it safe and secure so it's not on the curb. Okay, some things we've learned in our 5 years. Touch on some of the things you may want to know. Vehicle reliability. One of the first questions we get is, how well do the buses run? The good news is they actually run great. Reliability is on par with our CNG fleet in terms of pullout, in terms of availability. Preventive maintenance is actually a bit cheaper. The labor is about equivalent, and there's no oil or consumables. Leslie will be providing more information on this, I think, but the take-home for us is we're really satisfied. The technology has really proven itself to be mature, reliable, and solid. Range limitations is always the second question we get. What's the range of the buses? The numbers are the buses have a nominal range of 35 miles. But the truth is, the range doesn't affect us at all. We run the buses for 9 miles, and then they return to the station about 70% and charge full in 5 minutes. And with this cycle, we run the buses continuously for up to 19 hours a day, and we could just as easily run them for 24 hours a day. There's effectively no range limitation as long as we stay on that selected route. You can see the flip side of this. We're getting rid of a technology risk, which is a battery range, but we're taking on an operations challenge, segregating what's essentially a sub-fleet and putting in a single route, which causes problems integrating it with the fuller operation. A little bit about electricity costs. I know this is a pretty active area of interest right now. Let's see. So as you know, California has really high rates compared to the nation, one of the highest states. We did a comparison of electricity versus CNG on a per mile basis, and we saw that our electricity costs per mile were about 65% higher. Part of this is just because it's a really tough comparison because natural gas is so cheap. The other half of it is realities in the market of high power electricity use. When you're a big consumer of electricity, you pay both an amount per kilowatt hour and then also a fee called the demand charge, which depends on the peak amount of power you use during the month. If your power has spikes, peaky, like you're running a fast charge station, demand charges can become a significant portion of your bill. Starting last month, we've been starting to incur these demand charges now that a waiver has expired. And an estimate for us for the year is that demand charges are going to be 35% of our electricity bill. But it's not all bad news because we're taking several active steps to bring our electricity costs in line. Step through these because they may be of interest to people looking at their own fleets. First, late last year, we started taking advantage of the Air Resources Board low carbon fuel standard. We get credits for running our electric buses on a quarterly basis, which we then sell on a credit market. And our estimates are that that's going to cut our electricity use by 20%. And that was last quarter. I'm hesitant to predict what it's going to be this year because the prices are so volatile. I always want to emphasize that it may go up or down this year. We started a pilot project of onboard power management software that Proterra designed. It cuts down on our peaks by shifting demand a little bit, but it doesn't cut into our service at all. Based on the one data point, it looks like that could shave off an additional 15%. We're going to keep going on this. We're also looking at off-grid, which may be cheaper than the grid electricity and also more reliable, and also new charging profiles with our extended range buses, both of which can start to really make a difference. Overall, some strengths and weaknesses of the fast charge technology. How am I doing? Am I okay? Okay. So the first strength of the fast charge buses is that the technology is, without a doubt, mature and reliable enough to use in our daily service. These are in daily revenue service in our fleet. We rely on them. We've run over 750,000 miles on the technology so far, about 30,000 electric miles a month. and we're confident that we can depend on the buses. The second strength of fast charge is what I said about the range. Once we've set up a route plan and limited it to this one route, the buses can meet our range needs, and it can go for 24 hours a day if that's how we'd schedule it. That's a relief in a lot of ways because it gets rid of a lot of uncertainties around battery life and battery size. The flip side, there's a lot of operational challenges with fast charge. When deploying a new route or a new fleet, you lose a lot of flexibility in selecting the routes you want to run on. Of your dozen routes, fast charge may only work on 2 or 3. Then, once you've selected a route and placed the charging station, going forward, you're limited to only running the buses on that one route because your buses need to connect to the charging station every time through. We've built in a little flexibility on that because it's at a hub, and so we've started on a second line, but we're very cognizant that that issue remains. And then the last weakness of fast charge in California is this issue around electricity costs. I stepped through some of the things we're seeing. This is a relatively newer problem for us looking at. I'm confident that in the next 6 months we'll be making a lot of progress there. Okay, so in total, we do find that fast charge is a valuable component of an electric fleet, but it's clearly not a 100% fleet solution. At the same time, because of its reliability and its getting rid of the range issues, it's a great way for a fleet to jump into the electric bus program while limiting these technology risks. Okay, so, and thank you for the ARB for inviting us here to share, and we're looking forward to learning more later today. And please contact us with any questions, or please come on down to our site to see the buses in operation if you like.
Well, thank you. Okay, so far we're doing okay on schedule. So next will be Lauren Skyver, CEO and General Manager of SunLine Transit. Ms. Skyver has served the transit industry for almost 20 years. Starting as a maintenance clerk, she has progressed her career by becoming Director of Paratransit Services, Deputy Chief Operating Officer and CEO at Delaware Transit Corporation, and at 3 very different properties in size and location, so she has a lot of experience. She's made a move to California in 2013 and remains excited to be the lead, to lead the delivery of transit services in Coachella Valley, and continues the efforts of their zero emission bus program that we're going to hear about. She's also served in the Army, specializing in military intelligence as an imagery analyst, and served during the operations of Desert Shield and Desert Storm. Thank you for coming.
Thanks a lot, Tony. So I'm going to give you another perspective, a hydrogen perspective, and I'm also going to give you a perspective from a transit agency that's been running zero emissions for a long time, 20 years. And there are some key challenges to that fact that I'll go over. Just a little bit about us, 1,120 square miles. We run about 100 revenue vehicles, 5 of which are hydrogen. We just got 3 all-electric BYD buses. They're performing really well. SunLine likes to be positioned to operate all zero emissions, and so we're excited that we now are operating all electric along with our hydrogen fleet. We also have the unique distinction, which many in California do, of regulating taxis. So we have the Uber TNC question that we're also wrestling with, and we have a fuel cells in which we get about $1 million a year in revenue from fuel cells. We sell hydrogen, CNG at 2 stations. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the opportunity for commercialization of zero emission buses. And the 3 things that are most key to transit properties, one of which is risk. We have to pull out line, we have to provide service for our passengers, and so there's an accumulate a lot of risk in not having a reliable technology. There's a lot of investment in technology, but for transit providers, we have to look realistically at the risk. And that doesn't mean we just look at our OEMs and our partners, we look at ourselves and the commitment that we've made to operate these zero emission vehicles. Performance is also key for any kind of transportation option. We have to have performance and reliability. But I will say that for SunLine, one of the key factors for us is emission and focus in zero emission. That focus has made us more diligent in working through some of the issues in deploying zero emission buses. And then affordability of both the initial investment and on the long-term life of the vehicle. These are very key factors for all transit agencies when they're making a decision to move to zero-emission buses. We're an early leader. Many of you know us. We are operating 3 generations of fuel cell buses right now. That didn't come with a lot of pain in a lot of ways. It also came with a lot of expertise by the team and support by our OEMs and our funders. I will say, though, that it's doable. It's been doable there in a pretty challenging environment, very small staff. But some of those factors is what's made it so successful as well. And so looking at other transit operators who may be larger in size, scoping this type of deployment has to be a key factor that we all look at. I want to give you a little bit about our performance data. FC2 has ISC technology. It's a little bit problematic in operating. It still is on the road, but we do have to put a lot of time and effort into that bus. FC4 is one of our best performers. It's currently just under what the FTA looks at for mileage per year. FC6 is one of our newest buses in the fleet, so we've just started operating it fairly recently. And FC5, I mean, we're talking about data here, had a catastrophic issue when we first got it on the property. We've rectified that, and now it is performing really well. But when it first got on the property, it wasn't performing at all. And so that's something we have to look at when we're making these types of deployments. I wanted to give you a little bit about maintenance costs, but let's frame this correctly. The CNG buses you see at the lower end of the chart are 2009 buses, and the ones on the top are our fuel cell buses. They are the newest buses in our fleet. SunLine has not gotten any CNG buses since 2009. We've only been increasing in hydrogen fuel cell and now all electric. So we are not planning on increasing our bus fleet through any CNG vehicles from now on. We plan to only procure ZEB vehicles in both replacements and increases. As you can see, the costs are comparable, but it's important to note the age of those CNG buses versus the hydrogen fleet, and the fact that many of that work that would be done on those hydrogen vehicles could be under warranty. Everyone always asks me about hydrogen. We make our own hydrogen. We use Reformation to make hydrogen. We track the cost of it to the penny, all repairs, parts, whether we're doing it ourselves or we're using outside contract, factor into the cost. We are happy to say that the cost is getting down to the DOE number of $4 per GGE. That is something that we worked hard to make happen. We had a major failure of our reformer back in September, which slowed us down just a bit. We actually had to truck hydrogen in. We do have a redundancy capability, and so we were able to do that, but it did affect the cost. What we have seen through tracking this data is it absolutely has everything to do with quantity. And once we started running more buses, we saw the cost go down. So it's not absolute science there. I mean, we can all figure that that's the way things work. We think that hydrogen would continue to go down as we increase this fleet. We plan to be running 9 buses in the next year, and we hope to see hydrogen come down significantly from the $4. I will say our reformer is 9 years old. It was sort of, and Leslie knows, it was sort of not a pilot, but it was an experiment. We absolutely have to look for a new way to create hydrogen at our property. We're actively exploring that now. Whether it's using electrolysis or reformation, we're not sure yet, but we are working on that as a project. What risk and reward? We all talk about that. You have to have strong support by your community and your board. We all know that as transit leaders, but it's imperatively important as you're going into a ZEB deployment. SunLine absolutely had that. We have board policy that dictates that we will not run any solid fuel on our property. The only solid fuel vehicle we have is a hybrid that I drive. Everything else is CNG, hydrogen, or now all electric. And that's been a policy for a very long time. I think that is also what has made the agency focus on this project and turn it from a R&D project to the way we do business. I think that strong board support is important, and for them to be in the discussion all along the way is extremely important as well. We know what the benefits are, but there are complexities. There are technician complexities, there is mixed fleet use, there is mixed fuel use, complexities that have to be overcome. I would say they can be overcome, but at the pace of each agency is going to be different. One of our visions is to be very supportive of the industry, the transit industry and transit operators. We think that the demand for hydrogen and zero emission technologies can be enhanced, and we want to be a part of that. But there are a lot of risks that need to be mitigated, and you see the list up there. And one of the things I wanted to make a point in my presentation today is the coordination between state and federal partners must be there for this to continue in a big way. We face challenges with rulemaking on both sides, and when those aren't done in conjunction with one another, it creates a complexity that makes moving this effort forward quicker even harder. And then we also believe very strongly in competition. We must have strong competition by our OEMs, multiple platforms that transit agencies can choose from for this to continue to be a success. Really quick, I just want to talk about, I always talk about our Center of Excellence. We believe that the deployment of CNG back in the mid-90s, which was not well received in our industry, was because we didn't have a strong training program to keep technicians and staff understanding this technology and moving forward. We're hoping to create that. And then here's your key takeaways. All of them really speak to the fact that you have to have a strong mission and focus for zero emission technology, not just in your shop, not just with the CEO, but with everyone, including your community. And then I just wanted to leave you a picture of our 2 fuel cell buses. This is a very easy way to engage the community. We had an art contest with students in the Coachella Valley, asking them why the environment, transit, and their air was important to them. We took the winning posters and wrapped our buses. It was a really easy way for the community to see what SunLine is doing to improve air quality and to connect youth with what we're doing as a mission and focus on environmental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Next, I'd like to have Christian Peoples, the Director at Large for Alameda Contra Costa Transit District. Christian Peoples is elected at Large Director of Alameda Contra Costa Transit District in Northern California and is currently its president. He was appointed by the AC Transit Board of Directors in November of '97 to fill one of the district's 2 at-large positions and was elected in 1998 and re-elected in 2000, 2004, 2008, and 2012. Director Peoples is a longtime advocate for public transit and AC Transit bus service in particular.
Thank you, and I'm going to do this seated if you don't mind. I'm going to tell you a few things about AC Transit, give a little bit about the history of our program, and then go into some of our metrics. There we go. AC Transit is a special district, operates in 13 cities, 9 unincorporated areas, serving about 1.5 million people in the San Francisco East Bay. We've got about 594 buses, 13 of which are fuel cells, 151 lines, 27 of which go trans-bay, most of them to San Francisco, but we also service San Mateo and Stanford. Oops. We got into this business in 1999, partly because of a concern about the environment and making things better for our riders, and also because of pressure from CARB. CARB at that point was trying to force us all into CNG engines. Our general manager at the time had had a very negative experience with CNG engines in New Jersey in the 70s. And so we came up here and negotiated the diesel path on behalf of ourselves and most of the agencies in the San Francisco Bay Area. That had really two main parts. One is the diesel engine manufacturers committed to dramatic improvements in the cleanliness of their engines, which over the past 10, 15 years they've done. And we committed to set up a zero emission experiment demonstration. We started out with a 30-foot Thor that we inherited from SunLine, that was the grandparent of all this stuff. It was different from the European Qt buses in that it was a hybrid. It had a 60 or an 80 kilowatt, I've got 60 on here, but I think it was 80, UTC fuel cell, and then 48 12-volt lead acid batteries. We ran that for a couple of years. It was fueled with a with an electrolyzer that ran in our Richmond division that the California Fuel Cell Partnership had put in so that they could run their cars around the Bay Area. We followed that up with our own design fuel cell based on the Von Holl A330 frame. Those fuel cells were integrated by ISC Thunderbolt down in San Diego. They had the same Pure Motion 120 UTC fuel cells. They had a Zebra sodium nickel metal hydride battery. We didn't have a clue of what kind of fuel economy we'd get. So we designed it with 50 kilograms of storage, and these things ended up with a 400-mile range. Range is not a problem. We then went down to San Diego, and I testified in and sort of demonstration of what the various components of the hybrid system are. We then went down to let me back up a little bit. This is how we fuel those three. Chevron Technology built a reformer, natural gas reformer using PG&E natural gas in our East Oakland yard. We made our own fuel. We fueled separate away from the rest of the fuel island. In 2009, we went down to San Diego, and CARB was talking about a 15% requirement. And I testified at that time, you're not going to find anybody who's more supportive of fuel cells than I am, but they're not ready. They're not ready for next year or the year after for you to require everybody to get 15%. So they did the advanced demonstration program, and we set up the Zero Emission Bay Area program with all the consortium agencies, most of the Bay Area agencies. We then went and had Von Holl actually design and integrate the bus. This was the first time that an OEM took responsibility for the entire bus. It's 5,000 pounds lighter, had better batteries, has 21 kilowatt hours of Interdel lithiums. We've got 162 million fuel cell hours. Our senior fuel cell, which got moved from the original A330 frame into one of the new buses, is now well over 21,000 hours. We've carried over 5 million people, and UC Berkeley did a study of our operators and of our passengers, and they all love them. They're great. We now moved into a new fueling situation, a more permanent fueling situation at our Emeryville division, D2. We covered a number of our yards and maintenance facilities with solar cells. And so we produce 65 kilograms of hydrogen a day using a proton electrolyzer. Again, as you'll see, as you can see in this slide, we we still have the fueling separate from the regular fuel island and the fuel line. We have the electrolyzer that gives us 65 kilograms a day. We have a 900 kilogram tank for liquid hydrogen, which is delivered to us by Linde. And this facility uses Linde ionic compression, where they actually use a liquid to compress the gas. The IP is that the gas doesn't diffuse into the liquid, and they told me if they told me how that worked, they'd have to shoot me. Division, we then built a fueling station in our East Localand division. Here we took the, Here we took the dispensers, put them right in the fuel island. So if a bus is the buses all line up. If they're a diesel bus, they go to a diesel pump. If they're a fuel cell bus, they go 20 feet further to a fuel cell pump, and all the rest of the operation is exactly the same. Here's some of our fuel cell statistics. These are what the DOT targets were for fuel cells. They hoped that by 2016, we'd get to 18,000 hours. We're already at 21. Their ultimate target was 25,000. I'm quite confident that we will reach 25,000 hours with this 10-year-old technology. It's old technology, and it's working very well. Here's some figures on the fleet availability. It's the fleet availability for the fuel cells and the equivalent Von Holl diesels are pretty much exactly the same. Gilligs are a little better, but the Gilligs are also brand new. We just got delivery of about 200 of those. And so they're doing pretty well. So we've got a bunch of other questions, but my time is pretty much out. So thank you very much. If you are interested in further information, I can provide it. Sal Lamas, who's our Director of Maintenance, who had family obligations, so he couldn't speak today, but Sal can talk to us, and our former head of our fuel cell program, now with the Center for Technology and Environment, Jamie Levin, also pretty much knows our program. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we're going to have Len Engel, the Executive Director of Antelope Valley Transit Authority, come up and tell us about what they are doing. Len has been in the transit industry for a very long time. While he's reluctant to divulge the exact number of years, he will admit that the first order of 10 transit buses that he accepted were $250,000 total. I know that's unheard of today. His background includes urban planning, business development, internet application development, and of course, transit operations. He has been at Antelope Valley Transit Authority since July of 2012, first as the Director of Operations and Maintenance, and February 2015 as the Executive Director. Thank you, Lynn, for being here.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be here and give you a little bit of information about our program in the Antelope Valley. We have two wave-ready BYD buses in operation now, one just having returned from Salt Lake where it had the inductive charging option installed. Construction began last week on the first wave primary pad at Lancaster City Park. The second one soon to start, and note to self, low bid may not be the best option when you're dealing with contractors. Depot charging infrastructure will start a little later this summer. We received a transit and intercity rail grant for total project cost of $39.4 million, 24.4 of that from CalSTA, 7.9 from Federal Transit Administration, and 7.1 million in ABTA local funds. We'll be buying 13 60-foot battery electric buses, 13 60-foot, 16 45-foot, and 11 primary 200 plus kW inductive chargers. and 34 secondary chargers. A little background on what we've done. November 2014, we went to our board and asked if we could buy some diesel buses. That was the board meeting to miss. In no uncertain terms, don't ask for diesel again. AVTA released a RFP recently for 35, 45-foot over-the-road battery electric commuter coaches, 14 60-foot battery electric articulated buses for a BRT light program project that we're anticipating, and 36 40-foot battery electric transit buses. And all those will be inductive. The local buses will use inductive charging to extend our range. The 4 inductive chargers at each of our transit centers and 3 in outlying areas. Current plan calls for additional chargers near Lancaster Metrolink Station and southeastern area of Palmdale. At the depot the barn for our older guys, charging will be capable of doing 85 buses at a time. This is a drawing of the construction at our Lancaster City Park. In terms of energy, we'll be buying energy from the city of Lancaster for that location and for the primary chargers of our infrastructure. We've been able to negotiate no demand charges and very nice rates in terms of long-term charging. With the project at Lancaster City Park, we'll actually be able to allocate solar generated energy from our facility and allocate that to the Lancaster City Park operation. This is Palmdale, and Palmdale, that's the Metrolink station. We'll also have 4 inductive chargers there. One's being installed now. Our next generation of inductive charging will be at least 200 kW. The current ones are 50. 10 minutes of charging, we're expecting to increase our range by about 4 miles. So you can just do the multiplier for the 200 kW chargers. One of the things that we had problems with initially was Edison was telling us we were going to need a substation in order to charge 85 buses at a time. What we're installing now will be 4 transformers that Edison will supply. Edison will be the delivery agent for our power at Lancaster, and the power will be supplied by Lancaster Choice Energy. But as you can see, we were able to really, once we graphed when the buses would be charging, we were able to get well below the maximum amount of energy being delivered to our facility. We'll have redundant energy lines at 12,500 volts each. This is the depot infrastructure at our facility. We've been able to phase it so that as we get buses delivered, we'll be able to increase the charging capability. On the top of the screen, that's where the 60-footers will go. And then the red is this, the second phase of our expansion. In terms of performance, we're doing about 180 miles on a charge. We expect that to, as I said earlier, increase as we're doing the inductive charging. The buses are fairly new. We got them through a grant from Los Angeles County and the Antelope Valley Air Quality Management District. We have about 46,000 miles on one of the buses at this point. We haven't changed brakes yet, which would be unusual, and tires are still in good shape. The performance of the buses are very good. We had very little issues. One of the advantages with our operation is or the manufacturer is about 10 miles away, so we've gotten great support from BYD on the initial development. So come visit. We're glad to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lan. Okay, next we're going to have Leslie Udy, the Senior Project Leader in the Transportation and Hydrogen Systems Center at the National Renewable Energy Lab, come to tell us about data collection. Leslie is a Senior Project Leader in the Hydrogen Technology Validation Group, and she manages projects evaluating advanced technology in heavy vehicle applications with a focus on fuel cell and electric transit buses. This involves coordination with various partners to collect data and assess the progress of the technology in comparison to baseline technology vehicles. She's worked in NREL for 17 years. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Tony. My presentation will be a little bit longer because I'm going to present data from not just the fuel cell buses, but also some of the more recent data we've collected on some battery buses. So our objectives, we're basically third-party evaluators. We work with the transit agencies and the technology manufacturers to evaluate these technologies in real-world service. So we compare them to not only conventional buses in similar or the same service, but also to the targets that were set up by DOE and DOT several years ago. This chart shows you the targets that were set up for fuel cell buses specifically, but all the performance targets would be the same for battery buses. We're working with FTA on looking whether we need to add some targets for specific to battery buses, similar to what we have here for fuel cell buses. So this just shows a selection of some of the targets that were published by DOE and FTA a couple years ago. So the table at the top shows you, or the figure, shows you the technology readiness level chart, the continuum from TRL1, which is your basic concept, just an idea, all the way up to TRL9, which is a commercial product and is deployed similar to mature technologies like diesel and CNG. So we work with those transit agencies and manufacturers when they get to the TRL 6 through 8 level, where they're basically, the 6 is like a pilot. They're doing this demonstration iterations to see how well the buses perform, make changes, and then put them back in and assess where they are. The table at the bottom shows the current manufacturer teams that are putting together zero-emission buses. Some of these are fuel cell buses and some are some of the newer battery buses. We have put them on the TRL level based on data that we have. So we look at where the data is, and in this case, we have fuel cell data starting back in 2003, so we have a number of years of fuel cell data. We're just now collecting data on the battery buses, so these TRL levels will change as we get more information on actual data of the buses in service. The presentation here has data from the 3 that are check marked, which you've heard from all 3 of those today. So first we'll talk about the fuel cell bus data. So we're looking at data from both the AC Transit program and the SunLine program. So that's the 12 buses from AC Transit, because we just recently started getting data on the 13th bus, and then 4 buses, the American fuel cell buses at SunLine. This chart shows you the specifications. They're both basically 40-foot buses that are fuel cell hybrids. So what we've done here, this is availability. So this is from the report that we generated toward the end of last year, our annual status report. So the data here is focused on August 2014 through July 2015. So you can see the average availability for each of those fleets separately. And if you look at the orange dash line, that's if you take it as if it were one fleet, what would that numbers be? And because DOE is interested in the technology of fuel cells, we have also mapped the fuel cell availability. So if you look at just the fuel cell, it's 91%. But for those of you who are running buses, doesn't matter if the fuel cell works if the bus doesn't work. So we're looking at overall availability of about 73% over that data period there. So for reasons for unavailability, you've seen some of this data from Lauren and from Andrew, I guess, or Andrew and Chris. But this shows sort of over that time period, that 1-year time period, what was the biggest problems with the bus. And so you see the AC Transit ZEB buses and you see the fuel cell buses at SunLine, and this is sort of the summary. So they've had some issues with hybrids. A lot of the issues in the past have all been bus related. For AC Transit, they've had a couple of buses that have had some fuel cell issues that have taken them down for a good portion of that period, which is why for the fuel cells, for this particular data period, you see 41% down for fuel cells. I think they've solved those problems now, so as we continue to collect data, those numbers will go back up. So fuel economy, they've consistently been better than the baselines. In this case, you see SunLine in the lighter blue, AC Transit in the darker blue. So the 2 at the top, the diamonds, are the fuel cell buses, and then you've got AC Transit's 2 diesel baselines and the SunLine CNG baseline. So we've seen the fuel cell, the fuel economy, diesel equivalent, has always been better than the diesel, but that's what we expect for the technology. There are hybrids as well. So miles between roll call, this is a really good success story. We've watched these buses for the past, well, for AC Transit for the past 5 years, and we've seen it climb. So this chart shows you the overall bus miles between roll call over time, and then the green line shows you just if it's fuel cell road calls only, what is that? And there's the DOE targets there for the 2016 targets as well as the ultimate targets. So toward the end of this data period, the buses have passed both the 2016 and the ultimate targets. So it's been a good progression. It's encouraging to see that reliability increase over time. So this chart kind of summarizes that. If you look at the column for fleet minimum, it's basically if you look at those 16 buses from the two fleets, what numbers were the lowest for each of those metrics and what was the highest years and power plant lifetime. This data, remember, goes through July of 2015. So Chris presented some data that's a little more recent as far as fuel cell hours. But we're seeing a good increase in a lot of these metrics, and that's what we're looking toward. So switch to batteries and look at, we only have data on one battery bus fleet right now. It's just the Foothill buses, but the good news is FTA has given us some funding to cover some of the older Tigger projects and Lolono projects. So we're going to be working with the BYD buses at Long Beach in the fall when they get their buses, and we're also going to work with King County Metro in Seattle to look at the Proterra 40-foot catalyst buses. So we'll have more data, but right now this is all we have is the Foothill. So this is a report that we've just published recently, and that's where the data that I'm going to summarize here. So fuel economy compared to baseline, looking at diesel equivalent gallons, it's about 17 miles per gallon diesel equivalent, and then their CNG baselines you see there. So we've got a much better fuel economy as far as diesel equivalents are concerned. Average bus availability. So this shows over the months that we've collected data on these buses. There's two lines for the buses. The dark blue is basically the battery electric bus as a fleet. We had one bus that had some serious issues that were bus related, and because of issues getting parts, it was down for a portion of time. So to show how that one outlier affected the fleet, the lighter blue shows you if you take that one bus, 2013, out of the data, then what's that? So it's 93% if you look at it without that one outlier. And then their CNG buses were brand new, 42-foot buses from NABI, and those, as usual, you expect them to be quite high for that. The stacked bar underneath shows the reasons for unavailability, and you can see that the vast majority of problems that we've seen with these buses so far are just bus-related issues like doors and things like that. Here's a chart showing their reasons for unavailability. Once again, it's mostly bus problems. They have had some electric drive issues, but the majority of problems have been for buses. And then their miles between road call has been exceptional since the buses went into service. They are brand new buses, and we typically see the fuel economy or the miles between road call very high in the early stage, and then it sometimes drops off as you see some road calls, and then it just increases and stabilizes. But at this point, they're over the targets, substantially over the targets that DOE has set for fuel cell buses, and that's the metrics that we would also look at for the battery buses. And then the same chart showing you the status for this one fleet. So it's 12 buses, the fleet minimum, the fleet maximum, and the fleet average. And as I mentioned, it's been exceptional. One thing to note for this bus is that the AC Transit buses are out of warranty. They've had to pay to have some extended warranties. These buses are still under warranty, and there are 2 Proterra mechanics on site that do all of the advanced technology work. But so what we see here as far as cost is all of the things like PMs and bus-related things that they're handling themselves. So cost over time. This is data that we have access to right now, so there might be some other fleets out there that I am not aware of or haven't been given the data. If you look at the top chart, it shows you some of the fleets that we're aware of that have been purchased over the years and how the cost have dropped from substantial 3.2 million down to the most recent Lono orders. There were 2 one for SunLine and one for SARTA in Ohio, and they were about 1.9 million for those if you take the number of buses versus the cost that was provided. Then, so for the battery buses here, this is just the Foothill orders. I don't have access to some of the data from the others. We will as we move on. So you can see that the battery buses started out about $1 million a pop, and then they've dropped off drastically over the last few years. So we are seeing a decrease in capital costs, which is really important. As far as challenges and barriers, there are some challenges that are the same for both battery buses as well as fuel cell buses. Robust supply chain, cost of parts as we get out of warranty is a big thing. Increasing the learning for maintenance staff so that they're doing all of the work and it's not the technology providers having someone on site and having the right training and tools. And then, of course, the cost reduction, the capital cost, the operating cost, and as you move forward, the component costs for replacements. As far as fuel cell buses, we still need to see increased durability and reliability of components to transitioning the build process to the OEM, which is happening now, and it's very encouraging to see. And then, of course, adding a fueling infrastructure or hydrogen fueling station is always a challenge for an agency. As far as the battery electric buses, you've heard some of the comments today. Building and planning for your opportunity charging stations or being able to outfit a depot to charge numerous buses is a big challenge. It's not insurmountable, but it is a challenge. And looking at the proper routes that are appropriate for the best use of that technology. And then, of course, the challenge of electric rates and demand charges, which you've heard from our other panelists. So all of our reports are available on our website. And I'm actually done. She's giving me a 1 minute left.
Actually, that mention of the presentations reminds me that all of the presentations are actually available online already. So anybody who's interested in getting copies, they can go to our website to get them, and they'll be there for eternity. We'll also be posting the video associated with this these presentations as well. And so that'll be available to anybody who's interested in that. So I'd like to begin the question and answer session, and I think I'd like to start with some, but I'd like those of you in the audience to think about what you want to be asking. So on the fuel cell program at AC Transit at SunLine, do your mechanics handle the maintenance of the fuel cell itself, and do you expect them to be trained and equipped to be able to do that anytime soon?
We partner with our OEMs depending on the problem. One thing I wanted and didn't say in my presentation that we've really been working hard on is starting with the bus seat and working our way back on what the actual problem is with the bus. When I first got to SunLine, we had gotten into a pattern of practice at looking at the fuel cell and working our way forward because we just always assumed that it had to be the fuel cell or the propulsion system that had a problem. So we do work on the vehicles ourselves. We do need to increase the capacity of our technicians and our newer technicians coming on, why we want to create some formalized training. But we do get a lot of help from our OEMs as well, especially when there's an issue that requires advanced engineering on discovering what the issue is. But we have had a lot more reliability now that we've stopped looking at the fuel cell first and actually looked at the bus from the headlights back.
Yeah, we're in a little bit different situation because all of the people who had the good relationship with Von Hall are gone, and that's a political conundrum I'm not going to talk about. And our fuel cell manufacturer is no longer making fuel cells. So we really are pretty much on our own. We've got basically 3 levels of training. One is basic safety and familiarization. That's about an 8-hour training. We actually have training materials on that, but they don't feel like they're ready to be made public, so I don't have them with me. Then there's the first level diagnostics and preventive maintenance. That's about a 40-hour course. We're working on it. We have a pretty substantial training center, and we're working on the curriculum for that. We have a couple of mechanics who've gone through that. The first level, we've got about 58 of 154 mechanics in the 2 yards that deal with fuel cell buses that have gone through that. We're hoping to have all the mechanics through that by the end of the year. And the first level diagnostics and preventive maintenance, That's about 40 hours. They're trying to have all the mechanics on the property, which is close to 400, trained in that within the next 3 years. Then there's advanced diagnostics and repair. On that, we depend on an outside vendor that helps us with that, US Hybrid. We know for the first few years that we had it, when we had the A330s and the first couple of years with the 300Ls, we actually had a resident engineer from US Hybrid, he was first with UTC and then US Hybrid hired him. But his wife is a professor and got a job at University of Michigan, so he's now in Ann Arbor. But it was a very good guy. We're beginning to take on that responsibility ourselves. And it's tricky because this is a very new technology. And for example, we had a couple of buses that were down quite a long time. And we in US Hybrid actually had to develop the tools to do the diagnosis to figure out what was wrong. Once we did the diagnosis, we fixed it. They're both back up and running, at least so the mechanics told me who rode up with me today. But that second element is about 40 hours. I know we've been kibitzing with SunLine. SunLine has been trying to work with College of the Desert, which is their local community college, get some grant money to set up a program. I've been trying to work with our local community college district, and I'm trying to hit up Toyota to get some money to set up a fuel cell training, not specific to our buses, but in general, to begin to have technicians out there that know something about this technology. Haven't succeeded in that yet, but I'm still working on it.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms of data collection, Leslie is more directed at you. So what is the trend that you're seeing in zero-emission bus performance overall? And, well, actually, I ask you a loaded question here so you can kind of address all the issues potentially. A little bit, if you could shed some light on how you assess technology readiness, what performance metrics you examine. And you do have some performance targets established for fuel cell buses. Are you looking to potentially set some for battery electric?
So as far as the TRL level, we look at the number of buses out there and if they're being operated in real-world service as opposed to just one demo or one prototype bus. So we've looked at fuel cell buses for a number of years, and DOE has developed the targets, as I mentioned, specific to fuel cell buses. Now that we have money from FTA, we've gotten the money from ARB to do the foothill buses, and now that FTA has also given us money to look at the battery buses, that's one of the tasks with this new work, is to look at the battery buses and what other metrics we need to look at as far as whether they have specific commercial targets for those components like battery life and things like that. So that's something that we're looking to possibly develop if that's a need for it. But all the performance targets that are for the fuel cell buses will be the same for any bus. So all of the miles to roll call and the number of miles per month and things like that would all be the same because it's basically performance-based metrics that would be what a transit agency would need to meet their service.
Okay. So Lynn, we know that you've embarked on the goal here of essentially transitioning your entire fleet in a few years to zero emissions. Can you shed some light on how you came to that determination and how are you addressing the unknowns and the risks associated with the unknown of the future?
The reason, I think I referred to that a little bit, our board said don't come back and ask for diesel buses again. So our board in January adopted a goal to be 100% electric by the end of 2018. Very aggressive for us. As I mentioned, we'll start out with initial order probably early March for somewhere around 34 to 35 battery electric buses, both 60-foot, 45-foot commuters and some 40-foot local transit buses. When we started doing engineering on both the inductive charging element and our depot charging, we really looked at the full operation. So the engineering we're doing, for instance, for the depot charging, will handle up to 85 buses and is being phased. So we can add charging locations as we add buses. In our case now, the chargers are on the bus. So what we're really doing is adding a power interface. We'll also have a data management system that will be on Wi-Fi to control. So the buses themselves will control the draw that they'll do to the power system. We've been very impressed with the operation of the two buses we have now. They've been very reliable. There's been some issues from time to time, and as I said, manufacturer is 10 miles away. So we've been able to work with them on developing a better product and helping in the commercialization. So as we discover things, they've been very supportive in making changes and making upgrades.
So for Foothill, I think you are the first agency where battery electric bus data is being collected. Can you, and then now that you have more experience with it, how has the data collection process itself potentially changed the way you look at your fleet? And how do you see what you might be doing in the future would be different than what you're doing now?
Sure. So I mentioned we've really geared up data collection on our electricity use using SoCal Edison tools, and we're also rolling out a real-time fleet management package where we can track where our buses are in daily statistics. And I think this is going to help us reduce costs and sort of fine-tune our operations so that we're meeting our service goals. But then in terms of using this data to change our operations, I think a really important point is that if this technology wants to get to 100%, then the technology needs to meet the operations needs of the agencies. As long as you have agencies modifying their operations, being suboptimal there in order to accommodate technology limitations, we're not going to get to 100%.
Okay, another question is about, anybody want to shed some light on the types of things that you need to think about training drivers and operating buses?
Yeah, we have developed, we have a summary sheet and a course for our drivers. It's about an hour and a half, an hour in classroom, about a half an hour on the road. It's not that different from what we do with any new coach. Some things are different. Obviously, we talk about where the cutoff valves are, where the switches are for the high power and low power electricity, et cetera. But we also talk about things like where are the straps for the wheelchair securement stored, how much of a rear overhang have you got, so how much does it swing. We've trained most of the operators in a couple of divisions on that, but it's been about an hour and a half. UC Berkeley came in and did some, as I think I mentioned during my presentation, did some survey work of our drivers, and our drivers love the buses. They're quiet, they're smooth, they don't smell. It's great.
If I can add a little bit, with the electric buses, you can imagine how the operator treats, especially the accelerator and the brakes, is critical. Our variance is 120 miles to 220 miles on a charge. So our best operators can do 220, and the ones that don't care will do 120. Our average is about 180. We're developing a training program, video training program, together with the Teamsters and an incentive program, so you can get the best operators onto those buses to get our range outs. But it's critical that the operators brake properly and accelerate properly in order to extend that range.
If I can add, on the technician side, as I mentioned, we're working with, and we got to work with you, Chris, on our Center of Excellence. We've been very fortunate. Our manufacturer, Ballard, has agreed to put a technician to help us grow this center where we can teach individuals how to work on fuel cell technology. And I think that for us, what we talk with our manufacturers on extensively is we have to kind of crack the black box. If we can't get to the point where we are doing soup to nuts repairs on these vehicles, again, it will hamper the commercialization of technology. And the partners that we're working with currently have understood that at some point you have to hand that technology over to the transit agency. And so in the garage, they can fix these. And actually, it's a much more cost-effective model for the OEMs. At some point, the proprietariness of this technology has to move aside towards the commercialization of allowing transit professionals to be able to repair all facets of the bus, including the more complex fuel cell and propulsion systems.
Okay, now I want to make sure that people in the audience have an opportunity to ask their questions. We have people with microphones. Because we are being webcast, we would like you to make sure you speak into the microphone and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jimmy O'Day with Union of Concerned Scientists. I have a question for Lauren. You mentioned differences between state and federal policies as a challenge, and I wonder if you could explain examples of where those don't match up.
Well, what I want to highlight, I mean, the state of California is great, and we're lucky. And I think we're leaders, obvious leaders. I think that when we look at grant funding and rules for procurement and how we string together grants that may pay deltas for difference, that the FTA and those other partners federally that fund us definitely need to be stepping along the way. And ARB has done a fantastic job of making sure that those kinds of considerations are taken into consideration. But transit is sometimes a little bit weathered over the rulemaking of multiple agencies and the requirements of multiple agencies. So with very much respect, I say that it always has to be something that we're looking in both sides of the windshield as we're moving towards our goals here in the state of California, and that we're ensuring that rulemaking in another venue does not hamper our process or our progress, and doesn't put the transit agency in a position where some of the benefits of federal funds or federal benefit could be lost in state initiatives. I hope that was a real PC way to say that, Tony. I want to get invited back sometime.
It's all good.
I'll say it in a less PC way, because it's a problem that we solved, okay? But originally, we had the federal procurement rules that require essentially open bidding, and we were going to have California rules that were going to require us to specify the bus manufacturer and the engine manufacturer in order to get the money. And when you're trying to put those two pieces together, it doesn't work. CARB figured that out, and that problem's been solved. But this is endemic in this business because we're putting together pieces of money from all kinds of different sources under all kinds of different programs. We've got projects that have CARB money in them, have California Energy Commission money, Federal Department of Energy money, and DOE money. And we got this brilliant guy named Chris Ondercheck who figures out what all the rules are and makes sure that we can make our way through all of them.
Okay, there's a question in the back.
Jonathan Nelson with the Weideman Group with a question for the Antelope Valley Transit Authority. Could you speak a little more to your experience with inductive charging, why you identified that as a component to include as you try to expand your zero emission service, and what the experience has been like and where you see that going long term? And I know you already spoke to it briefly, but just elaborate a little more on that. Thank you.
We decided like a lot of us doing research at trade shows, we were very impressed with the inductive charging model. that WAVE had developed. We're proceeding with that. We're just now taking delivery on the buses with the secondary pad installed. We expect that to go very, very well. As I said, the contractor that's installing the primary pads at our two locations are not moving nearly as fast as we would like them to go, but we think that the inductive charging, especially at the higher power, is going to be the answer for us. We need to get up to 250 to 300 miles a day before we can be successful in providing service. But the inductive charging with obviously no moving parts when you're rolling over the pad and it just starts to do the handshake is very, very exciting for us.
Over here? Yeah, close that mic.
Sorry, I got the mic, I'll have it their way. So Paul Stith with Black & Veatch. We're intently, very interested in all of this, including the fuel supply chains. There was mention of building a substation next to your depot. That'd be interesting for us as a project, but I guess I want to ask is, what are you doing towards the real forecasting of the land use, the co-location? Not everybody was next to an aluminum plant that got vacated. How are we bringing all of the power that's necessary for these depot, and then of course on the go is a different challenge. How are you forecasting your requirements and thinking for your entire fleet?
Was that for me?
Anyone, electric, I mean, we have the hydrogen side as well, but really these electric improvements to get the fuel to you, I'm curious how you're viewing that in your capital expenditures, working with utilities, et cetera.
We've been working closely with Edison on delivery, and as I said, I said they were talking about a substation level delivery system. We've been able to get around that as we've charted the draw on the power. So we'll have 4 transformers on site to actually deliver power to the individual buses, and that they will be owned by Southern California Edison. So Edison will have everything up to the 4 transformers on site, and we'll actually have to get power from Edison for the locations within Palmdale, or the city of Palmdale. In the city of Lancaster, we'll be buying power from Lancaster Choice Energy, which is basically the city, and has a significant renewable element to the power that they're delivering.
So I encourage you to stay for session 4, where that will be the prime topic on a variety of fuels. I think we have enough time for maybe 2 more questions. Was there somebody with a microphone on this side? No? Okay, so right here is a question.
Hi, Ray Pingle with Sierra Club, California, and this is for those of you that have battery electric buses. In terms of, and I know, Andrew, you mentioned that you're looking at how you can mitigate your electricity costs, but I'm wondering, just the 3 of you, are you looking at working with vendors like Green Charge Network, STEM, to get battery storage to mitigate demand charges? And also, are you looking, if you have the feasibility somewhere on your government-related or transit-related properties, to install solar, to look at those 2 strategies as a way to lower electricity costs?
Sure. I mentioned briefly, especially as we expand charging to our depots, we are looking for an off-grid option. Right now it's open book, so it may be solar, it may be a stationary fuel cell. The things that are important to us are reducing the electricity costs, bringing some element of reliability or redundancy to our electricity supply, and working towards a goal of 0 life cycle emissions. But other than that, we're wide open to any suggestions.
And we're already down the solar path. We're right now at about 30%. Our next phase project, which has already started construction, will take us to about 60. And we're planning to try to go all the way and maybe even look at electrolyzing instead of reforming for our hydrogen.
In our case, if you take out what we're doing now in charging buses during the day, we're off the grid. So we already have that kind of capability. One of the things that we're looking forward to long-term is that our bus supplier and our battery supplier are the same company. So we'll be able to easily transition batteries after their 12-year life. In our case, we're requiring a 12-year battery warranty. So when we transition those batteries, they'll do very well for us in terms of long-term storage.
Okay, so coming to the end of our session, so we'll take the last question and we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, hi, this is Ed Lovelace from XL Hybrids. A lot of interesting feedback that you've given from the demos. Each of you have said in different ways that, one solution doesn't fit all of your transit needs. So I was curious if any of you could comment on the characteristics of either the transit assets or service needs where the current ZEB offerings don't meet the characteristics of what you need.
We have one route that serves very low densities that goes 316 miles a day. In one case, 15 miles between bus stops, and we're looking at using a different form possibly on those routes. Maybe some more dial-a-ride out there. Densities are very low. Ridership is even lower. So we're looking to maybe even be able to improve service by providing another delivery system.
I would add, well, we don't really have any challenges with our fuel cell program, but we are going to be creating a process for a all-electric with a small 60K fuel cell, which we think for us will be a really good range extender sort of configuration. We can't do fast charge in our facility. We currently have depot charge vehicles. So having that fuel cell capacity, a small fuel cell for our range extender, we think is going to be maybe for fuel cell the next wave of possibilities.
We're concerned about operations and logistics issues that come to play when you have a set of buses that only work on a small portion of your routes. All of a sudden, with this dedicated sub-fleet for some routes, we end up with fewer spare natural gas buses that can meet service elsewhere in case we have an outage. And so we get concerned about our pullout and be able to make service.
I mean, for us, one of the advantages of the hydrogen fuel cell is there is no compromise. We can, if farebox breaks down on a diesel bus and the next bus in line is a fuel cell bus, it goes out on that route. We run them on any route, and they're just running just as part of the fleet. So there are cost issues, and that curve is going in the right direction. It's dropping quite rapidly. And there are cost issues with the cost of hydrogen. And of course, you have to have the hydrogen fueling. But we don't anticipate, we do not use our fuel cell buses as a sub-fleet. They are assigned out on any route, any day. Doesn't matter whether it's the one that runs at 12-minute headways and has, could really justify an opportunity charging electric bus, or one of our buses down in Special District 2 that runs on 2-hour headways. We can put them on any of them. And 6-minute fueling at night. So, our depots are about 200 buses each. And if you're fueling 200 buses, having them fuel at roughly the same rate as a diesel, we don't have any CNG, means that they're just part of the fleet. We've gone beyond demonstration. They're an operating part of our fleet.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank the panel for their time and for being here, and we can transition to the next one. We will not be taking a break, so those of you who are up, just come on up. We're going to get right into that one. This one's going to be a little long, I think, but that'll be quite informative. I know. Exactly. Sure.
How are you? Good, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Oh, my crew member.
Okay.
I know, Saturday, thanks.
We're going to begin in just another minute here, so don't go very far away. We want to stay on schedule. If everyone wants to eat by 1 o'clock. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is. Oh, okay. I'll wait till you get back. Yeah, I think this is left and right.
Abbas.
Yeah, it's in order.
Oh, Jamie, you got
So
me
man-
here so you can control me. I like that.
I know this. I know this. I know. Okay. Matt and Macy. Macy. Hello, can I get everyone's attention? We'll begin the second panel discussion. I'm Jamie Levin, and I think many of you know me from my days at AC Transit advocating fuel cells. But I think, can I get everyone's attention? Hello? Private conversations are out that exit door. Okay. Thank you. Great, got your attention. So as I was saying, many of you know me from my work advocating for fuel cells, but what this is all really about, what we're here for, is dealing with the fact that 40% of the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions in California, are coming from transportation. And it's not going to be a single solution, that it will take a number of different technologies in addition to how people live their lives and travel from A to B. We have all of our panel members, there are 7. Dave Warren, who's the last speaker from New Flyer, he'll be back in before his time comes to speak. But we've got technology representatives from really far-reaching advanced technologies. The CNG industry with their super low emission engine, which CARB reminds me was just certified this last year, 0.02 NOx. It's going to play an important role. We have representatives from the fuel cell industry, from the battery electric industry, and OEMs, the sort of single neck to strangle if you as a transit agency can't get your vehicles deployed. Which leads me to a quick question. How many here are from transit agencies? Be show of hands. Great. That's kind of, you're the audience, the primary audience. So let's begin quickly with Tom Hodick. Tom is Director Program Leader over New Product Development for Cummins Westport. I will say that all their resumes, their bios are online, so I'm not going to go into all their great accomplishments, but I can assure you all 7 of these people I've worked with, they have accomplished a lot. So with that, each has 6 minutes in order for us to have enough time to do Q&A. So Tom, you're up.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, 6 minutes, and Abbas is after me? Yeah. All right, you got this. Okay, I want to talk to you today a little about some current technology we have today. Most of you are either running diesel or natural gas, and we're hearing about the other new technologies coming along, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about today, what we're doing today in near zero NOx emissions on natural gas. And I'd like to thank Air Resources Board for having us here today, on behalf of all of us, I think. But I'd also like to thank South Coast AQMD, California Clean Energy Commission, and SoCal Gas, because without their help and funding, we wouldn't have developed this new technology that we're bringing to the market very, very soon. So without further ado, this is many of you have this engine today, either in natural gas form or in diesel form. This is our ISL-G. It's an 8.9 liter engine, inline 6, spark ignited. It's turbocharged and aftercooled. and we go up to 320 horsepower and 1,000 foot-pounds of torque from 250 and 700. And we've recently certified this engine to the new optional low NOx. There's three optional levels. There's a 0.1, which is half the standard of today of 0.2. There's 0.05, and there's 0.002. So I'll show you some data here in a minute. We've actually beaten the lowest level. It's certified for the 2016 greenhouse gas standards, and as we stand with the near zero NOx engine, there are proposed phase 2 levels. We're already beating those as well, but it depends where those lock in. Just have a simple 3-way catalyst on the back. It's a passive element. This is on your passenger car, and it's manufactured in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where they are all diesel and natural gas products are made for this platform. Target markets have been predominantly transit and refuse, but they're also getting into some of the medium-duty truck, vocational, shuttle bus, and school bus applications as well. This is a copy of the executive orders, and I'm sure you can read this. What I tried to do is enlarge this a little bit, and hopefully you can see the little green box there, the column with NOx. That's NOx. That's the oxides of nitrogen that we're trying to get rid of in total. The current standard is 0.2. This new optional standard is 0.02, and you can see in the green bar there we've certified to 0.01. Actually 0.007, but we rounded it up. So we're getting really clean on this engine. And if you also notice on the greenhouse gas box, the carbon dioxide is remaining just about the same, or a few percent lower on this product. But what's of significant nature here is that the methane column, the CH4 column, on the current product is about 2.5 grams, and we're down to 0.56. So the closed crankcase ventilation system has allowed us to capture any gas that gets around the cylinders into the current case and would typically vent overboard. We capture that now and put it back in the engine. So methane reduction has been big on this product. So here's the changes to the product. There's a new certification, of course, which means a new data plate on the engine. We've done a lot of work on the controls of the engine, so controlling the combustion and the timing and things of that nature have been changed quite a bit. The 3-way catalyst is what we have in production today for our 12-liter product. It's just been brought onto this platform. So that's in production today, but it's required for this. It's a bigger substrate, more palladium and platinum inside to do more conversion work. And we've added the closed crankcase ventilation system, which in that cartoon there you can see off the back of the engine there's a little filter housing. So what used to vent overboard from the crankcase now plumbs up to this filter and goes back into the turbocharger. And whatever centrifuges out of that falls back into the crankcase, and we continue down the road. So it's a totally closed system. The only way out is through the exhaust pipe, and we get a lot more efficiency gain that way. And then for some OBD reasons, so onboard diagnostics is not required right now, but in 2018 it will be. So it's all hands on deck right now at Cummins Westport to get all 3 of our platforms to OBD compliance. And we added a crankcase pressure sensor on this one just to be compliant for 2018 ahead of time. So if that filter ever plugs, it tells us, and we turn on a light and we know where the problem is. As far as the product itself goes, we plan to launch this in April of this year. We're currently ready to go right now, but our requirements for field test completion have yet to be met. So we have a dozen vehicles running in Southern California and in Oakland, and we're trying to get those field test miles completed so we can validate the product and launch. And we'll have this for sale through our distributors, of course, but then we're also relying on the bus and transit, or transit bus and refuse truck OEMs to be our path to market here. So they're working diligently on that right now, and we're starting to get some word out into the marketplace, and hopefully it is an attractive offer financially to get emissions reduced in the industry. Specifically for the product, there's no changes in ratings or torques or speeds. It's all the same product as we have today, no changes. Fuel economy, we're saying no change. We have a couple of % improvement in CO2 reduction, which typically translates exactly to fuel economy improvements, but we're not really claiming that. There's enough variation in fuel economy that we're just saying that's no change. We're exceeding the greenhouse gas standards, both now and in the future, when those ever become a regulation. And then from a drivability perspective, all the field test customers right now are telling us they don't notice any difference in performance. So as far as the performance goes, seat of the pants, fuel economy, all the attributes of the product right now, there's really no change. And we're just waiting to get all this information back for us to deliver. Durability-wise, the same way. We're going to certify both medium heavy duty and heavy duty for this product. So the 435,000 mile useful life will still apply to this, and we'll have that, no change to that. And then the only maintenance change from what you have today is that filter I showed you. It's got a 2,000 hour interval. And so at 2,000 hours, you'll need to unscrew the top of that and pull the filter out and put in a new filter. And that's really the only maintenance change from today's product. And I got something here I just want to show you as an industry how we've come along in the past. In 1985, when they first started regulating emissions, we were at about 10.5 grams of NOx. And then if you slide the scale down to 2010, where we are today, that translates to 0.2 NOx or 0.01 PM, and that's about 54 vehicles compared. So the same amount of emissions coming out of 54 vehicles today is what one vehicle used to put out in 1985. If you roll in the near zero NOx piece of this, in 2016, we're 10 times better on that, so it's 540 vehicles. And if you actually look to where we certified the product at 0.01, you roll in the kind of double that, and you're at 1,080 vehicles today with the near zero NOx product is the same as one bus emissions back in 1985, which I think, speaking on behalf of the industry, is just stellar performance, and we're still making strides right now. And I'm out of time, so I'll sit down and be quiet. Thank you.
He only went 20 seconds over 6. That was pretty good.
I sprinted, man.
So next speaker is President and CEO of US Hybrid. And one interesting note that Chris Peoples didn't mention is that Chris and myself had the privilege of riding up here from the Bay Area on a fuel cell bus that US Hybrid works with AC Transit to maintain.
Thank you, Jamie, and good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. And US Hybrid, we are happy to be a powertrain supplier to the industry. And with the acquisitions of UTC PEM Fuel Cell Group in 2013, we became the owner of the fuel cell engine, and we took that responsibility. And fuel cell engine is a part of the zero emission powertrain with that activity. Just to give you background, we have been doing fuel cell, deploying them since 2002, since actually 2001, at various locations and various applications, trying to quantify, identify, characterize their performance. So it's not a new technology, it's not a new thing. It's all about making it usable, friendly, and reliable, and cost-effective for operation. So with that in mind, fuel cell basically has been glorified too much. Fuel cell is just like an engine. Believe it or not, it's got injectors, just like automotive. Instead of 6 or 8, we only use 1. It's got air processing unit, which is exactly Edelbrock turbocharger. It's got heat exchanger, which is the radiator. And it's got a hell of the controllers. Electronics controller, but these days controllers and memory is cheap, computing is cheap. Otherwise, it's pretty much like an engine, except instead of combusting, it actually extracts electron from the hydrogen. Otherwise, it has a lot of commonality with the engine. So with that in mind, what we are doing, what we have done ever since we took a technology from UTC, which is, well, as Chris mentioned, as we have seen it, operating, performing, is well-defined unit, item, product. What we have done is we have tried to make it to basically be user-friendly. All we have done to the fuel cell is what Apple did to the iPhone, trying to make it easier to use, easier to integrate, easier to communicate command, and easier to diagnose. Really, that's what we are contributing. Otherwise, we really haven't added any component to the technology. And with that comes a lot of supplier qualification. With that comes a lot of components qualification. So therefore, engine, fuel cell has a lot common with engine. On the other hand, it has a lot in common with the batteries. Fuel cell, think of it as a gaseous battery, because batteries is exchange of ion and electron. Fuel cell is exchange of proton and electron. And we use, things like platinum, things like carbon, things like separator. So there's a lot of commonality, and I'm glad to see that the material science, all that is becoming better, and my timer is not running. That's good. I can keep talking. So really, as I said, we are making the fuel cell made to be integrated and used just like an engine. That's really all we are doing with that. By the way, we are making it to be freeze capable. So therefore, you don't have to plug it in, and you can operate anywhere you want. For some of you who may not know, fuel cell is actually a more efficient heat generator than anything else. So if you happen to operate in New York, Boston, Connecticut, or Beijing, I was at the APEC fuel cell conference fuel cell symposium 2 weeks ago in Beijing, -19. We went C. We went to Changsung, -55 degrees C. Heat comes free. So we are lucky to be here in Southern California, beautiful weather. So we have an option of other technologies. We have a lot more option, whereas sometimes when the climate is not friendly, your option is limited. So really a fuel cell as an engine is just another engine, no combustion, no emission. We have heard a lot about TRL levels and being ex-Hughes, I understand that, and I was a technical director on GM EV1, and I've heard this thing so many times, but really we are beyond that because the endpoint at the TRL9 is successful operation, which is subject to a lot of interpretations. Really where we are, we're talking about a business case readiness level. That's really where we are. As a supplier to the industry, I have liability, I have exposure to them, to their customers, and to the regulators. So really it's all about how ready am I to make a business case out of it, to say, I'll commit this and do it. When we took over I'll skip on that, I got a 1 minute note. All right. Then the second one is the supply chain readiness. And I can get more into detail, but that's really who are our suppliers and who do we supply to and how qualified that thing is. The next thing is the quality of a service and operation readiness. That's very, very important. Then, of course, reliability. These have shown to be reliable. All the safety system designed in, acted, operated as it was designed in. We haven't had any safety incident in bus operation. So we are fortunate as an engineer to say, yes, the failure modes predicted, designed in work. That is a lot of achievement. We have come a long, long way for that. The other one is the performance. As Chris mentioned, we have exceeded 21,000 hours, but look at the power. After 20,000, this is an old graph. After 20,000 hours, we are still at almost 94% of the power. Because people when talk about life, they don't define it what a life means. It's not dead or breathing, no. After 20,000 hours, 10 years old technology, abandoned by one company, being ISE, picked up by Van Hol, abandoned by another company, UTC, and then picked up by us. It really has come a long way. And this is just the analysis, but bottom line for you operators, 1 kilogram of hydrogen is equivalent to 2 gallons of diesel in terms of operation. So given today's fuel cost, the cost of hydrogen becomes the main dominant factor in that operation. With that, I'm going to stop, and Jamie, have it. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Christopher Gussie from Ballard. He's Vice President and Chief Technical Officer. And, you know, Chris Peoples mentioned the 22,000 hour fuel cell on the AC Transit bus. Well, Ballard has a fuel cell running in London that's right on the tails of that performance. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jamie. Just a little bit about our history for 30 seconds. We've worked with over 10 bus manufacturers around the world, a lot of them that you don't see in North America, on 4 different drivetrains and 100 fuel cell buses operating around the world. We have more than 5 million miles in revenue service, most of which is in the last 5 years. We have 6 service centers around the globe as it stands right now. And as Jamie just mentioned, we just passed 20,000 hours of operation in London on a single fuel cell module. And London's quite happy with the buses. So if you look at a little bit about history, there's been fuel cell buses in revenue service in numbers more than 1 or 2 since 2002. So that's quite a few years of operation. And as someone mentioned earlier, the biggest change was probably the hybridization of fuel cells, which happened in 2010, really. But the recovery of the braking energy through storage in the batteries is quite important to the cost of operation, and we've been quite successful in doing that. And most recently, last fall, we launched our 7th generation of product. So if you look at over time what it's done, the last generation was about 94% availability on the fuel cell system and more than 20,000 hours of operation. So come a long way. And we're projecting about 25,000 hours of fuel cell operation with our HD7, which is much more set up for higher volume manufacturing than the previous ones were. So if you look at North America and Europe, I'll get to China at the end of this, but in North America and Europe, if you look at what we've done in terms of pricing and what we're looking at for volume over the term here, the average selling price of a fuel cell module these days is about $250,000. 3 years ago, that was $650,000. So there's been quite a bit of work done to bring the cost down. And there's even more work to do in terms of hybridization now that high power batteries are available. And I'll get on to a little bit about smaller fuel cells, bigger battery powertrains, and range extenders. So we've just launched a 30 kilowatt module for use in China and 8 and 10 meter buses. And we're developing a 60 kilowatt module, which will launch later this year. If you look at a powertrain analysis in buses, outside of suburban routes where you have a substantial amount of time on the highway between cities, out to the suburbs, like maybe 10 miles on the highway, there's no real need to have a 100 kilowatt fuel cell anymore with the high power batteries that are available. And a 60 kilowatt fuel cell will do just fine. On a strictly urban route, a 30 kilowatt fuel cell may be fine, especially as people work on heating and air conditioning systems to make them more efficient. So if you look at what we're doing in 2016-17, we're very happy to be working with New Flyer on the first articulated bus for the North American market that's based on a fuel cell. And we'll have 12 more buses on the road in the US next year. In Europe, the 3Motion program will have 21 buses that will be on the road in 2016-17. And just to the price of fuel cell buses, those buses, the successful bid was 850,000 euros, which these days is $950,000. So the sub-$1 million fuel cell buses here. The winning bid on the next JTU offering needs to be below 650,000 euros. So that program, the call just went out, so those buses, which will be over 100, will have to cost less than 650,000 euros, which these days is about $720,000. Now, when you really talk about getting at cost, of course, the Chinese market is quite important. The transit bus market in China is 10 times bigger than the transit bus market in the United States. 50,000 buses of 40 feet per year in China. Total amount of buses, 180,000 transit buses a year from 8 meters up. We just signed an agreement with a company for 300 fuel cell buses in China, 28 of which will be on the road by mid-year in Foshan, 2 of which are already on the road. And there are 30 kilowatt modules being integrated into a bus as we speak. So those kind of volumes, which are important in terms of Chinese air quality, are also important in terms of driving volume in the industry and getting the cost down. to where fuel cells can be more competitive from a capital cost investment standpoint. And with that, I'll just pass it on to Bob.
He beat his time by 10 seconds. So our next speaker, Bob Devine, is Director of Advanced Applications for BAE Systems Hybrid Drive. I like to think of Bob as the master integrator. He's the guy that tells everyone what they didn't know and figures out how to solve that issue. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Good morning and good afternoon to those out there. I appreciate you having me here today. So we've heard from some component people, and now we're going to hear from me, an integrator of these advanced technology systems, and I'm going to be focusing on the range of technology options that's available out there. So today, globally, major cities are really doing things to address their air quality situations and make improvements on them, and they're aggressively moving forward on air quality improvement plans. They're using different techniques, such as limiting what types of vehicles can go within their low emission zones, how many vehicles can go inside those zones, and they're actually issuing large penalties for violation of those standards or systems. We're showing London here, but that really doesn't matter. What really matters is we're doing this in the United States as well. We're advancing our ability to go with zero and low emission type solutions through federal programs and state programs such as LONO and, of course, the greenhouse gas reduction funds and the AQIP solicitations. So to sort of put this into perspective, and this is a conceptual drawing of just a region within the state that's serviced by, or could be serviced by, various technologies, both close to the city centers and moving further and further out. You've heard that some have very, very large and demanding range requirements where opportunity charging is just not practical. And on the other hand of the spectrum, putting loads and loads and loads of batteries on buses at the expense of seats on buses can be a concern. Also, the lifetime and infrastructure for charging those systems is also a concern. So what we're looking at is kind of a range of technologies that all work well together in order to meet the demands of agencies, starting with conventional and full electric buses that are 100% electric, zero emissions, that are more or less route specific, and then moving out into some of the standard kind of electric hybrids that are out there. And finally, the intercity hybrids, which are the ones that you see today, which have very, very large ranges. What we're able to do with these kinds of buses is to get anti-idle technology on those buses. So we have engine start stop, and I'll show a little more on that later, and get a good fuel economy benefit, coupled with things like renewable fuel sources, biodiesels, or clean CNG, and then moving on up to fuel cell range extenders for batteries and pure battery electric. So there's a lot of different options out there technology-wise that can solve problems. The real key to being able to do this is greater levels of electrification. So we call that more electric. Okay, it's kind of a term stolen from the aerospace industry as they started to go with more levels of electric actuation to get rid of heavy hydraulic systems. Well, we've done the same thing with buses by adding electric accessories, and we've done this in conjunction with our OEM partners. By adding those electric accessories, we automatically have a bus that can be shut off at stops, long stops, or bus stations. And then by actually adding larger batteries, we're able to expand that to have a larger percent of zero emission operations, especially within concentrated air, high density zones, and where air quality has been suffering due to high density of pollutants within that area. We've got a couple of demonstrations out there right now, which I'll talk about, that allows buses to charge as they drive and then go zero emission within these zones. They can also pick up charge inductively while they're inside that zones to extend the size of those zones. So there's a lot of different options available through electrification and batteries. So to give you an idea of the range of systems out there, we're showing some plug-in inductive charge hybrids. We're showing also some charge-as-you-drive hybrids that cut the cord and require no infrastructure. And then, of course, the series electric drive systems that we have and we've developed go a very long way. This is a summary chart of all of those different technologies and features and benefits of them. We're out there actively talking with transit agencies about what's possible through our OEM partners, and we invite more of those conversations to continue. And finally, a little bit on TRLs. Leslie and I might disagree a little bit on where we're at with fuel cell TRLs, but we are out there commercializing fuel cell buses. They will be Altoona tested this year, starting this quarter. Our bus is going to be going into test, and the systems are based on all of those 5,000 or more hybrids that we have out there today. So they're very mature to start with, and they will continue to grow in maturity and reliability as time goes on. Service and support and training is all in place, and advanced diagnostics is all in place for these systems as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Our next speaker is Matt Horton, who's Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Proterra. And you heard Foothill give a testimonial to Proterra. They've really established, through the gauntlet down, have established a new design ethic and electrification of transit vehicles. They're a welcome addition to the competition that we see. Go ahead, Matt.
Great, thanks Jamie, and I guess I get to be the first to officially welcome you to good afternoon. Would like to thank Leslie and Andrew for giving about half my presentation already. That makes it a bit easier to meet my 6 minutes. But I did want to give you just a sense of where we see the industry as being from Proterra's perspective. I'll start out with a little bit about who we are. So as many of you know, the company was founded back in 2004 by Dale Hill. Some of you, certainly remember those days. We've come a long way since then. We now have, our headquarters has moved to the Bay Area. We have 2 manufacturing facilities, one in South Carolina, second is coming online this year in Southern California, just outside of Los Angeles. We're just a little under 200 employees today. We've got a great group of investors behind the company, both corporate investors like General Motors and Edison International, as well as venture capitalists like Kleiner Perkins and others from Silicon Valley. What I think we're probably, 2 things that we're proud of at the company is we have brought in a lot of expertise from other adjacent industries in addition to public transit. So a lot of folks out of the EV world, automotive, as well as traditional public transit. And probably more than anything, excited about the customer traction that we've got. To date, we've announced about 15 customers, as you can see up here. We have a few more that we haven't announced yet, but we've booked actually almost 150 units in firm orders from various customers across the country. We've delivered over 60 vehicles already, and on that fleet, we've put in nearly 2 million miles of revenue service already. As you saw from Leslie's slides, it's not only at Foothill that they're getting in the kind of low 90s in terms of pull-out availability. That's been our average across our fleet over the last 3 months, across 2 generations of technology, including our original very first fleet units that we have out in the market. So as a company, we've come a long way. Our customers have taught us a lot about what it takes to be an OEM in this industry. We have learned a lot, certainly. You also saw in the early going, a lot of the issues with these vehicles had to do a lot more with the bus components than the actual battery electric drive systems themselves. But the technology certainly continues to advance and is coming a long way. So a couple of thoughts just about the technology itself. When we set out, or when Dale set out to start the company, he really wanted to focus on building the world's cleanest, most efficient, and ultimately most cost-effective urban transit vehicles. I think you've heard today that 3 of the key challenges for new technologies like this, battery electric in particular, have been cost, reliability, and range ultimately. I'll talk about how we've seen improvements in all 3 of those. But did want to say that it was pretty clear to the company in its early days that to build the best transit vehicle, ultimately, this would have to be a battery electric drivetrain. When you look at the cost curves, you look at the performance, you look at the simplicity, we certainly believe that that's the end state for this technology. We did begin our life with a hydrogen program. We built 4 or 5 hydrogen vehicles early on, and in the last couple of years have really shifted most of our focus to developing battery electric, as we've seen that technology become so ready for commercialization and the uptake from transit agencies across the country. So we're now in our 3rd generation of vehicle development, the Proterra Catalyst, which you've seen the images of. We built a very strong intellectual property position around that vehicle. That is the core platform for us today. We offer it in both 35 and 40-foot vehicles. We did have a great experience at Altoona with that vehicle, and it turned in very good performance. Finally, the thing that I would point you to in terms of range, as Andrew mentioned, for customers where fast charge is appropriate, we can effectively do 24/7 operation. We've, just to test it, we've driven over 700 miles in a day on those fast charge systems. And with our 2nd generation of batteries, our extended range battery capability, last summer we took one of those vehicles out to the test track and did almost 260 miles between charges. So a couple of more pieces about the Catalyst platform itself. So we did decide to build this vehicle from the ground up. As was mentioned, it's fully designed to be optimized to be an electric vehicle. So we didn't start with an existing diesel or other vehicle and work to repurpose it. We had the luxury of starting from scratch to design this. So we started with very lightweight materials. The bus is an all carbon fiber and composite body vehicle. In battery electric, for performance, that lightweighting is a critical characteristic, and it results in a very lightweight vehicle overall. The second thing that we focused on was providing flexibility for customers with the batteries and the energy storage. As you can see in one of those images, the underbody of the vehicle, we've got 2 channels where we have standardized battery packs. We have both fast charge types and extended range types of batteries. Customers can specify either or change as appropriate as their needs change. We've also designed with multiple charging options, our overhead fast charge system, as you've heard about, and conventional plug-in charging as well, to allow our customers to have as many tools as possible to customize their EV deployment for the specific operational needs that they have. And finally, we realized that a transition to a zero-emission fleet isn't the easiest thing in the world to do. It takes a lot of learning, and we've tried to develop a great financing and services package that we can offer to our customers to make sure that we're right there beside them to help smooth an easy transition to those vehicles. We probably won't have time for this as my time's about up, but it'll be in the deck for you. The great thing is when we look at national averages, look at forecasted data on fuel costs, maintenance costs, these vehicles can already be more cost effective today than conventional vehicles based on your energy rates. And ultimately, this is what's very exciting to us is as scale in EV continues to climb, the costs of the battery packs are dropping precipitously. It's not great if you're in the battery manufacturing space, but for us, all the end users, it's really driving costs down very quickly, and we see that trend continuing. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Macy Nafardi, and Macy is with BYD, and they're the other big player that's come into the marketplace with a competitive product. Nothing drives down cost, improves product better than competition. Thanks.
Well said, Jamie. Good evening, good afternoon. Again, kudos to ARB for having this symposium, giving us the opportunity to demonstrate our products, all of us. I took a little bit different approach to the conversation. We all have an opportunity to see you one-on-one and talk to you about our bus versus the competitor's bus. But the concern that started this whole concept was that, is it new, is it adaptable, is it ready for commercialization? So I tried to give a little more of a perspective on battery buses. And it's really not new technology. Go back 99 years to New York, and they were running electric motor-driven vehicles, just happened to be powered from an overhead electricity source. Go back 124 years to Portland, they were driving electric-powered trolley buses that just happened to be powered by an overhead energy source. 1910, today in San Francisco. It's been proven for over 100 years. It got me thinking, do any of you get on a Metro or a BART or a Sacramento RT rail system, a green, a blue line, a red line, and wonder, gosh, I wonder if this is going to get me to work today. Gosh, I wonder if it's going to break down midway. What's the reliability? You don't think about it. You get on BART and you just know it's going to take you where it's going to go. This is where I hope the animation works. Let's see. What we're talking about is taking a streetcar. Imagine pulling off the catenary system. Drop in some batteries. Might as well get rid of those clunky steel wheels. Now your trusty, reliable electric transportation system that's been around since the 1800s is an electric bus. So we brought the power source onto the bus. What's so scary about that? What's so unproven about that? Well, the big difference is we've unleashed it from the overhead system. We've given you all sorts of route flexibility. We've taken 1800s technology, modernized it, added batteries, and now we can go anywhere we want to go. So what's new is battery technology. I'm going fast because I only got 4 minutes left. Yeah, so with that, you get rid of the zero tailpipe emissions. You can get rid of smokestack emissions if you go to solar and battery storage. And you've unleashed the transportation system. So then I tried to stay away from BYD versus Proterra versus New Flyer versus all the other guys. That's really not what I want to do today. I want to just establish the credibility. But in some of the notes from ARB staff, we were asked to talk about, well, how ready is the technology? How do we believe in you? How long are you going to be here? And that's why I wanted to just establish some credentials for the industry, not just for BYD, but just us alone. We have nearly 90 million miles of proven revenue service on 6,500 electric buses in service worldwide. Not 2, not 10, not 4, not 6 experimental, 6,500 buses in service globally. This year alone, we need to deliver 7,200 e-buses that we have on order globally. 200 of those are for an American market. And this has got a low cost infrastructure compared to building CNG stations and the things we've done in the past. And again, what's happened is what's made the big difference is that we have battery chemistries that have given us that long range capability, whether it's lithium cobalt, lithium iron phosphate. The chemistries are there, the research and technology is there. It continues to be exploited. We keep looking for better, denser, more efficient battery systems, batteries that last longer. Ours we've proven out to a 19-year life now on a vehicle with another 20 years of life in a stationary application. So that's why we very confidently provide a 12-year battery warranty on our batteries. The warranty is there. If you don't need new batteries, you don't need them, we don't have to warranty them. If they're doing the job you want them to do, that's fine. If something better comes along in 6 years and you have the budget, you want to spend the money, put different batteries in, you can. But if the technology doesn't move fast enough, you know you got the peace of mind in 12 years. And very similar to Proterra's slide, we can show a very marked savings in cost of operation, as you see in the bottom line. Battery bus versus CNG versus diesel when you take into consideration the cost of fuel, maintenance, oil disposals that you avoid buying, disposal fees, crushing filters, the labor that goes into that, the benefits of extended brake life. And then I was asked one more question, and that was, are you here for the long term? Well, we're recognized as number 10, or actually 8, by Bloomberg as companies most likely to, innovative companies, I'm sorry. The next slide is we were rated, in 2015, we were rated by Fortune magazine as number 15 on 50 companies that are changing the world. So I'd like to establish that, yeah, we're here to stay. We're a $10 billion company. We have 185,000 employees worldwide. So this is a real market for us. Everything we do, every segment that we're in is all electric. That's from passenger cars to trucks, forklifts, electrification of vehicles is here to stay. We have very, very capable people here that are also in that market or that are making it very legitimate. And I do want to give a quick tribute to CARB, because if it hadn't been for them, we'd still be choking on our air. And everything they've done all these years, we fought the industry, said, oh, you're going to bankrupt us, you're going to put us out of business. Catalytic converters, I'm old enough to remember the automakers basically calling every name in the book, and you're going to bankrupt us, you're going to put us out of business. CNG, when they regulated that, diesel particulate filters when they regulated that. It's been regulated mandates that have put us in a point in California where we can still breathe. We have a little bit clearer skies. And I want to commend CARB on that, ask them to stay the course. That's it.
Thanks, Macy. Just to set the record straight, Macy's last name is pronounced Nishadi. And anyone in this industry knows that this guy could write a history book on transit, so I apologize for that faux pas. Next speaker is David Warren. He's Director of Sustainable Transportation for New Flyer Industries. I think it's important to note that having New Flyer at the table here is extremely important. It's a real next step threshold. They're close to having 50% of market share in the transit industry, and they work in all these technologies. So look forward to your comments, Dave.
Thank you, Jamie, and it's a true honor to be presenting today in front of this distinguished audience and broad base of customers, suppliers, and industry representatives. I first want to mention that New Flyer is the largest manufacturer of transit buses in the industry, as Jamie mentioned, but we purchased MCI in 2015, and that deal closed at the end of December. And while there's some great opportunities for electrification, zero emissions in the motor coach industry, I'm not here to speak to that today. This will strictly be on the transit bus side. So New Flyer has a broad presence all over North America. We manufacture buses for California and Alabama and Minnesota. We have service centers in Fresno and Ontario, California as well. In total, over 5,000 employees with the company. And when you look at our list of customers here in California, it's quite impressive. And each one of these customers has individual needs and requirements for their service operations, which puts a great challenge on us in our organization to serve those needs. So we have 6 types of propulsion systems that we offer our customers here in California. And when we look at the total of all of these buses, in 2015, we delivered 60 zero-emission buses for the state of California. And those are the type of electric trolley buses that Macy spoke of earlier, and those were delivered to Muni up in the Bay Area. Now, in addition to that, obviously, we do clean diesel, which some incredible improvements in emissions have occurred. The natural gas engine that Tom spoke of earlier, that we're working on the near zero engine on right now. The hybrid electric buses that Bob Devine of BAE spoke with. And then, of course, we now have our battery electric buses and our fuel cell buses with Ballard that's represented by Chris today. And then we also have hydrogenics fuel cell buses that we're working on as well. So when we look at the strength of New Flyer, I'd like to say it's really the partnerships that we develop. And 3 of those manufacturers are represented on today's panel, BAE, Ballard, and Cummins as well. But we have other partners in the propulsion systems that are listed there. So we have their resources, their expertise, their commitment to this zero emissions objective here in the state of California. Now I want to show you a graph here of an operation of one of our battery electric buses. This is just battery electric. It's running up in Winnipeg, and it's with Winnipeg Transit. They have an airport circuit that they run. So the graph that you see on this chart is the operation of that bus on Friday. And if you take a look at this chart, note that we have our rapid charging system. There's a photograph of the bus with the overhead rapid charger. There's a pantograph that's on the bus. Our bus is here, by the way. It's outside across from City Hall. Now notice that that bus was charged 5 times during the day. And there's a couple interesting things about this chart is that number one is look how fast that bus charged. This is a 300 kilowatt charger. So for every hour of operation the bus is in circuit or in route, it takes about 6 minutes to bring it up to full charge. Now this is about a 20-mile loop here. So for every couple hours that it's out there maybe doing its route, it charges back up. But the other interesting thing about this chart is that notice how that they were able to skip some of the rapid charging sessions. So as you go later in the day, you'll see that they went twice as far on one charge without recharging, and at the end of the day, they went even further. And then lastly, on this slide, I'd like to point out is sitting home on Friday night, I was able to track this bus. We have telematics on it, and you can see that the route that the bus took during the day. At any given point in time, we know where this bus is, we know what the energy consumption is, we know whether it's operating without fault. Now, on the fuel cell side of it, New Flyer is investing very heavily in fuel cells. We've got 2 active programs right now. And it was mentioned earlier, we're doing a 60-foot fuel cell bus with a national fuel cell program with FTA. And again, an articulated bus. And the photos you see on the bottom there are the actual Ballard fuel cell. That's an HD7 that are going to go in that bus. And then the other picture are the hydrogen fuel tanks that go along with that bus. So what's great about the fuel cell bus is really it's just a natural extension of the battery electric bus. They use the same components. That same drive motor that we're using on the battery electric bus from Siemens will be the same drive motor that will power our fuel cell buses. So a lot of the technology that goes over in the creation of one zero emission solution is applicable to the other. I've got a minute. I want to wrap up and tell you where New Flyer is going on all of this. First of all, we are doing the engineering right now on the Cummins ISL-G near zero engine. We started it in 2015. As Mr. Hodick mentioned, they will introduce that engine in April of this year. So we have to go through our initial quality assurance process with Cummins. That engine will be available in third quarter of this year. Our second priority, and these aren't in order, I shouldn't say, but our other priority is obviously we've got deployments with Chicago Transit Authority, CTA, Winnipeg Transit. We'll soon have WMATA back in Washington, D.C. We have to ensure that these are successful deployments, and we're doing so. The technology is reliable, and our buses have proven that. The third thing is testing the newest and latest generation of lithium-ion batteries. We're battery agnostic. We're ready to pour it over to whatever technology proves to be the best in the industry. We've designed our battery banks to accept different types of battery cells. These charging standards that I list are so critically important to our industry. We are not going to move past deployments until we have the charging standards in place where a BYD, Proterra, and a New Flyer bus can charge to the same type of equipment. And I'm happy to say that we're getting great cooperation from our competitors, our members of the American Public Transportation Association. Very good progress there. And then lastly, our 2 fuel cell buses, the XHE60, the articulated bus, is going to Altoona. It will be placed in service with AC Transit. And then our XHE40, which has a hydrogenics fuel cell, will go to Altoona and then be placed in service with SunLine Transit Agency. With that, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. Well, this is great. We have over 35 minutes for Q&A, and we do have a set of questions dealing with operations, dealing with total cost of ownership, dealing with after-sales support and workforce training. I mean, these are the issues that operators, the end users, really have to have solid answers for. May not be able to come up with a full set of answers, but we've got a group here that I think can at least address some of these, and I encourage you to ask questions that really build from these questions that I'm about to ask. So first thing I'll note is that I have the great good fortune of commuting to work in Berkeley on a 15-minute commute via bicycle, and that's great. But if the weather's not cooperating, then I rely on public transit. We're a one-car family. Public transit is everything. So in the prior session, you heard the transit agencies talk about their requirements. Those requirements are really driven by the ultimate end user, and these are the people who ride transit. So I define those in two different groups. Those who are transit dependent, those are people that have no other choice, but do not need to be treated as second-class citizens. So the quality of service, the reliability of service is really important. And the second group are those with choice. And if we're really going to make a difference in greenhouse gas reductions, we've got to get people out of cars, and there has to be a shift in vehicle miles traveled. So that's a segue into the first question in operations that deals with reliability. And so how can you, as an industry, give confidence to the transit agencies that you can meet availability, meaning when I have to make a 400 bus pull out or a 20 bus pull out at the AM peak, how can you assure them that they can meet that availability, and then on the road performance, that my buses are not going to go out of service during the day? So I'd like to get some comments from each of you about your confidence in matching conventional technologies. Maybe we start with Dave as a beginning.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, I can base my comments on our experience. I'll start with the battery electric buses. And whether we're talking about Altoona or the programs we have in place with Winnipeg Transit in extremely cold weather, down to minus 40 degrees, or Chicago Transit Authority in their brutal environment in the Midwest, we have had no propulsion issues. We've had no battery issues. Anything that is related to the electric drive componentry. And I think Macy made some really good points about the fact that electric drive vehicles are not new themselves. I think the challenges that we have right now, and I can say that this for our experience, is with the charging systems. There's a handshake that goes along to make sure that you can't start charging a high voltage bus unless everything is proper. So we have learned of some issues that we've addressed. Nothing significant to the bus at all, but really just the full integration of how the charger works with the bus. And I think that's where the APTA SAE standards are really going to be so important.
Macy, do you have it?
Yeah, I think so. Most of my presentation was on the reliability of this technology. Has been around for a long time. Like with anything new, I'm the old guy on this panel. I've sat around here for 35 years and watched, CNG engines get implemented and watched the growing pains they went through and the operational concerns that the early adopters had for engine reliability. We've seen the particulate traps and the issues they caused on the early on adapters, particularly two-cycle engines where no one anticipated the clogging that would occur and the reliability. So to say that any new technology is going to be absolutely error-free would be false, and I'm not pretending to say that. But I think that with the miles that we have out on the road, with our dedication to the industry, with a company that's $10 billion strong in annual revenue, 185,000 employees worldwide, and 15,000 degreed engineers, we have the wherewithal to stand there and do what it takes to make sure the technology is reliable and give the property the confidence that we'll be there to back it up for the long haul.
Great. Bob, you had a
Yeah,
comment,
Jamie, I'd
maybe,
like to-
or Matt? Maybe Matt
you wanna
next.
go If I can,
The
if we
next
can keep-
OEM.
keep heading down.
Yeah, great, great.
I think ultimately the most important measure of that is real-world experience. And we always encourage transit agencies that have questions about battery electric, whether it's ready, to just reach out, talk to our customers. And I know in transit, it seems like everybody knows everybody anyway. But we really encourage that. It's very helpful to have the kind of data that NREL's put together on actual fleet availability, good third-party validated data that way. But ultimately, the best thing is to talk to people who've been using them, not only on, do they work, what's the availability, but really what's the service level that you're getting. And I think from all of the OEMs you see here, these programs are so important, and I think the customers are generally getting very, very good attention and service.
Bob.
Hey, yes, thank you, Jamie. So I wanted to add to something that Macy and also Dave said about reliability and the things we see when we look at reliability of fuel cell buses. For instance, the American fuel cell bus, we see that we consistently can get up to 90 or higher % availability. But once in a while, it'll really drop and it'll cut down to 70% or something like that. And when we look at that, it's really the low-tech kind of problems that are out there. The fuel cell is working well. That technology has been demonstrated, and what we see is problems that are really susceptible to analysis, review, investment. And then when we make those changes and we go to root cause, they don't come back. So there's a steady reliability growth capability out of this technology. And it's not the high-tech stuff. It's really the configuration and the low-tech stuff. And once we go into larger scale production of these systems, those problems will go away.
Go ahead, Chris.
We've been working a lot on both with powertrain integrators and OEMs to try and integrate the information flow because I think Lauren pointed out that troubleshooting fuel cell buses has often been as much an art as a science because of the thought process around it. But the fact of the matter is by better integration flow, the time to repair goes down. So aside from working on component reliability, which is of course quite important in and of itself, the fact that troubleshooting times and part availability and those kind of things that in a normal maintenance cycle are quite important for availability, we need to get to that at a much higher level for fuel cell buses. And we've taken some steps to do that, especially with our most recent modules in terms of making that information available between the different pieces of the system to help the maintenance crews get the buses back on the road fast if they do need to come in for something.
In the reliability of the components, of course, is very critical. But not all the components in the fuel cell is matured equally. That's where the preventive maintenance comes in. When we took over that program at AC Transit 2013, we, as a supplier at our own cost, we made a commitment to do that, no cost to the AC Transit. And we told our guy, the local guy who was a master, 18 years experience, UTC, fantastic guy. I told him, you have 3 months. After 3 months, nobody from US Hybrid touches the bus. Only AC Transit touches the bus. Your crew is what keeps the bus running. We trained 22 people. We extended the documentation to the level that they would sign it off, not us. So the documentation is for the end user, for the service people, not necessarily for the masters and PhDs. As Leslie showed it, the fuel cells are aging. They were supposed to be dead by now. Yet, miles before road call doubled. And I credit AC Transit people, service staff to do that. And a lot of preventive maintenance and planning in. So now, believe it or not, it is a science. We quantify. First thing we did, we installed telematic. Every bus reports in 100 megabyte of data. We as a supplier have to understand our component. then be able to simplify that. So we develop a user interface for AC Transit guys to look at it. What is available, what is not. So therefore, really, it has combination of service, durability, reliability of the components, and the process documentation support that is needed to put it back in the, on the road. So really, those are the one that is needed as a supplier for us, so our end customer is satisfied with the product, because failure do happen. But I can report to you, this particular project was abandoned, was one company went bankrupt, the second company bankrupt. AC Transit has never been waiting for a spare part. They have not seen the fact that these suppliers work to qualify obsolete parts, to qualify new suppliers, to add new sensors. These are our job. These are what we need to do to simplify technology to the point the end user says, I don't want to know about it. I just want to drive it.
Fun.
So I'm the conventional technology in this panel. We started the ISLG back in 2007. We had growing pains all along, but I'm happy to report that the last 3 years of production, we've had a 40% reduction in repairs per 100. So we got a lot of good people working on a lot of good problems right now, and we're making a lot of good progress. And hopefully we're raising the bar for new technologies as they enter the marketplace. Going forward, we're going to be implementing heavy-duty onboard diagnostics. So it's the regulator's way of making sure that we remain compliant to our emission standards, but also is a good way to help technicians along in troubleshooting any issues that pop up along the way. So we'll be implementing that in 2018 and working on that right now. And then from a service perspective, we want to meet rollout every time, and we want to keep them on the road. We have 16 distributors and over 3,500 repair locations here in North America. I think most of you transit owners out there or properties have a good relationship with your Cummins distributor, and if not, I'd like to know about it.
Great. Hey, thank you. So the next question is going to deal with range, issues of range. But before we go on, did this spawn any questions from you in the audience that you would like to ask? And if not, I'll go on to the second quote. Okay, yes, please.
Similar nature in terms of the infrastructure, so the reliability of the vehicles, just how much thinking and work is going into the infrastructure and supply chains that you're putting, the battery backs that you'll have with spare batteries in years to come, things like that. It's an area of focus I'm concerned with. You work on the vehicle so much, but what about your grid? What about potential for outages, things like that?
I'll make one comment generally about infrastructure. It's two parts of the same equation. You can have the best vehicle in the world, but if you don't have infrastructure to support that and that is easy for the transit agencies to utilize, you don't have a complete product. Any comments? Any additional comments? Go ahead, Matt.
Stab, Jamie. Just to follow up on what you said, I think the equation that every transit operator has to figure out is what's the right balance between the infrastructure and the energy storage on board. There are lots of places along the continuum where you can be. Some vehicles are very heavy on the infrastructure side, carry a lot less energy on board, and then some obviously go the other direction. But I think this is an area where standardization is important, as David mentioned, but flexibility is also really key. Again, to make sure that you get the right system for what you're looking to do, and that's really going to drive everything from an infrastructure side. What kind of system you use, what it's going to cost, and what you're saving on the vehicle.
A good comment and a good segue to the next question, which really deals with extended range and flexibility of service and route structure. You heard some of the comments that came from the transit agencies in the previous panel, and it's important to be able to meet all the needs of a transit agency who have many different routes with different duty cycles. So the question here for our panel, and really for the transit agencies, is what is today the range of your vehicles, and what do you project the range will be as you see the path forward? When might that be? And you heard some of the questions that came out of last panel about how far can I drive our vehicle, how do I adjust route, our deployment of vehicles based on restructuring of routes. Dave, you want to start?
Okay, well, I'll answer that question by noting that we make six different types of propulsion. So range is something we're very concerned about. The CNG buses that we build for many of the transit agencies in this room typically have ranges up to 350 miles. And transit agencies want that type of flexibility, that one vehicle could potentially serve many routes. So when we look at long range, I think it's one of the reasons why New Flyer has got so much interest in the hydrogen fuel cells. Because on the battery side, we all get about the same type of fuel economy. We just completed a demonstration down in Miami. We got 1.6 kilowatts per hour operating a full day. That's the equivalent of 23 diesel equivalent miles per gallon. But that range that we got with that bus is dependent on how many batteries you put on, and like the other manufacturers, we can put up to 300 kilowatt hours of batteries, of which only 80% of that is really usable. The lower part and the upper parts really aren't usable, so if you take 80% of 300 kilowatt hours, that's 240 kilowatt hours. And let's say for all different operating type of conditions, with heat on, heat requirements are huge electrical loads on the bus. So let's take an average of, say, with extreme weather conditions, and that 1.6 kilowatts per hour or per mile goes up to, say, 3 kilowatt hours, 3 kilowatt hours per mile. So now all of a sudden your range is significantly reduced. So the range question is great, and batteries are getting better. We fully acknowledge that, that the investment that many companies are making in lithium-ion batteries and the next generation batteries are going to get better energy density, better range, and all the rest of it. So at the present time, and on the battery electric, I would say that our range is up to, say, 120 miles, but it really depends on a lot of factors, including the drivers that we talked about earlier. It depends on the weather. It depends on the load, how many passengers, the gradability of what you're doing. So it's really complex, and that's why we look at, the rapid charging system, the plug-in charging, heavy batteries, and then going light for the fast charge. It's going to take multiple solutions to fulfill all of those different transit agencies that I listed on one of my slides.
Right. Let me go back to the power outage question too that the gentleman raised. Power outage is going to affect unless you have a gravity feed diesel system, which most people don't. It takes pumps and motors and things to get the fuel up out of a hose and into your bus. If you have a CNG station, there's some people that have a gas-fired engine that drives a compressor. Most people are using electric compressors. So again, a power outage, I think, impacts all three fuel sources pretty equally. Going to the issue of range, as David was saying, the battery technology is coming along in leaps and bounds. Our Gen 2 buses were about 150 mile range. ABT is getting 180 out of those. Some days are getting over 200 miles out of those, depending on how they drive. We've had customers that are experiencing worse. We're having customers that are experiencing right down the center, right at about 155. The buses that we're building this year in 2016 with our battery density is increased from 200 amp hours per cell to 285. We have a 305 amp hour cell, and the test test cells right now that we think will be available to us later this year. So the range keeps going incrementally up. Our 45-foot over-the-road coach with our newest battery is projected to have a 250-mile range. Our 60-foot articulated is projected to have a 200-mile range. So, and all the batteries are moving along. So Titanate batteries are getting better. The batteries by Enerdell, Samsung, Toshiba, they're all working really hard on energy density, weight ratios, longevity. So I don't personally see it too far down the road that we're at a 300-mile bus, maybe in the next 18 to 24 months. In the meantime, you have range extension options such as the fast charge systems that Proterra uses, inductive charging like ABTA is getting ready to use. So there's all sorts of ways to integrate this technology into your fleet without altering the way you run your routes.
I think this has been pretty well covered, but at the end of the day, it's just math. You know, how much energy do you have available and how much are you using per mile? And you know, I think David covered it well, that you've really got to focus in on what your real world usage is going to be. Different weather, different drivers, different topography, et cetera. And I believe that all of us can work with transit agencies to really help them understand on any given route what you're really likely to see. And once you've got that fairly well understood, that lets you make the decisions about, again, energy storage and infrastructure.
Go ahead, Bob.
Jamie, just a short ad on the range of the hydrogen fuel cell buses that SunLine Transit is operating and some others are operating right now in the country. We have about 50 kilograms of hydrogen storage on board. Typically about 30 kilograms a day is average use. SunLine has clocked ranges that exceed 300 miles in a day, and we advertise about 260 because of those environmental heating and cooling type loads that are variable. Also addressing the question on power outages that the gentleman raised, hydrogen is by definition an energy storage medium. And when you have gaseous pressurized hydrogen storage within your system or liquid storage, and you can evaporate that for very, very little local energy use, that can be delivered to the bus during those kinds of situations without any real complication. It's not like the energy isn't available. It is stored within that system. Last week, speaking with Lauren Skyver at SunLine, she mentioned that SunLine strives to have a 2-day supply on hand at any time for various contingencies, such as power outages or compressor failure or something like that.
Any other comments from, okay. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's just one other point I wanted to make. I think another consideration in range that has to be considered is, the deterioration of the batteries over time. It's very similar to your phone. We know that lithium-ion batteries, the best quality that there are out there, are going to deteriorate over time due to the different types of charges, whether you're deep charging the batteries or shallow charges. So it's going to depend from transit agency to transit agency how long these batteries last. But my point is that when you plan a route, you need to put that into consideration as well, that perhaps towards the end of the life of the bus, that you have maybe 80% of the capability or 70% of the capability of the batteries.
Any follow-up questions from the audience at all? Yes, sir. Microphone, since we're webcast. 1 second. Our next set of questions will get into the cost of these technologies. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ron Zergas with the Victor Valley Transit Authority, and this is mainly a battery question. The rare earth minerals that we're using to make all these batteries, if we start powering all the vehicles in the world, is that going to create a problem? And number two is, what about at the end of the life of these batteries? What kind of environmental impact will that have?
Question.
Well, I'll take a stab. I have not read anything about a impending shortage of lithium. But at the end of life is a great question. Our batteries, speaking to David's point about deterioration, we show about 7,000 cycles to get to 80%. If you do the math on that, that's 19 years on a vehicle cycling every day. At the end of at 80%, you start feeling that range difference, and at that point, we have two options. If you and the number one option that's emerging right now is you take them off the bus, you put them, you add them to a battery storage farm, and you use them for stationary storage off a solar system or a wind generation or any other source of power that's going into those batteries. And we expect them in that environment to live another 20 years. So now you're out to 40 years. At that point, iron phosphate-based batteries, at least ours that I know of specifically, are recyclable, fully reusable. There's really no toxic waste that's generated after you disassemble them and take the different materials and put them into a recycling process.
Could I ask a follow-up question on the fuel cell side? I am going to ask it, whether maybe Chris or Abbas, but platinum is obviously used as a catalyst. What's happening in that industry as it relates to these precious metals and also recycling? What happens cradle to grave with the technology?
I just comment on platinum for a second. Platinum availability is pretty high, actually. There's enough known platinum in the world to do all public transit and all regular cars. At the kind of levels of loading we're working at now, there's a couple of things from a technical standpoint happening. One is just lower catalyst levels overall has been down by about a factor of 2 over the last couple of years, and also alloy catalysts like platinum cobalt that you see in this generation of fuel cell vehicles being launched that helps that use. Honestly, from a strategic metal standpoint, we should all be much more concerned with electric motor magnets and things like neodymium than we are with either lithium or platinum, because those are quite limited of where they come from and how much there is of them. So from an electric vehicle standpoint, I think there's bigger fish to fry than either platinum or lithium.
Okay.
Jimmy, I'd like to add one thing here. And also to address that issue for if we do a rule amendment, we also have to do an environmental analysis. So we'll ensure to address that issue as well. Thanks.
So let me ask a question related to costs, a couple of questions. So if a current diesel bus with the latest EPA emission requirements is roughly $475,000, if you go to a CNG engine, add anywhere from $35,000 to $50,000 to that cost. If you go to a diesel hybrid, add another $150,000 to $200,000 to that cost. What is the marginal increase from a diesel, conventional diesel, to provide battery electric and to provide, let's say, fuel cell electric bus? That's the first part of it. The second part of this question is really at what volumes and time frame might battery electrics and fuel cell electrics reach parity with these conventional technologies? Is the baseline a diesel? Is it a CNG? Or maybe it's a diesel hybrid, or none of the above? Maybe it's a new standard, in order to get the environmental benefits that we're all looking for, maybe it's a new standard. So first, incremental cost. Second, where will we reach, or can we reach parity? Whoever wants to start with it.
So I'll start with the battery electric. We've recently quoted, and this comes off the Washington DOT contract, but we can produce a battery electric bus for about $685,000, and that's with 100 kilowatt hours of battery capacity. So that would be, as some refer to it as, maybe a fast charge configuration. So, obviously, as we've talked about today, competition is good, and certainly competition is driving down some of the costs. Batteries will continue to come down. Currently, people may have different figures, but battery costs are somewhere in the order between, say, $500 and $700 a kilowatt hour. So we do see that those battery costs will come down, but you still got a lot of other componentry on a battery electric bus, such as inverters and the drive motor itself. So I don't think we're ever going to see parity with a diesel bus. That's my perspective on the matter, but I see some room for improvement. Now, and then real quickly on the hydrogen fuel cell type buses, we have written a letter to the California Air Resources Board, and I think it was issued in 2014, where we stated that at the time, based on what we saw with the availability of fuel cells and the hydrogen storage tanks on the bus, that we, in quantities of 40, could get the price of the fuel cell bus down to $900,000. There may be some further room for improvement there, and I'm encouraged by Chris's comments today that he expressed earlier in his presentation.
Go ahead.
I think that the cost range for diesel hybrid will be very well within range for battery electric with some manufacturing volume. So I think that'll obviously be the first place where battery electric will be most competitive. I also do see over time that it will come down to be more competitive with CNG and diesel, though I would question whether economics would actually ever dictate that. When you look at the maintenance and fuel savings, how significant those are against conventional fossil fuel vehicles, even a vehicle that's still moderately more expensive up front in terms of capital cost is going to be far more cost competitive when you look at total cost of ownership. In addition, as the FTA continues to encourage and to be more open-minded about different types of financing that you can do, I think that will be a very important tool for transit agencies to be able to offset that higher upfront cost and get to lower costs from day one. And none of these are exotic ideas. When we look at what's happened in the solar industry with the availability of financing, it has blown the doors open for those markets. And I think in this world as well, with a relatively higher cost upfront vehicle, but much, much lower operating costs, it's a perfect recipe for financing to help ease this transition.
Boss, you next. Then you, Macy. Yeah. Boss, go ahead.
I'm not really qualified and don't know how to comment on the vehicle level. But looking at 2018, we are looking at the cost or the price of the fuel cell complete system to be equivalent of that of a 2018 or Euro 6 compliance engine. Because fuel cell can be downsized to meet the same demand. That means we can have 2 to 3 times the cost of that engine and still do the same performance. So there is no reason, there is no justification why a fuel cell engine, bus, powertrain, not bus, but powertrain, should not be the same cost or lower than a hybrid. That is what we are looking at. The bus industry is good, it is nicer, it is more, how can I say, richer. We are making a common power plant to meet trucking. Imagine how much financial difficulty we have to do the powertrain for trucks when the truck cost is $120,000 base price, $180,000, $160,000. So therefore, as a powertrain supplier, I have gone through my work. I'm looking at the commodity pricing of all these components you look at. He's using platinum, we'll use platinum. We use carbon. They use ceramics or other things. But there is no reason, we are confident that a fuel cell power plant will meet for the same performance, not dollar per kilowatt, but for the same performance, the cost of a 2018 or Euro 6 complete engine and after treatment, and it will meet the service maintenance requirement for that. From a powertrain point of view, I see that. That's what I'm investing on. So therefore, I cannot comment on the vehicle because unfortunately, most of the projects that we have done has to do with vehicle, windshield, everything was new. Whereas if you focus on powertrain itself, it will. Price keeps going down, and it will meet that price in 2018. That's what we're looking for.
There are a good 100 witnesses to what you just said. Macy, next.
Thanks. Really to build and echo what Matt said, if the batteries are at the heart of this thing, that's where all the dollars are. And I see kind of like a staircase descent in pricing. It's just not a linear line down, but because we're not static. If we all decide to freeze everything where we are at whatever energy density and whatever lifespan our batteries had, and said, okay, we're done, let's run 10,000 of these, we could drive the price down. But what we want, what you all want, is that the range keeps going up and the density keeps going up and the weight keeps coming down. So as we do those things, you're going to see steps where we get to a point and we're flat for a while and the price comes down, and then we're flat for a while, and then we do some more research and that raises expenses, and so we get into a different cell, different energy density, that formula. And we got to get that volume back up, so then you're going to be flat for a while. And then when the volume gets up, you're going to come down another notch or two. But I do see us getting within striking range of a hybrid, certainly not at conventional diesel. I think they're going to become fairly irrelevant pretty quick. But
Bob.
Yes, I'd like to just support what we heard from Dave and Macy and others, that certainly, and I'm going to talk to fuel cell buses definitely have the opportunity and the capability of being on par with conventional hybrid buses. And the reason for that mainly is because the actual costs are coming down on all fronts. Who likes real data? Somebody mentioned that the low-no buses manufactured by Eldorado was about $1.9 million per copy. Right now, that same bus, because of manufacturing locations in Riverside, we've completely consolidated it. It's down to about 1.4, with a trajectory that actually does follow what we see in Europe. If we really want to get some good data on where we think this is going, take a look at what the European fuel cell hybrid joint undertaking is doing, and I think that those costs were mentioned earlier. So getting to around $700,000 fuel cell bus is definitely a ways off. It does take these inflection points. It happens because something changes. We freeze a design, we build it, something changes. And now we're getting to a point where the biggest opportunity is really around the cost of that fuel cell. I'm very, very encouraged by what I'm hearing out there for fuel cell development and the costs of fuel cells driven by the automotive industry mainly. And to Abbas's point, the potential entrance of that technology into trucking into larger quantities where we'll get the durability. So I just wanted to reinforce that.
One last comment from Matt, and then I think we'll have to conclude.
Yeah, just to add a little additional data along those lines, that tie-in between automotive volumes and what we're seeing in transit is really important. When you look at what David was talking about in terms of $500 to $700 a kilowatt hour at the battery pack level, it's apples and oranges, but General Motors, with the kind of volumes they're getting, you probably saw that they announced they're at under $150 at the cell level. So with volume, we're going to see just a massive decline in those prices for the batteries. And to the extent we can draft off of what's going on in the automotive industry with scale in EVs, again, that's going to help transit lower that cost much faster than we could on our own. But with the volumes that I think we'll see in the next few years, even in transit, you're going to see very, very much lower, probably half or less than where we are today.
So in spite of all these advances, I think it's fair to say that the internal combustion engine isn't going away anytime soon, and the role that Tom and Cummins Westport, they're playing is critical to our ultimate goals. And Tom had a comment or two, and I saw a hand go up, so Todd, hold on. Go ahead, Todd.
I just wanted to make one small point on the recent certification. So I think from a price perspective, and I can't speak hard numbers out of confidentiality with the OEMs. We sell to the OEMs, and they end up putting our product in their vehicle and selling the vehicle. But I think right now we're aligned more closely with the diesel product than we are with a hybrid or a fuel cell or battery electric vehicle. We just reduced our NOx emissions by 90% and our greenhouse gases by 9%. And I think we're still going to be closer to diesel than we are to the other technologies. And that'll be effective this year.
Go ahead, Todd. I know this cuts into lunch, but
It's real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Todd.
Todd Campbell with Clean Energy, and I just wanted to say that I agree that volume over time certainly reduces costs, but I was really impressed by Macy's sales figures of 7,200 e-buses globally, and I did not hear a price specifically from either Matt or you, but has that volume given you a substantial competitive edge over your competitors? Because it seems to me 7,200 buses this year is a pretty impressive number.
It is, and yeah, our prices have come down quite a bit. So has our competitors. We're all benefiting from batteries getting more cost competitive, and those kinds of numbers continue to drive that for sure. So yeah, our bus is probably 200,000 cheaper than it was 2 years ago. Not over our competitors, but again, the battery being the core technology, the battery pricing is still what it is. It's lithium costs what it does. They're using a lithium-based. So we're all using a lithium-based formula of one sort or another. So.
Okay. First of all, I think congratulations to a really good panel from everyone, please. And we didn't get to address all of the questions we had. I will just let you know that this group, in preparation for today, had questions related to after-sales support. Every operator in this room knows that it's one thing to sell a capital item. How do you support it for 12 to 15 years? We do have responses to that. They're aware of that issue. And the other key factor is workforce training. What's going to make it easy to transition these technologies into conventional applications, how important that is. And they're all prepared in our discussions to be able to address that. But easier said than done right now, but thank you for your time and enjoy lunch.
So it was a very informative morning, and we have 2 more sessions coming back this afternoon regarding how low carbon fuels can further enhance advanced technologies. And we're going to come back at 2 o'clock sharp. Thanks a lot. We also have some handouts in the back regarding some of the local diners. So in case anybody needs it, please help yourself. Okay, the mic is on. So we had a very productive morning with the 2 sessions regarding the transit experience and also technology outlook. This afternoon we are going to have 2 more sessions talking about renewable fuels and also their availability and also the infrastructure. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce session 3. I think it's all yours.
Thank you, Yachun and Tony and others at the Air Resources Board for bringing us all together here. I'm Eileen Tutt. I am the Executive Director of the California Electric Transportation Coalition, and I'm really honored to be moderating this fabulous panel today. I do want to ask one question ahead of time just for the panelists and for myself, and it was asked earlier, but how many transit agencies are actually in the room with us today? People that, oh good, okay. Still there are, what, 100 plus of you, so you guys, and I'm really glad to see Mr. Jablonski here. Just a question to think about for you all. We, I think, as alternative fuel providers, especially in the electricity sector, but I think in all the alternative fuel providers probably would like a venue to talk to you about how to interact with the grid, the availability of natural gas and that kind of thing. So if you could think about that, and then it's a question we want to put out there for you before we even start this, and then as we talk, be thinking about what opportunities there are, and maybe Tony and the regulators also, I know you have a working group and that kind of thing. It might be good to have the fuel providers and the transit agencies come together in some forum where that might be accessible to a larger number of folks. But I'll introduce everybody really briefly and then we'll get started. So Marvin Moon is the Director of the Power Engineering Division at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Mr. Moon is responsible for the design and management of all projects related to the power system infrastructure at LADWP. And Laura, to his left, your right, I think, yeah, is the Principal Manager of Air and Climate in Southern California, Edison's Regulatory Affairs Organization. Laura leads a team responsible for the utilities regulatory and legislative policy concerning air quality, climate change, and transportation electrification. So these are very busy people, I can tell. And then Sahar Kamali, is that right, Sahar? Okay, good. Sahar Kamali is the Business Development Manager for Clean Energy Renewables. Ms. Kamali focuses on developing renewable natural gas fueling solutions for transit, municipal, and fleet customers, as well as the generation and sale of low-carbon fuel standard credits and renewable credits at the federal level that are created as the result of renewable natural gas fuel sales. I don't think Sam Wade needs an introduction, but at the end is Sam Wade. He's the Chief of the Transportation Fuels Branch at the Air Resources Board. Mr. Wade oversees rule development and implementation of the low-carbon fuel standard. In prior positions with the ARB, Mr. Wade contributed to the inception of California's Cap and Trade program, which is helping to fund a lot of these efforts and hopefully the transit efforts as well. So with that, I'll start with Marvin, if you don't mind coming up.
Thank you so much, Eileen. Boy, I'm excited to be here, and thank you to CARB for hosting this forum. It's a great opportunity to talk about this emerging technology. So being from the electric utility, I'm going to be talking a little bit about what's going on in our industry, and then how does EV charging or bus charging interplay with that. Some people call it challenges. I call it opportunities because there's something there for everybody here. I'm going to touch briefly on rates, just briefly, because you'll hear more about later, and also opportunities for collaboration, which is so important. So why do we even care about EVs? Well, obviously we got to talk about the greenhouse gas emissions, 75% less. The fuel is so much cheaper. We're talking about fuel switching opportunities. We're building a new industry for jobs. We're making a green economy. As the fuel gets greener, the air gets greener. Better use of our utility assets. I'll talk more about that in a minute. And for us, just being a little selfish, since we sell electricity, every electric vehicle, at least the small ones, are equal to about half a house of usage, which is cool. And it's at night, too, when we have plenty of capacity. So what are benefits to customers? Well, let's think about this. Obviously, you get a lot of benefits I just described if you own a car, but what if you don't? What if you're just a Joe average citizen in the city? Do you know electric transportation is the only program that we have that has a potential to lower the cost of electricity for everybody. When you think about cents per kilowatt hour, if you can get that kilowatt hours bigger without a lot of investment, well, that's huge. In fact, if you look at that graph right there, that came out of our new integrated resource plan, which could be published in a few days, which shows that with big EV adoption, the rate, the charge cents per kilowatt hour is going to go down. And that's the only program of all those programs up there: energy efficiency, local solar, fuel, the increases in fuel costs, 50% renewables, coal replacements, getting off ocean cooling. All these programs cost money, except this is the one that has potential to lower the cost for everybody. Okay, so we have a lot of goals. We have to get off ocean cooling. We have to get out of coal. We have renewable requirements. They're huge. We had 2020 by 2010. We have to reach 25% by 2016, 33% by 2020, and 50% by 2030. Well, that's not easy. If you can see here, this is our plan for moving forward. Our coal is going to go down to nothing. Our wind is going to kind of hold steady. Solar is going to become a big part of it. Geothermal, we're going to get some of that going because it's nice, steady load. And at the bottom there, you have energy efficiency. And that's kind of one of our principles. If you can take away the overall amount of power you'd have to deliver through energy efficiency and get the number down, it makes it easier to deliver on the other things like renewables. And like I mentioned before, as the electric grid gets cleaner, so does electric transportation. Okay, so how about charging? Well, right now, most people charge at night. And I'm going to talk a little bit about cars because that's a little more common. In LA, 89% of the charging is done at home, and 80% of that is off-peak. Well, that's great, because right now we have a lot of wind power that comes at night, so in theory that power has someplace to go. But things are changing in the industry. In fact, I showed you that solar is getting much bigger. In fact, look at this chart here. The center line there talks about when we get to 50% renewables, our modeling shows we're going to have over 2,000 hours of overproduction of solar. It's all between that 10 and 4 o'clock window. And that's 23% of the time, which is almost every day. So what are you going to do? You can't shut it off because you got to sell it to make your renewable goals. Well, electric transportation might be able to solve that. Here's an example. There's a big red bubble. It just, as the renewables goals go higher, that bubble gets bigger and bigger. We got to sell it. Just can't turn it off. Here's the other part of it. This is, I could say the word duck curve, but basically this is it. If you look at the red line on top of this, that's the load of our customers. But the blue line is what the utility sees, water and power, based on our modeling, because of all the solar, both customer solar and even our own solar farms that we're building. It fills in all that gap between the red and the blue, and it goes down and down. And that's a problem, because we can't shut down or dial down a lot of our generation. So some of those are big steam boilers. It takes a day and a half to get up to speed. And you just can't get things very quickly. But look at that blue curve on the right. Look how fast it shoots up. On a big, heavy loaded day, that could be 3,000 megawatts that you have to come up with in an hour. That's like turning that city on in an hour. That's extremely challenging, and a lot of generation sources can't do it. Dialing down to accommodate it and then shooting up when the sun goes down. Very challenging indeed. Okay, so enter electric buses. Electric vehicles. Obviously, buses are great because, just on the back of an envelope, that's like equal to 20 light-duty electric vehicles, depending. And that's with very light usage. If you use them a lot, it's even more. Also, the key to everything is when you charge. Charging off peak. When we have either huge capacity, like we do it right now at night, or if we have overabundance of power. In fact, you talk about demand response programs. That traditionally sets the mind thinking, well, maybe that's when you turn things off. Turn off the air conditioner, turn off the lights, turn off the pool pump. But it's going to change. It's going to be turn it on. We got some cheap power, turn the stuff on, and it's going to be in the afternoon, which is a mind changer, because right now everything in the afternoon has been expensive in the past. Okay, so midday charging, eventually as we get down the road, it's going to become a big deal. And that will help, obviously, the bus industry as you try to charge throughout the day. And smart charging will assist big time as well. Okay, so how do you save money? I was involved with the energy efficiency programs for a while, and it's just 4 simple things to save money. It's so obvious. Obviously, don't use the power. When you use the power, use it efficiently. Obviously, LED lights versus incandescent. And if you don't need it, turn it off. And that's what's great about electric vehicles too. When you're idling, the only thing you have are your auxiliaries, your air conditioning. You're not simply idling and turning a motor. use electricity when it's cheap, whether it be off-peak, future dynamic pricing, demand response, whatever it is. And if you can do cheaper than the utility, I hate to say this because I'm utility, make it yourself. Okay, there you go. And there's at the bottom there, that's just a comparison from one of the university studies. I just did a quick Google on all the comparisons of electric buses to diesel and so on. They're all over the place, but all I ought to say is the electric is much more efficient. Okay, price signals. This is so important. We got to send one of the cheapest ways to implement price, get people to charge when they're supposed to, is send the right price signals. And here's some examples. This was done by the Department of Energy on a thing called the EV project a couple years ago. And it's a great example. If you look at San Diego in the upper left, they had this super saver rate. At midnight, the power got really cheap. And look how it just spikes right up when people charge in their car. This is several thousand cars that were monitored closely. You look at Los Angeles, it's not quite that spiky because our power goes down, it gets cheap at 8 o'clock. So we had kind of like two peaks, one that shoots up at 8 and then a big one at 12. I think people got this mind thing that 12 o'clock is the magic time. And then San Francisco, is that it? Whatever, had a similar thing, but Washington State didn't have anything. And so you can see that the curve was very, very smooth and very sinusoidal type. So what that's saying is that price signals are a big driver in getting people to charge at the right time. Okay, demand charges. What is that? We talked about, you've heard about all morning long. And whenever I meet with the bus companies, they're always saying, Marv, you got to do something about those demand chargers. Well, obviously, it's making a pipe big enough to charge when you need it. But I'll give you an extreme example. We have to plug in ships that come into the port. Those are big ships, and the cruise ships have 10 megawatts of load. They're there for one day for about 5 hours, and then they're gone for the rest of the week. So we build a big infrastructure, we have to recover our costs, and that's the simple theory behind demand charges. And here's a comparison of demand charges that was done by Nissan when they were putting out their fast chargers. It's all over the board, anywhere from $16 to $1,400. So what my message is, every utility is different. You got to really look at those utility rates and what you can do to make it work. And then solution for demand charges. Well, I won't go into it, but there's so many with regards to energy management and the likes of that. Okay, so water and power has been probably one of the biggest proponents of infrastructure in the city. We've changed level 2 chargers, DC fast chargers, and I want to tell you, on February 16th, we're launching our new rebate program. This will be our third for commercial and residential customers. And there is a component for heavy duty. So there's residential charging, commercial charging, and heavy duty. I'm very happy to be part of that. Moving forward, education and outreach are going to be so important. We're going to see more chargers all over the city. And again, the heavy duty incentives will be very key. With that, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Marvin. And just as a reminder, Laura Ranger is a principal manager at Southern California Edison.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Eileen. Thank you to CARB for the opportunity to speak here today. We really appreciate this opportunity. Okay, this first slide just highlights Edison's role in heavy-duty electrification. And I put this up here just to demonstrate that our role in HD electrification is not just limited to rates and rate design, although that's a big component of it, and that's what I'll be focusing my presentation on today. But we also are a member of CalSTART and CalETC. We're active in the legislative and regulatory venues to secure funding for TE. We provide support letters to support letters for ARB RFPs, and we hope that in the future with SB 350, we'll be able to take a more active role in providing infrastructure to this market, which will decrease our customers' charges. Finally, if we go down to the bottom of the pyramid, we also provide specific technical advisory services, and we can work with our customers to help inform you about all of the charges that you would face depending on your particular business model and your particular charging methodology. We want to make sure that you have that information and that you can make decisions fully informed. And we can also provide information on available rebates, incentives, and grants. Okay. So it's important to remember that Edison remains technology and business model neutral. When looking at rate design and rates, it's also important to note that the PUC historically approved rates based on the principle of cost causation. And that means that costs to the system should be borne by the customer that creates the cost. So the costs arise obviously from the infrastructure needed to deliver the energy and the time-related energy cost itself. Based on this rule-making principle, customer usage demand, when, how much, and how fast is going to have the largest impact on your total energy cost. In other words, the technology, capability, and your business model will have the most significant impacts on fuel costs. For example, if you figure fast charging is at around 500 kilowatts, if that's charged in tandem, there could be a 1 megawatt charge, as opposed to slow charging overnight at a bus depot, that's roughly 40 to 80 kilowatts overnight. Oh, and lastly, Edison is in the process of developing and proposing a new time-of-use EV6, and this rate is being proposed specifically with transit customers in mind. So I'll get into that a little bit more in the next upcoming slides. Okay, this slide just gives you some basic background on Edison's rate structure components. There's an energy rate, which is typically expressed in cents per kilowatt hour, and it's designed to recover a portion of the costs for delivery service and generation. There's the customer charge, which is typically expressed in dollars per day or dollars per month, and these are your marginal customer-related distribution costs. These costs do not vary with energy usage. Then we have our demand charges, facilities-related demand and time-related demand. The facilities-related demand are your T&D costs, your transmission and distribution facilities costs, and those are based on the customer's highest need. So it would be to serve the highest demand for that customer. The time-related demand costs are for the summer months, and that's for June through September. And then finally, we have our time-of-use costs, and as we know, energy, the cost of energy is variable throughout the day, and so your energy is going to be cheapest at night typically and most expensive during the day when there's a higher demand. This slide gives you an overview of our current and proposed EV rates. The first EV rate I put up there just as background. This is a residential rate that is for a separate meter for single-family dwellings. The second one is EV3. This is a EV rate for a separate meter just to charge EVs at workplaces or public right-of-ways. This is a rate for EV charging if the demand is 20 kilowatts or less. And on this one, the most favorable charging would be off-peak between 11 and 8 a.m. Then time-of-use EV4 is very similar to TOU EV3, with the exception of it is for 500 kilowatts or less. And TOU EV6 is our final rate, and we have not filed for that one yet, but we expect to do so very soon, first quarter 2016. If this one is approved, the time of use periods will be updated to reflect the duck curve. In a couple slides, I'll show the duck curve. I'm not afraid to call it what it is. And we got that from the CAISO, so I think I'm safe. And for this one, the on-peak period is expected to be 2 to 8 p.m. So the on-peak period is shifting to later in the day, which we'll go into that in a bit. And that's what the RPS portfolio, the impact on the rates in that way. Okay. So this slide was intended to show you how the fleet size and the charging method can impact your costs. If you look on the far left, if you have one fast charger at 500 kilowatts, you could be looking at costs at $2.32 a mile. If you have 10 fast chargers and you're doing tandem charging, that goes down to 82 cents a mile because you have more investment to spread those demand costs, or more chargers that can spread out those demand costs. If you do not do tandem charging, you're looking at 60 cents a mile, and that again is because you don't have that spike of having two charged at once. And then lastly, if you have a bus depot overnight, roughly 5 to 6 hours, not charging during the day, you could be down to 36 cents per mile. This chart was created with a lot of assumptions. It's only illustrative, and I'm sure that we can, slice and dice it many ways, but I just wanted to demonstrate that, again, when you're charging and how much you're using can have a big impact because of the way the system's set up. So as more buses are added, there's more kilowatts to spread the fixed and demand charges. And larger batteries are something to consider because you have more flexibility to take advantage of the time of use rates. Okay, but the future is bright. Edison strongly suggests that heavy-duty electric vehicles be assessed on their full life cycle costs, which our speakers earlier today spoke about, so I won't go into that. We are actively working on lowering the fuel costs for these vehicles, which we believe are very beneficial. There are several tools that we may be able to use in the future to lower the life cycle costs. Customer shifting technology and operations. Obviously it's important to have flexible operations to take advantage of fluctuating energy prices. Those energy prices are dynamic, and so to the extent that you have flexibility in your operations, you can achieve some of the benefits from those fluctuations. On-site generation and or storage. I'm the second utility, I guess, to tell you to make your own product and compete with us, but that is one way that you can obviously reduce your costs. Vehicle range extenders, bigger batteries, IC engines that use renewable fuels. LCFS credits can also help offset your costs. And we are working on advisory services to help find grants. We recently had our Charge Ready application approved by the PUC, which authorizes Edison to establish a TE advisory services organization, and so that will be rolled out soon. Excuse me. And lastly, utility-owned charging and propulsion infrastructure. We're very hopeful that under SB 350, the utilities will be able to invest in the charging infrastructure in multiple different areas. We've invested for passenger duty vehicles, that's our Charge Ready application, but we're hoping to be able to expand that, hoping that this legislation is interpreted to allow us to do so, which we believe that's how it should be interpreted. Okay. Lastly, the impact of the RPS standard, and I won't go into too much detail here. This is the duck curve. As you see, where it says overgeneration risk, as Marvin discussed, battery EVs can be used to help with this overgeneration problem, and we think that that's a great synergy that we need to explore and try to figure out how we can do that and have more opportunity for daytime charging. The impact of the RPS standard is really that peak generation capacity charges are expected to shift to later in the day. It also has the potential for matinee pricing, and Edison recently filed an application for a pilot program for about 200 customers. It was aimed at our agriculture and water agencies to try to shift some of that load to the day to take advantage of that overgen. So with that, I'll conclude. I know my time is up. Thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Next, we have Sahar Kamali, who is the Business Development Manager for Clean Energy Renewables.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to first thank CARB for inviting clean energy and including us in this panel. We're happy to be part of the discussion today. Clean energy, as some of you may know, we're the largest natural gas fueling solution provider in the U.S. We have over 550 stations, with a large concentration of those being in California. We provide everything from construction, station construction, operations and maintenance, as well as renewable natural gas supply, which will be the focus of my presentation today. As we saw this morning, battery electric vehicles and fuel cell vehicles are going to be an important part of our clean transit future, but at current prices, they're not feasible for many transit fleets. The next generation natural gas vehicles that we heard about this morning have an incredible reduction in NOx emissions, and coupled with renewable natural gas, they can provide a major role in reducing GHG emissions here in California today. the industry, in terms of renewable natural gas, in order for it to grow as an industry, we need a reliable alternative fuel tax credit, previously known as VTEC, as well as continued funding for NGV tanks and engines, and RFS2 and LCFS stability. Thank you. So renewable natural gas is growing in California. We saw in Q3 2015, which is the last quarter that we have data for, of the 33 million gallons reported under the low carbon fuel standard for natural gas, over 17 million gallons of that was renewable natural gas. So over 50% of the natural gas being consumed in California as a vehicle fuel is renewable natural gas. And that's going to continue to grow both from industry, as an industry perspective, as well as ARB estimates. In the most recent ARB mobile source strategies discussion, ARB recognizes that the low NOx engine paired with renewable natural gas is going to be an important measure to reduce GHG emissions in the heavy-duty sector. There's incentives and policy initiatives out there for renewable natural gas and low NOx NGV engines. There's also the low carbon fuel standard, greenhouse gas reduction funds, and all of these paired with the goals of petroleum reduction in 2030, NOx attainment in 2031. All of these are part of renewable natural gas and NGV, low NOx NGV engines achieving these goals and initiatives. So Clean Energy Renewables, we're a wholly owned subsidiary of Clean Energy. Our role is to produce, market, and distribute renewable natural gas. We have a branded RNG product which we market as Redeem, that's currently being used in California transit agencies, municipal fleets, refuse fleets, as well as household names like UPS and Kroger are fueling with Redeem today. There's just a couple of pretty exciting on-site fueling renewable natural gas projects that I wanted to highlight that are happening here in California. These are actually Redeem customers as well. The first one is CR&R, their refuse fleet out of Southern California. This is their facility in Paris. It's actually going to be producing renewable natural gas in the second quarter of 2016. They'll be delivering about 1 million gallons of renewable natural gas to their own fleet. They have a growing CNG fleet, so their fleet actually consumes more than 1 million gallons a year, so they'll be consuming all of this fuel on site. It has a negative carbon intensity established by the ARB, so it's a significant GHG reduction. South San Francisco Scavengers, this facility has been operational for over a year, and it's also an anaerobic digestion facility, so they're taking food waste, green waste, and just regular MSW, processing it, cleaning it up to vehicle fuel, renewable natural gas, and fueling about 25 vehicles a day. So again, their fleet demand is actually about twice as much as the fuel that they're producing. So coupled with Redeem, they're recognizing about a 4,300 metric ton reduction per year, which is pretty significant for a fleet of their size. So in 2015, Clean Energy Renewables, we delivered over 50 million gallons of Redeem into the California market. We have a goal to exceed that in 2016. We recognized over 331,000 metric tons of GHG reductions as compared to the compliance curve of the low carbon fuel standard. Sometimes I think that number is not really that accessible to people, so it's actually 662 million pounds of CO2 avoided. That came from 12 different biomethane supply sources. 2 of those are owned and operated by Clean Energy Renewables. The others, we are the exclusive marketer for all of the product gas that's produced and put into the interstate pipeline to be delivered to California. We're able to deliver this renewable natural gas all at a cost at parity with conventional natural gas, or at a discount to conventional natural gas by providing a share of the environmental credit revenue that's generated as a result of the fuel that these fleets consume. So fleets that are fueling with Redeem are able to actually realize a discount to fueling with CNG, which, as you know, is already a pretty low-cost fuel. I think Andrew Papson from Foothill Transit showed that their all-in cost for CNG was 23 cents a mile, and I asked him, and he confirmed that that does not include the LCFS credit revenue that they're generating every quarter. So it's actually even better than that. And finally, just wanted to talk about the fact that natural gas engines with the ultra low NOx engine technology that's going to be available paired with renewable natural gas is really an opportunity to achieve real GHG reductions and mobile source NOx emissions reductions today. The picture that you see here is the Big Blue bus in Santa Monica. This is their fleet that's fueling with Redeem. And they're actually able to include those GHG reductions in their citywide inventory. So when a municipal fleet is fueling with renewable natural gas, they have the ability to really account for those emissions and be recognized for those reductions in their own citywide goals and initiatives. And then just one final point, which is that renewable natural gas builds on the existing infrastructure of CNG and LNG, and it can really be a bridge to fueling with hydrogen and gaseous fuels of the future. Thank you.
Sam Wade, ladies and gentlemen, Chief of the Transportation Fuels Branch here at the Air Resources Board.
Okay, thanks, Eileen. So I'm here to explain to you folks how you can take advantage of the low carbon fuel standard as a transit agency. We have some of you in the system already, but we're certainly looking for everybody who is eligible to be in our program. So that's my goal today, and feel free to come up and talk to me afterwards if you'd like more details. So let me start with a little bit about what the low carbon fuel standard is. It's one of two big tradable credit systems that we have under the umbrella of AB 32 that attempts to motivate changes in the transportation sector. It started in 2009 and was recently readopted by our board in September 2015 to address some procedural challenges under a lawsuit. And the goal of the program is to reduce the carbon intensity of California's fuel by 10% by 2020. Carbon intensity is basically the greenhouse gas emissions over the life cycle of a fuel, so from well to wheels, and it's divided by the energy content of that fuel. In addition to achieving greenhouse gas reductions, the low carbon fuel standard should also help with criteria pollutant issues and transform and diversify the fuel pool and reduce our petroleum dependency. The mechanics behind the system can sometimes be a little intimidating to folks, but it's really not that confusing. At the end of the day, you have high carbon fuels, which are above our standard, which generate deficits, and low carbon fuels below the standard, which generate credits. And if you're a generator of deficits, you have to go out and acquire credits to match your deficits at the end of each year. So with respect to where the different fuels fall on the carbon intensity scale, there really is a range for each of these fuels that I'm showing here, but I'm showing some representative values just to give you guys a sense of where things fall and to emphasize that really you have the conventional high carbon fuels, gasoline and diesel, and then you have renewable natural gas, hydrogen, electricity, and renewable diesel, which all offer significant benefits relative to the conventional fuels. Conventional fossil natural gas is also up there, and it offers some benefit, but it's not as large as what we view as sort of the next generation of fuels. We've made significant progress since the program started with respect to low carbon fuel use in the state. In all quarters of the program, we've had credits exceed deficits by a large margin, and a significant credit bank has been built at this point. We've also seen the source of the credits or the fuel mix change since the beginning of the program. When we first started, almost all the credits were coming from ethanol, which is the large green pie, and a decent portion from fossil natural gas. But in the most recent full year that we have data for public right now, 2014, we've seen major contributions now from renewable natural gas, renewable diesel, biodiesel, and electricity beginning to make some inroads. So now let me sort of turn to what this means for transit agencies. So if you're running any of these low carbon fuels, there is a benefit to be had in the system, but the mechanics of that are a little different depending on the fuel type that we're talking about. So for example, for renewable natural gas, as was just mentioned, the fuel provider is the one who receives the low carbon fuel standard credit, and they can then offer a premium, a price break basically to the transit agency that's fueling its bus with renewable natural gas. That's true for other types of liquid fuels as well, biodiesel, renewable diesel. But it's different for fossil natural gas and for electricity. In the case of fossil natural gas, where you own the fueling infrastructure and equipment, you can receive the credit directly, and many folks have already taken advantage of that and opted into our system. Same thing for if you own your own electric buses or fixed guideway systems, including light rail, for example. So the other thing I would point out is that there always is the option that credits can be, the ability to generate credits can be passed to you. And so if you are, for example, running a fleet of hydrogen buses, but your hydrogen provider does not want to generate credits themselves for whatever reason, you can ask that contractually they agree to let you be the credit generator. And that's certainly an option we ask folks to pursue if they're interested. So with respect to how you opt in, it's relatively straightforward. You go to this web link, you register in our tool by providing the information listed here, and then you begin to report your fuel on a quarterly basis. So the first thing you should know before you begin to report your fuel is, are you using a default carbon intensity score, which is available for electricity, hydrogen, and some types of renewable natural gas, or do you need sort of a facility-specific score? That is now required for fossil natural gas. That's one of the changes we made in September. So if you have a fleet of natural gas vehicles that are still running fossil natural gas, you need to come to us and get a unique CI score. Once you have your CI, you can begin to report on a quarterly basis. The deadlines are shown here. Basically, after you meet these deadlines and the report is finalized, the credits become saleable, and an annual report needs to be filed by April 30th of every year. With respect to selling credits, it is a market where the primary mechanism to sell is to contact the buyers directly or work through brokers. There's not any exchanges or anything like that set up for this stuff yet. But the credits have recently rebounded in price pretty significantly and are up above $120 per ton at this point. So it's a very significant additional value add for folks running low carbon fuels. So I tried to show that here. And again, as I said, the CI scores I've used are just sort of representative. But for almost all of the types of low carbon fuels, you're talking about a benefit on the order of $10,000 per bus if that bus drives 40,000 miles per year and the LCFS credit is $100 per ton. So it's a significant additional source of value. I also wanted to highlight the fixed guideway system component of the rule, which is something new that we added in September. So if you have a light rail or a similar type of system operating on a fixed guideway, you are eligible to generate credits for this. The electricity is the main fuel we're thinking of here. And there are two sorts of credits offered. One is for systems that were in place prior to 2010, and one is for systems that were in place after 2010. And here's the approximate cents per kilowatt hour impact if credit prices are at $100 a ton. So you can see, less credit is offered for existing systems, but when you get into new systems, it can be a significant way to offset your electric costs for those systems. So finally, here's our contact information. Myself, Jing Yan, who's on my staff, he's in the audience today. Jing, why don't you stick your hand up real quick? So we do want you folks in the system. We've not been as involved in outreach in the past to your community, and we really want you to participate. So please contact myself, Manisha, or Jing here, and let's get you guys generating these credits. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I want to thank our panel again. We'll have an opportunity to clap at the end. And before we take a question from the audience, I do just have one question for the panel, and that is, I heard something this morning that struck me. I mean, we're hearing a lot today about the technology, about the costs. But this morning, somebody, and I can't remember which panel it was or who it was, but said something about how important local support for these programs is. So if you're going to shift to a different technology in the transit system, that the local support is critical. And I know from my own experience on the regulatory side, local support is critical because there are so many people that try to kill regulations, and they're often very well funded. But I'm wondering, as fuel providers, do you see that? Do you see the need for local support and the importance of kind of just the community and leadership support in order to really make these programs successful?
I'll start off, Eileen. I can't say how true that is. For example, in Los Angeles, of course, we're a municipal utility, and we're kind of joined at the hip with Los Angeles. When the mayor came out, Mayor Garcetti, with a sustainability plan, it had an element of, from moving forward, we're going to have a certain percentage of all these vehicles will be electric. We're going to have so many chargers installed by such and such a time. Everything fell in line. All the departments got enthusiastic about it, and now the numbers are just kicking up big time, and there's a support from all the way across the board, at least from city government, to move this thing forward, and it's getting a lot of results.
Thanks. Yeah, I absolutely agree as well. Local support is critical, and that's why I think that this symposium today is so positive and has so many opportunities, because this technology is not just used in some communities. It can be very beneficial to EJ communities, to disadvantaged communities, to places where folks have not had access to the same types of benefits. And that's why I think it's so important that we invest in this technology, and we can partner with local support, which, as the utilities, I think, know better than anybody, can either make or break a program.
Yes, definitely. I think what we've seen in renewable natural gas is transit fleets and other fleets have become more educated and interested in the benefits of RNG and are now asking for that from their fuel providers, or putting it in an RFP in a public bid process, and taking the information and the reductions achieved and really communicating it to their stakeholders, as we saw with Big Blue Bus and others. They're really excited to kind of share the information with the communities.
Okay, are there any questions in the audience?
Hello, I'm Michael Coates with Mightycom. I represent Nesty, who supplies renewable diesel, and I just wanted to add that into the mix a little bit. Sam had mentioned it. Nesty was invited to be on the panel, but was not able to make it because of a conflict. But just as a side note, the technical assessments that the ARB has been doing shows that the heavy-duty diesel engines are going to be around for a long time, and renewable diesel is a way that that's available now that you can reduce greenhouse gases 50% just by switching from petroleum diesel to renewable. And the cities of San Francisco, Oakland, Walnut Creek have already done that. So I just wanted to add that to the mix. Open to any comments, Sam, if you want to add to that.
No, we're pretty fuel neutral in the low carbon fuel standard program. We're happy to see all alternative fuels taking advantage of our system and getting their appropriate recognition.
Paul Smith at Black and Veatch, and so we're in infrastructure, but we're also doing things like integrated resource planning for distributed energy resources. I took to the comments for LEDWP well, It's not emphasized enough, and I'll put it out to the audience, that the first and foremost simplest thing is you're increasing your kilowatt hour basis by bringing in these technologies, and you're distributing those fixed costs across more kilowatt hours. And I'll lead it that with distributed energy resources such as solar, energy storage, energy efficiency, over the next 15 years, you're going to see reductions of 15 to 20% of the base load, and therefore you're going to want to encourage transportation with alt fuels, including electric.
Jamie Levin with the Center for Transportation and the Environment. Question for Marvin and Laura. To what extent are you looking at leveling out the duck curve with power to gas for hydrogen, as well as battery storage to capture that renewable that's out there?
We're definitely looking at it with regard to battery storage, and we have some pilot projects underway. We've been working with the South Coast AQMD. I believe that we're co-sponsoring one of those projects. I don't know about with regard to hydrogen, but I know that the battery storage is something that we're definitely active in and an area that we want to explore more.
We're into it too. In fact, in the energy storage area, we have a program in 6 different areas, everything from distribution, behind the meter, generation, with a goal of about 127 megawatts of energy storage within so many years.
Why are you not giving maybe more attention to hydrogen, power to gas as an option, or what are the barriers that make that, more difficult?
In all honesty, I think at this point it's a matter of prioritization and resource planning, and that's just where we've chosen to focus right now. I won't say that we won't explore that or other options in the future, but for right now, given the resources that we had, I think that's just where we chose to focus.
Yeah. I have a very similar answer to the extent that technology we're supporting is right here, right now, and it's such a critical time for electrification of transportation. The other thing I'm going to say is there was a guy in the industry that I'm just going to say, he had a great saying. He said, it's all about the last 50 feet. If you look at electricity right now, it hits every single improvement out there, and it's just getting the last 50 feet to the car or to the bus or whatever it is. That's where we're putting a lot of our eggs.
And I can just speak from the perspective of, we've had this conversation in our board meetings with our utilities, and in general, it's just a scale issue. As they say, scale and resources. The scale isn't quite big enough at this point to really support storage as pursuing storage in the hydrogen space yet. That doesn't mean it won't get there, and certainly previously it has been looked at, but for right now, the scale in battery electrics is just greater, just at the current time.
Eileen, I have a question. Can I? I actually have 2 questions. I have 2 questions for Sam. Sam, say that I am a transit agency, and this is in the middle of the first quarter of this year. Can I still opt in for the first quarter? And if I opt in for the first quarter, how much can I claim, to go back to the beginning of the quarter or starting from today? So my second question is, we know that for a lot of municipalities, their transit agencies, their DPW, they're all together. And sometimes they also operate their wastewater treatment plant. So they may actually have some renewable natural gas that they can produce on site, whether they want to use their renewable natural gas to power their vehicle fleets or to generate renewable electricity. Either way, how are they going to kind of maybe apply in the LCFS program to create like their special fuel pathway to have like a really low CI fuel, and so they can benefit from it?
Okay, thanks, Yetchin. I'll take your second question first. If you have a renewable natural gas system that you control as a municipality, you certainly can come to us and ask for a fuel pathway associated with that plant, and you would get your own carbon intensity score in our system and be eligible to generate credits as a fuel provider. So I think that is the same as we would treat any other type of provider of renewable natural gas.
Sam, is that process really complicated? What do people have to get prepared, or how do they even start?
Right. Well, I put the link on our system to register in the system. That's the first step generally for anybody, regardless of if you're a fuel provider or if you're a fleet operator. So that's what I suggest, and that involves contacting us and talking to us about your system, and then we can explain the full pathway process. We don't believe it's that complex, and there are some default values available for systems that match the pathways that we have already created in our lookup table. So we try and make it as straightforward as possible and reward the appropriate credit for the low carbon fuels. So what was your first question again? Could you repeat that a little bit?
So we're in the middle of the first quarter this year.
Yeah.
So if I opt in tomorrow,
Right.
how
Yeah,
much?
you'd be eligible to generate credits from the beginning of the first quarter. And you can see the reporting deadlines is on slide 9 of my presentation. So, really you're finishing your Q1 report by June of this year. So there's plenty of time to still get credit for your Q1 actions if you get into the system now.
Thanks.
Hi, Ray Pingle from Sierra Club. This is a question for Laura. On your new EV6 rate or maybe a subsequent tariff structure, right now most of the EV tariffs, charge the lowest amount for electricity from like midnight to 7 a.m. So with the growing solar overgeneration in the middle of the day, is there any thought to actually charging a low rate for EV charging from like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., something like that?
As I said, we haven't filed EV6 yet, so I'm limited as to what I can say at this point, but I will say that we're definitely looking into that issue and making recommendations. And our rate design window, I believe, is in September. That's a special group that does the rate design, and I know that they're looking into adjusting the TOU times. So we'll probably have more information more specifically later in the year. Thank you for that, and I'll pass your comment back to them.
Hi, Steve Miller from Golden Gate Transit. The question is for Laura, SoCal Edison. Until such time as that EV6 rate is submitted and approved, I'm assuming that a large bus fleet, electric bus fleet, would be on TOU 8 at this point. The reason I ask the question is we're doing a subgroup effort, cost modeling the rate, so we can sort of project out, as the adoption happens, what does the long-term operating costs look like.
I believe that's correct. I would need to probably know a little bit more specifics about the amount of charging that you're anticipating, but that's probably correct.
Anticipating something more than 500
More than
kilowatt
right.
demand,
Yeah,
because that kicks you out of the EV4
That kicks you out of
point.
EV4, correct.
And
And
is there someone,
that's essentially why we're proposing EV6.
and will EV6 have a power factor adjustment? Because that's one of the things we sort of struggle with in the modeling.
I don't know. I could look into that and get back to you.
Is there somebody at Edison we could work with on that? I know Ed Kerr left the company and he was kind of leading up that effort. Has his position been filled? Or?
So I'm in the position that Ed had previously, and we've actually combined our transportation electrification group with our air and climate group. And so you can direct those questions to me, or we can reach out to Rob Thomas, who is in our rate design organization. But go ahead and you can direct those questions to me, and I can put you in touch with the right person.
Perfect, thank you.
I think your question highlights, and I don't know if you were in the room when I asked the question before the panel started, but I think we need, especially as utilities, but I think probably all the field providers need to have a forum where we can meet with the transit agencies specifically, because as both the utilities here represented today, and I can tell you pretty much every utility in the state wants to work with their customers to give them the best rates that work the best for their operations and their needs, while also supporting the grid and all customers that use electricity. And I'm absolutely sure that's true for renewable gas and renewable diesel. I mean, like these companies that are providing these fuels want to talk to the transit agencies. So just know that these are great questions, and every one of them will be accessible and will be extremely excited to talk to you. And I can vouch for that because every time I send somebody the way of the utility, the response is usually less than an hour. They all want you as customers. And they don't want you to complain about them to the PUC.
Andrew Papson with Foothill Transit. I would strongly second a recommendation for a transit agency utility working group. We work with SoCal Edison a lot, and we have very dedicated staff helping us. But even with that, there are often a lot of communication barriers that we don't have a good solution to that yet.
So Tony, you heard that, right? Jack? So you're writing it down. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, well, I had just one question. I think I heard pretty loud and clear, so correct me if I'm wrong, that the grid can handle this load and that there are actually ways to benefit the grid with the electricity load. And I guess my question to you, Sahar, is, you know, sometimes I hear, and so this would help me as well, that there's limits to renewable natural gas. I mean, we all it's a great field. Clearly, will make Sam very happy, which is always important. But is there enough renewable natural gas? Is there anything to worry about out there? You know.
Sure. I think some of the things that people are talking about are just the number of existing high BTU projects out there. There's definitely a limited number of those at large landfills, but organic waste is something that we're going to continue to produce. And so we really have a pretty sizable feedstock, and in California we have a lot of interest at the agricultural and dairy level, and how can we harness all of the biogas that's being produced in the state to produce a renewable fuel that can power a negative carbon intensity fuel. So in terms of, are we going to run out of feedstock for renewable natural gas? I don't think we're going to get there anytime soon. And as we have the low carbon fuel standard and the RFS2 markets kind of showing producers that there's an incentive to produce this gas and get it to a high BTU product, I think there's going to be a lot of supply available, and it's going to grow.
And then just a question, sort of comment for Sam. You know that the California Electric Transportation is particularly fond of the low carbon fuel standard. And I think sometimes what folks miss that can avail themselves of this credit, and that's every transit agency in this room and every transit agency in the state, is that for certain fuel providers, none of whom are probably in this room, it's a regulation. But for those that are generating or providing clean transportation, low carbon transportation fuels, it's an incentive program. And I think sometimes we miss that. Like we think, oh gosh, it's CARB, they're regulators, we're all afraid. But actually for the low carbon fuel standard program, it's not a regulation. We are credit generators. Utilities are credit generators. Clean energy is a credit generator. Renewable diesel is a credit generator. We're not regulated parties. And so that's, I think, really important to know. And I would just, we will continue to help get the word out to the transit agencies to the degree we can. And since many of you are in the audience, I would appreciate your help there. But I don't know, Sam, if you have anything.
No, I think that's very helpful. I mean, that's a great way to characterize it. And, the program was originally designed more around larger biofuel suppliers. And we recognize that the level of rigor associated with their applications just isn't really, something that a transit agency is really ready to engage with. And so we've tried to shift our policies and recognize that difference and still have, accurate reporting, but make it easier for smaller entities with a smaller total credit generating footprint to be involved in the system. So that's something we're mindful of and we're moving forward with right now.
Eileen, could I add one thing just based on some of the great questions from the panelists? When we're talking about the need to have more communication with the transit agencies and others, I think that can be especially helpful to the investor-owned utilities so that when we're going to seek new time of use rates, new programs that we think can be beneficial to our customers, if you all partner with us and we can have sort of a collaborative effort, that can be very successful.
I guess I can also vouch for the fact that it's actually pretty easy to opt in and become a credit generator in the low carbon fuels program. Most of our members have opted in or are thinking about it, and it's very easy even for small organizations that may not even have 1/10 of 1 PY working on clean fuels. So it's pretty easy. So last question for Jamie.
Actually, it's shamelessly, it's a sales pitch that our organization as a nonprofit has spent a fair amount of time with smaller transit agencies, other larger ones. We were working with Long Beach Transit, modeling out what the impact is of running buses on specific routes, the duty cycles, and how that is impacted by the demand charges and the power rates. So it's something we've done not just here in California, but nationally. So for transit agencies that might be interested, we're willing to work with you. Sorry for that sales pitch. But.
Okay, I don't think there are any more questions and we're right on time, right? Okay. All right, well, I just want to thank our panel again. Really great discussion, and the audience.
Our downstairs cafeteria is going to be closed at 3:30. So if anybody needs any refreshment, coffee, or anything, feel free to take a 10 minutes break. And we're coming back here at 3:15. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we'll give everybody maybe 1 more minute to find your seat, then we'll start.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you got the little late afternoon refreshment and are feeling awake for the last part of our session here today. I'm pleased to see so many of you still in the audience. My name's Catherine Dunwoody. I'm Chief of the Fuel Cell Program here at the Air Resources Board. My focus is not only on fuel cells and hydrogen, however, but on zero emission technologies overall. And so I'm really pleased to be able to moderate this session of the symposium today and talk about really the practical aspects of implementing this new technology in the field with regard to infrastructure. I think that's one of the, perhaps one of the biggest challenges that I would expect transit agencies face, and because it's a big difference in how you fuel your buses today. So with that, we've got a great panel lined up, and I'll just do really brief introductions. Hopefully you've all seen the bios online. We have Tyson Eckerly. Tyson is our Deputy Director for Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. He focuses on streamlining the development of hydrogen and plug-in electric vehicle stations. And so that's a very important aspect of the practical business of building these systems. We next have Larry Rolera, and Larry works for the California Energy Commission in the Alternative and Renewable Fuel and Vehicle Technology Program, affectionately known as the ARF-VTP. For those of you who are familiar with that, we know we have a really great acronym there. He leads the medium and heavy-duty vehicle technology projects, advanced vehicle manufacturing, planning, business development, and innovative financing for the Energy Commission. Then we have Mark Kosowski. He's a technical executive at EPRI. He is primarily responsible as a program manager for the plug-in hybrid medium-duty truck demonstration and evaluation program. It was a very large program, partially funded from the ARA funds, and he'll be talking to us with regard to interface standardization, codes and standards. And then next we have Nitin Natasan. Nitin is the Business Development Manager for Hydrogen Fueling with Linde. And he manages all the commercial aspects of the projects, including contracts and relationships with stakeholders, and is focused on the growing hydrogen mobility market sector. And then finally, we have Frank DeRosa, who's Principal for Advanced Solutions at SunEdison, and he is responsible for EV grid integration. And so as you can see that we have all of the folks covering the span of questions that I think you're likely to have for this topic area. And with that, I'd like to ask Tyson to get us started.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Catherine, and thanks to the Air Resources Board for putting this together. It's been a great morning and early afternoon I've spent learning a lot. I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities, and I'm glad everybody's here asking good questions. So really, I'm here to tell you that you have a friend in the governor's office. Yeah. And not just, you've always had support. I mean, this is zero emission transportation is incredibly important to the governor. And for me, my job actually depends on it. So if we're moving forward, I get to keep my job, which is very exciting. So if anybody needs any help trying to move these projects forward, that's what I'm here for. You hear a lot, about permitting, and a number of you have been through permitting. I've spent the last 2 years of my working life working to develop, in particular, the hydrogen fueling, light-duty hydrogen fueling network. And it came on to do permitting, and I'm here to tell you it's not too bad. I mean, I know there's a lot of you. I see Jamie smiling in the audience. He has been deeply involved in a number of these projects. But over the past 2 years, we've had 38 stations that are either open or in development that have been approved by authorities having jurisdiction. So that's a pretty good cohort to talk to in terms of learning. We have 3 bus stations that have also gone through that. Through this, we've collected a lot of lessons learned, and we've put together a hydrogen station permitting guidebook. And I'm going to talk a fair amount about hydrogen because I've been focused so much on it lately. But a lot of these lessons learned apply also to the fast charge network as well. But in that hydrogen station permitting guidebook, we've captured all those lessons learned from multiple interactions with authorities having jurisdiction and station developers. And really the key lesson from all of this is that it's very important to get in with the local communities and meet early and often to make sure that expectations are aligned. One of the advantages that the bus fueling network has is a lot of your potential fueling stations are behind the fence. So one of the biggest hurdles we've had on the light duty side is the planning department. And so the planning department, there's nothing wrong with it, but planning comes down to more of an art than a science. Once you get past that kind of the art of it, it's very relatively straightforward and more checking the box in terms of building codes and fire codes and meeting the setback distances. But it's really that planning issue that has been the key hurdle to overcome. So I'm imagining, I can't be sure, but most of you in the transit agency will not be stuck upgrading a convenience store to get your station in. That's just kind of one of the examples that we've gone through with this. That's not to say that these cities have been incredibly supportive, and so I want to make sure that that's clear. Once the authorities having jurisdiction are exposed to the idea of both on the plug-in side and the hydrogen side, well, that's not true. So there's been 1 or 2 that have their own axe to grind for whatever reason. But the vast majority of authorities with jurisdiction are very eager to help and work with us to develop these projects. And so my role in the governor's office, as you are going through this, if you need help getting introductions or getting the project through the process, that's what we're here for. So those 38 stations I mentioned, we should make sure we take advantage of. That's a huge network of people who have gone through this process. And after every permitted station, I usually ask the authorities, the building officials, the fire officials, the planners, if they'd be willing to talk to other project developers, other cities about their experience. And the answer is always yes. And so it's a very exciting time. Taking a step back, I think there are a number of key opportunities to take advantage of. I think this last panel was very insightful. Low carbon fuel standard is a very exciting thing, for example. One of the things that we've been trying to do on the light duty side is introduce more and more renewable hydrogen into the marketplace. So 33% of the hydrogen on the market has to be renewable by definition for state-funded stations, but we're trying to meet and exceed that. One of the challenges has been bringing that renewable supply on and financing it ahead of time. So the advantage that a bus depot might have is actually with high throughput, you can more easily finance. And if it's a kind of a guaranteed offtake, there's a lot of advantage that you can take advantage there. And secondarily, if you put the low carbon fuel standard on top of that, there's on the operational side, there's a considerable amount of savings that we can start to tap away at. So those are the types of things that we want to start looking at and figure out how can we start to cross-leverage all these sectors. Also, we'd love to, Nitin Natasan is here from Lindy, and he represents, he helped develop the Emeryville station, which is another very exciting opportunity where you have heavy-duty bus fueling on one side of the fence and light-duty fueling on the other. So to the extent that we can capture those throughputs and start cross-pollinating between the light-duty and heavy-duty sectors, we'd love to amplify that. I definitely want to make sure we give some love on the battery side. We were very excited about that platform. I'm not talking about it as much because I haven't spent as much time in the weeds on it, but I will be in the very near future. And so for anybody who's pursuing the battery side and needs help or governor's office attention, again, we are right there with you. We're very excited. I know so I'm with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, both Proterra and BYD. Located here in California to do manufacturing, so that's a great benefit to the state. If New Flyer wants to come, and we would definitely welcome that as well. Finally, I want to, well, actually a couple finally. So the Infrastructure Bank is a little-known program. I know we're not talking about financing here, but within the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, we have what's called the iBank. And the iBank plays predominantly in the MUSH markets, in municipalities, universities, schools, hospitals. Clean transit fits right in there. And there are low-interest financing options that we can start to leverage. And so I just want to throw that out there as something for people to consider. It's called the Clean Finance Center. I know it's not, but we definitely would love to talk with transit agencies to see if we can use that to help make the economics of these types of plays much more attractive. And then finally, just taking a step back, really what the zero-emission bus market opens the doors to the heavy-duty and medium-duty markets. It reinforces what we're doing on the light-duty sector, and it really exposes more people to this technology, and that's what we need. We need people to get excited. We need the political support for that, and so we're definitely thank you to everybody here who is paying attention and leading this charge, and we're right there to support you. And so that's the main thing I wanted to drive home. So thank you for your support, and that's it.
Great, thank you, Tyson. Larry.
Good afternoon. The California Energy Commission. It is really good to see on a personal and professional level the companies that we are engaged with in our portfolio and continue to move forward through the program I'm going to speak a little bit about. If you're not familiar, ARFVTP, Alternative and Renewable Fuel and Vehicle Technology Program, provides $100 million a year for various alternative fuel and vehicle demonstration and other technology development areas. It is to be transformative, and it is to deploy the technologies as well. So this hits the TRL spectrum, if you will, from about 2 to 3 to about 9. So this is not about the R&D segment. This is, however, the Energy Commission does have and funds project in that TRL 1 to 2, if you will, through our peer program. Just a couple of slides. I'm going to focus a little bit on infrastructure and a little bit on the vehicles. Somebody mentioned it as an equation. Quite frankly, I don't know how you call a coin an equation, since both sides are integrated and completely facilitate each other's roles. With respect to infrastructure, highlights from our current investment plan. This is the 2016-17 program investment plan we have out there now. The fuel types, electric, hydrogen, and natural gas fueling infrastructure, the number of units, and the level of investment. I would recognize that while we have 140 plus million in ARF VTP funds, you add another 25 to 50%, if you will, in terms of match funding support as well. So you're looking at a total project level investment in infrastructure by the Energy Commission for this program north of $200 million. In terms of the history of our portfolio, this identifies or was pulled out the bus-related portion of those investments, and this represents just the demonstration of the bus technologies. This includes both transit and shuttle bus as well, but you can see the mix of projects and the number of units that are out there. I would simply highlight that this is, as you know, not an inexpensive venture. Certainly it takes not just the dollars, but the partnerships that must be formed not only amongst the technology providers, but also the fleets and, of course, the transit agencies that make this possible. I'll do a little bit deeper dive on our most recent solicitations, both for bus demonstration and for manufacturing, as we go into that early commercial manufacturing segment as well. On the demonstration with the solicitation we released essentially a year ago, we had 35 applications. 14 of them were bus related. We did awards, 5 awards for a little over a little under $14 million. And this match share, as I mentioned, it helps to complete the project financing for those demonstrations. 19 buses, 832,000 demo miles, over 252 demonstration months. This is a strong articulation to the markets and the finance communities that these are viable, legitimate business-making ventures on the horizon, and should take some notice should additional capital be required. I would note with respect to this demonstration, though, the ones that are below the line with the total requests, we had requests, so the difference of 9, I guess, that were not awarded, and those included an additional 42 buses, 1.2 million in demonstration miles, and 164 demonstration months. What you don't see here, and somebody had articulated, I believe, on the last panel, is the value of where those demonstrations are occurring in California. And they're not only occurring in the traditional early adopter profile communities, but they're occurring in these disadvantaged communities as well. So location in California where these are occurring is a very significant part of both our agencies, the Energy Commission and the Air Resources Board, in terms of getting these technologies and letting those communities see these and smell these and touch these technologies up close. The second area I want to highlight is the manufacturing. We have had 3 significant manufacturing awards, and this is the last one we had last year, where we received 13 applications, 5 of them related to buses and 2 of them in which we actually awarded. The most significant that you would probably might be familiar with, of course, is Proterra. We're able to attract them to California industry, where they will be manufacturing buses for sale, not just in California, but nationally as well. Significant match share, but one of the stories I want to tell with respect to that manufacturing project in Proterra is they did not have seamless supply chain. They had suppliers in various parts of the country, namely based in South Carolina, but they were able to cultivate the relationships and work with some suppliers here in California. So part of the story we tell on on demonstration and location and manufacturing is that, and as Tyler had indicated something on the planning and the land use side, is that there's an economic development component that is critical to not only these communities, but to the state in whole. And when you look at that aggregate value of the businesses and the economic development impact, it certainly tells a story in and of itself. My last points will go to the lessons learned. This is the history of the 7 years or so, 8 years of this ARF-VTP program. And in no particular order, I think the lessons learned with respect to the land use decision-making and planning approval processes spill over. So what we've learned on the hydrogen side, what we've learned on the natural gas fueling side, what we've learned on E85, what we've learned on electric certainly spill over. You're dealing with the same planning entities, and certainly if you can draw and do your homework on those projects that have been approved in those communities, and certainly use transparency to your advantage, and talking about some of the other companies and where they've sited and have their facilities within their own communities, certainly would help to decrease costs and speed the planning process. Also, staff has been engaged in working with planning staff to help them to understand the infrastructure and the technologies that go along with it as well, especially in the early part of this program, where myself and some of the other staff were instrumental in working with the planning staff to have them understand what would be involved in installing those infrastructure sites. The other one is the leveraging of ARF-VTP funds. And to that, I'll just go to one example, which is our EVCS pilot financing program. That is our electric vehicle charging station financing program. We took $2 million of seed capital in our ARF-VTP and leveraged it through the California Pollution Control Financing Authority for a debt program, if you will. But there was a lot of liberty in which we could kind of construct that within the CPCFA lending structure, if you will. And one of them is that I hit on that is germane to the transit, more on the private side, is that you can bring lenders to this program. So if you have a comfortable relationship with banks and some of your investment folks, you can bring them as part of the program, and you have a comfortable relationship in which you can get into to a term debt relationship with them. The other parts of this financing program have as a value, if you will, disadvantaged communities, so there's an additional return on top of that, and we also have a multi-unit dwelling as an additional return, if you will, on projects, infrastructure, if they're located in those particular areas. The other is we need to continue to hear from you, the public, specifically you as the transit segment and both on the manufacturing side, demo side, and on the uptake side, on some of those other financing mechanisms or things that might be needed. As an example, if Proterra needs to scale because they're suddenly doing incredible volumes, there may be need for some financing mechanisms or off-balance sheet financing that we could certainly construct and devise at the Energy Commission. The other is a suite of technologies. Because we occupy that space that's in TRL 2, 3, 4, if you will, early on, we tend to take those things from the peer side, the R&D side, and continue to the pipeline of development in the ARF VTP process. The other is the data. We don't know who the projects are that sort of don't get into our queue that continue to develop their projects. And so that data that may not be collected through our program certainly is worth following. And the Commission will continue to look at the portfolio of not just the awardees, but those that don't make the cut and continue to learn from them and see how they develop. Because it's important that the consumer has choice in the technologies that they want to purchase and that they want to experience either through the ridership. So, thank you.
Great, thank you, Larry. Mark, you want to come up and talk to us about standardization of charging and other things? Thank you.
Hi, again, it's great to be here today to talk to you. I come all the way from Detroit yesterday, but I'd like to, what EPRI has done, and there was a need about a year ago to actually pull together some bus groups and transit agencies to talk with the utilities to find out how do we work this together. And again, it's, I'm actually leading this. How do I? Okay. Again, this particular group meets about 4 times a year. Again, there's lots of interest between the utilities, bus manufacturers, transit authorities, charger manufacturers, and other laboratories. Again, there's the real reason was to try to standardize any bus charging that happens, such that the municipalities would like to have a standard for any bus that comes underneath, comes to their city, or that gives them the flexibility to change bus manufacturers. And so what we're attempting to do is, at least with this group, we're trying to figure out, first of all, how can we talk to each other, utilities and transit authorities and bus manufacturers. But from that now, and then our current participation is, we've got more than 100 participants currently here. And again, you can see here the OEMs that are involved, as well as the utilities, the transit authorities, charger manufacturers, as well as other organizations like CalSTART and CARB and CTE. So again, I think there's a good interest, and we're typically, again, meeting 4 times a year. Matter of fact, our next meeting will actually be on Tuesday, March 29th in Phoenix, Arizona. And again, if there's any interest in the audience, just let me know. My contact stuff will be at the end. And again, you're welcome to join us if you need to. What's already come out of this group basically are 3 different standards for charging buses. The first one is, again, manual charging. And basically, we found out that it's really an offset of J1772, SAE's J1772, which is already out there, but they're already expanding it to a higher power. And therefore, that would be just the natural place to do the same thing for buses. Number 2, we're also looking at wireless charging, inductive charging, as I heard this morning, but it's basically the same. There's also an SAE committee on that, and it's J3068. And again, it's making sure that they can expand it to the power levels that are required by a bus, so that en route they can do that. And then thirdly, we're talking about just an overhead connection. And I noticed this morning that the new flyer has a articulation on top of its bus for doing that. Well, again, the objective here would be to try to come up with a standard that would be the same for all. This is a brand new document, and actually I am now the committee chair, okay, for that particular SAE Committee 3105. What we've already done, and again, we've just met, the first time we met was back in December, and we're meeting twice a month, trying to get this thing hopefully done within the year or sooner, and that would be the objective. But again, we're looking at power levels, power configuration, connection points, where on the bus do we do it, the communications that's required to go between the bus and the infrastructure, safety of it, again, the alignment protocol, besides other things. But these are the things we're already addressing. Right now, I think one of the decisions we've made in committee is that the articulation will be on the infrastructure side and not the bus side. And so, I mean, that's already becoming a part of what we want. It's now, we've started putting the document together, and we continue. So, there you go. That's all I had relative to that. I'd like to just change for a moment to demand charges and energy storage. Just got a couple slides on it. But again, storage can be used to reduce demand charges in a commercial and industrial setting. It makes a lot of sense when the loads are peaky if they are not flat. And again, looking at this illustration, looking at the illustration, we have a flat load. Both of these loads are at the same average load. But you can see that from a cost perspective, and we assumed here $10 per kilowatt hour for demand charge, or $10 per kilowatt. And the storage fees would be $500 per kilowatt hour. And so given that, you can see that the flat rate, if you put battery storage on a flat load, basically this is saying there's a 25-year payback on that battery storage. However, if it's a peaky demand, where you're not managing to a flat load, then the payback is only about 8 years long. And so there's depending on the actual load, and there's several ways of doing it. You can actually manage your own load to try to get it flat. But if you have a load that's very peaky, then energy storage is definitely a potential for that. And then just looking at wind integration, typically with wind integration, because this peak is so deep, okay, you can basically 1,200 megawatts in a very short time. It's going to be very impractical today to get an energy storage system to handle that. Maybe in the future that's possible, but currently it would be practically not practical to do such. Again, here's my contact information. It's again in the slides, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'd like to ask Nitin to come up and talk to us about hydrogen fueling.
Catherine, and thank you, ARB. So I've been asked to talk about what does this hydrogen fueling infrastructure look and feel like. Hopefully at the end of my 8 minutes, you'll have an idea. So Linde, we're a large industrial gas company, and we also are a large engineering company. And I make that distinction because we do the industrial gas thing and worry about the supply as well as the integration of all the equipment. But we also think about infrastructure in terms of component manufacturing and fabrication. Earlier today, you heard Chris Peoples talk about our ionic compression. I won't shoot you. I'll tell you a little bit. So that's a technology we built in-house where we use an ionic film of liquid to compress. And that boils down to basically less wear and tear and higher throughput. Because we saw a cap on what compression can do with gas, and that's why we invented that technology. We also have a liquid pumping technology, which is a low boil-off liquid pump, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then finally, we also see the limits in storage, and we've made some improvements in the storage area as well. So in terms of our experience, we've built over 100 stations around the world, close to 2 million fueling events in the US alone. And we're a leading supplier of fueling technologies. So in all this time and all these projects on the way to 100 stations, what have we learned? And I can say the one thing I've learned is that the devil is in the details. Each project has unique characteristics in terms of how much you want to integrate with the facility, with the fleet, with the transit agency. For example, at AC Transit, we are integrated with the fleet watch system, and each bus is tracked. We can know which bus fueled when and how much fuel it received. So how much integration with the facility is important. The permitting, the aesthetics, these are little items. Your general construction scope. Depending on what you do, it can make a big difference in terms of the entire project budget. But what we've tried to do is standardize the fueling equipment as much as we can, depending on the operation requirements of the transit agency. So are you fueling buses back to back? Do you separate them in 2 shifts or 3 shifts? That makes a difference on the technology that's offered. So this is a facility of an existing hydrogen fueling station that happens to be the largest hydrogen fueling facility in the world. This is in BMW, South Carolina. It's a material handling application, so the hydrogen fueling is done for forklifts that make X3 and X5 BMW vehicles. And why am I showing this to you? Because when we start talking about large number of buses, you start talking about 1,000 kilograms a day and more. And 1,000 kilograms a day sounds like an awful lot of kilograms a day. It's happening right here, today. And this facility has been 100% uptime since 2010. And we are very well aware of that because if we shut BMW down, if our system goes down, we are heavily fined. So we have to be online. So the main point here is 1,000 kilograms a day, 100% reliability, availability. It's happening today. It's happening profitably. Over the different projects we've done, we've definitely supplied liquid, we've supplied compressed gas, and we've done on-site production. One unique thing that we did at the Oakland facility for AC Transit, which was a difference at the Emeryville facility, is we put the dispensing positions in line with the diesel dispensing. And this produces savings in just the economical operation of the fleet. And depending on how well this is integrated, is it indoors, is it outdoors, there's a number of options that we can do and provide the right technology for. I think it was mentioned this morning a little bit about the European joint undertaking. So Linde is a part of that. This is 3 cities that have come together to talk about on the order of 100 buses together. And they've done this in consultation with McKinsey and Roland Berger to drive down the cost per bus or the cost per fuel cell. And that, of course, builds up the utilization for the infrastructure. Right now, Linde is under contract for an engineering study to see what kind of infrastructure this would look like to serve 100 buses in this market. Okay, so now I'm going to take you on a little journey of what I call the growing station. What does this look like? And in these next few slides, it's important not to focus on the specific numbers per se, but the overall concept. And I'll talk about the storage piece right here because this slide shows our storage technology. So with gaseous compression, we've noticed that, or it's an obvious fact, that as buses fuel, there's less driving force in the storage. And each successive bus will get less and less driving force. Linde has developed a proprietary technology that from the point of view of the bus, it will get the same fueling experience as the first bus. The last bus and the first bus will get the same exact fueling experience. And so this particular plot, if you will, is our proprietary storage system coupled with our ionic compression system. And this can handle 10 buses. I'm just going to use 25 kilograms a bus based on what we've seen at AC Transit. Understand that if it's a larger tank and you can fuel your buses quicker, there are more buses that can be handled by the station. This would be a 30-foot by 60-foot plot to handle this. And if I go back, this 1,000 kilogram a day facility, by way of interest, is a 45-foot by 45-foot plot. So what happens if we go larger, to 20 buses? So for the sake of illustration, I've decided to put in on-site production here, a steam methane reformer, which is also a Linde product. And this facility could handle more than 30 buses, depending on how you fuel them and how you stage them, in a 60 by 60-foot plot. So not much difference from before. And going even larger, to over 1,000 kilograms a day to over 40 buses, with 2 production units, now you're talking 77 feet by 60 feet. Next, we also do, as I mentioned, liquid pumping. Our liquid pump product each pump can deliver on the order of 100 kilograms a day. So this is what a facility would look like that's based on liquid pumping. And since these drawings were put together, we've already achieved at least 25% reduction from what's shown here. So you wouldn't see these gray vaporizers in storage. We can actually do direct filling into the bus. So this is a facility that's 36 feet by 62 feet for 30 buses. Only 60% more space for 60 buses. You're limited really by the dispensing points and how fast you can turn the buses around at this point, because there's more than enough compression capacity and more than enough storage on site. 120 buses. Now you're talking 70 feet by 82 feet. So this is not something that's impossible to dream of, this amount of space to handle this many buses. Lastly, I'll just make this comparison by way of interest. A few years ago, so this is already about 4 years old, we were asked to put together a proposal from one customer that actually specified the type of electrolyzer they wanted, as well as how many days of gaseous storage they wanted, 3 days in case there was a power outage. So this resulted in a plot that was 31,000 square feet. That same amount could be done by the smaller picture with liquid, for example. It just depends on what technology your customer is interested in. And since then, electrolysis by itself has made large strides, and that could probably be done in a fraction of that plot today. So the main message is large fleets, rapid fueling, successive fuelings. It's possible today, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and our last presenter will be Frank DeRosa.
Thanks, Catherine. And the last presenter of the last panel of the day, next I'm going to request that Jack take us in alphabetical order. But thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, Catherine and Jack, and thank you all for Danielle for keeping us on schedule. I am with SunEdison, and I don't work with Laura at Southern California Edison. Edison is a popular name in the power business. SunEdison, we're not a utility, we're an independent power producer. And we develop and generate renewable power, solar energy, wind energy, solar energy, everything from residential rooftop systems through commercial and industrial, municipal. We even have a transit agency customer, all the way through commercial and industrial and utility scale. And so why are we here at this transportation workshop? Well, I think the answer is obvious, and we've heard all day today about how important consideration of the electrical supply and the electrical delivery is in decisions about what technology, what low and zero emission technology to use going forward. And so I'm going to talk about that a little bit and the options that you all have for managing your electricity usage, both demand charge management and energy management systems, and then other types of options that are available. Stationary storage, electrical storage, and on-site generation as well. So some of the OEMs have put up their numbers in terms of comparing utility, an electric bus versus a more conventional bus. We've done our own analysis. We're technology agnostic, so we use assumptions as well, but we're not promoting any particular bus or model here. But we did come to a pretty similar conclusion that based on, can we see this? Can't see it on the screen. Oh well. Based on some set of assumptions, you have to think about the long-term cost of fossil fuel, for example. We came to about the same conclusions as the bus manufacturers, that on a total cost of ownership basis, an electric bus can be at break even or grid or parity with a diesel or even a CNG bus. And we took it one step further. We said, okay, total cost of ownership, that's good. The bus lasts 15 years. Gee, you may have to wait 15 years to get your return back if you go with an electric bus. So we said, well, what if we could convert that total cost of ownership, that life cycle cost, into a year one savings, an immediate savings. So trying to come up with a case that is like, an offer you can't refuse. And the way we did that was we looked at, we know something about batteries, the stationary storage batteries that are in energy on the utility scale, behind the meter, very similar to the batteries that are in electric vehicles. And we said, basically take the difference in the capital cost, upfront cost of an electric bus versus, in this case, a diesel bus, and it's pretty much the batteries. And we said, we'll finance that. We do that with our solar systems now, where a customer, wholesale or residential customer, could put no money down, and we'll put up a solar system and we'll charge them an electric rate for the system. And we thought, okay, well, let's think about the same kind of thing. We'll finance the batteries. We will, so that a transit agency would only pay for the cost that they would have paid for a conventional bus. And we will enter into a service charge with the agency, where it's kind of like a lease, and the recent federal legislation allows for federal funding for leases. So that's a new development, and the savings that you get, operational savings that you get from operating an electric bus will offset the cost of this battery lease that comes with a package of energy management services and support services. And so these are the kinds of numbers that we get to. So both on a total cost of ownership basis and on a year one and an ongoing basis, you know, we're trying to make the case that an electric bus is not only perhaps not only mandated, not only you know, directed by the mayor or the town council, not only California policy, but it makes economic sense as well. So that's the approach that we took, and the conclusion that we came to when we've done analysis like this is that the electricity cost really matters. It makes a huge difference as to whether an electric bus is economic or not. So that therefore the demand management of electricity costs are really, really important. And so I'm going to spend my last few minutes talking about the options for managing that. So let's start with, you have a building. In the left-hand column here is your electric costs for a building, and now you're adding an EV load to that, right? And so the second column here is just uncontrolled load of a fleet of buses, right? So obviously costs go up. So the first step is to do what has been discussed here a little bit today, is to manage that, right? So you don't have all the buses charging at the same time. It's easy to envision an optimization protocol where you're managing to minimize whatever the rate structure is, whether it's a demand charge or a time of use energy charges. You're minimizing those electric costs. So that's the middle column. And then you say, okay, well, let's add solar to that, and let's see if we could reduce electricity costs even more. And obviously, if you're adding solar, on-site solar, that has a cost to it as well. You would only do it if it's economic. But there are, particularly in California, there are many instances where adding solar will reduce your overall electricity costs. And then you go one step further and you say, well, you know, if you have a peaky demand, let's look at whether some stationary storage can help with that as well to truncate those peaks. And so you have these options for managing this one of the two or three most important cost elements of a decision of whether to go with a fleet of electric buses. So types of charging matter, and so whether your route is more attuned or aligned to having in depot chargers versus en route chargers. A huge factor in that is what's your rate structure, right? In depot chargers will primarily charge overnight, so a time of use rate would be more conducive to that. And an en route charger will be more during the daytime. So you have to think about what the demand charge is for that. So here's a pretty simple case study. 5 electric buses. The blue line is the house load. So let's say it's a transit center or a depot. And this first slide is the shaded area there is, again, in the middle of the day, uncontrolled charging of the vehicles. So some charging overnight, but if you have to charge in the middle of the day, you're charging, right? You're adding to the peak, right? That's above that blue line. So with some demand charge management, you can, even if you have to charge in the middle of the day, you can manage that charging so that you don't hit any greater demand charge, right? So again, you're trying to minimize the cost of electricity. The rest of the charging goes on at night. It's off peak. It's well below demand, your peak demand charge, your peak demand load. So that's step one, demand charge. And then you could then consider those other two options, adding solar, adding stationary storage, where you could reduce, you take that blue line and it becomes the green line. That's your house load now. Sometimes it's negative. You're generating power because you're adding solar to the equation, and you also have some stationary storage. Now, that's great, 85% reduction. Of course, there's a cost to that, the solar and the storage. So that's the whole analysis that needs to go on, right? Okay, you have this toolkit. So what's the best mix that minimizes your electricity costs, that make your electric vehicles, economic or uneconomic, right? So that's one case. And then a case with quick case with en route charging. Here's an example of, you have en route charging. So you have one route that's electrified, and the buses come in on a scheduled basis, and they charge every 15 minutes. They charge for five minutes. Okay, that's pretty good. You have to know your demand charge really, really well. In this case, what the research that we've done is, okay, the demand charge is based on 15-minute intervals, right? So if you're charging for 5 minutes of that 15-minute interval, the demand charge will basically be the weighted average of the demand for that 15 minutes. So so the demand charge in this case would be that the orange line there. So okay, that's great. You could have you could have this charging, and your demand charge is less than your actual load if you do it really well. But that's in a perfect world, right? These buses come in, you can't be off by 2 or 3 minutes, because then what you're doing is you're rolling over into the next period, that next 15-minute period. And if that happens once in the month, then that becomes your new peak. So in this case, the peak demand just doubled, right? So as you do this analysis, you say, okay, how can I, nobody's can never bet that you're going to have perfect sequences. So how can I manage that? And so in this case, you say, okay, well, solar may not work, but just plain stationary storage, on-site stationary storage, could work, so that you are, again, instead of hitting those peaks, you have a protocol, a software platform, basically, that says, okay, before I hit a new peak, my stationary storage will kick in, right? So you can then bring that storage back down to the original. I'm sorry, the peak back down to that original peak of, in this case, it was, I think, 108 kilowatts. So and then the details really are important, because if you have these en route chargers on different routes, each of those might be separately metered, right? So you may not have a house load with an en route charger. So you have to you have to think about all those things. So in conclusion, there are as you think about and plan for your next technology, if you're thinking about electrification or electric buses, right from the get-go, this consideration of what your electricity costs are going to be, what your tariff structure is, what rate design, what options you have for mitigating that will really dictate even the most primary decisions that you'll make of what routes to deploy and what kind of charging and other electrical infrastructure you'll need to minimize your costs and have your lowest total cost of ownership. Thanks.
Okay, well, I want to thank our panelists for setting us up with some great information for a discussion session. And just to do a little check in the room, I know earlier we did a poll about how many transit agency representatives were out there. I wanted to know how many are still out there. How many of you are from transit agencies? Okay, great. Very impressive. You've managed to make it through the whole day. A lot of information, I know. And I'm just imagining in your shoes, listening to this information, it might feel a little overwhelming. I know little bit I know about transit agencies. I mean, the fueling infrastructure is a big part of your operation. And so I'm imagining you have a lot of questions, and I'm hoping that you're ready to ask them here really soon. I also have a few questions for the panel. So I'm going to start off just as I heard some of these presentations, I want to maybe get you to elaborate a little bit on some of the comments that you've made, and then we'll go to the audience for questions. So just a clarifying question, actually, Larry, when you mentioned the financing program for EV infrastructure, I have a question about whether or not that program is available for transit agencies as well, or is that primarily oriented towards light-duty vehicle fueling?
The electric vehicle charging station pilot financing program administered by the California Pollution Control Financing Authority is a credit enhancement, if you will. So the underwriting criteria established for that debt is established by the CPCFA, and so they do the underwriting for private entities and wouldn't be eligible for public transit agencies.
Okay. And then we talked a little bit about the status of charging standardization. And Nitin, I wonder if you could talk really briefly about status of fueling standardization for hydrogen fueling.
Sure. So with hydrogen fueling, hydrogen fueling in the light duty side has been fairly well standardized with the SAE 2601 fueling protocol, and so all light duty stations have to meet that requirement in order to be open to the public. With buses, there is a protocol that's SAE J2601-2 that's not been standardized, but our experience to date has been working with the transit agency to develop a fueling protocol that fits their particular tanks, their buses, and then replicate at other facilities. But in the future, it will be standardized, and Lindy is taking part in that protocol development.
Great. And then I also am curious, Nitin, while we're on you, you mentioned, and we heard from AC Transit earlier this morning, that in the Oakland facility, you do have the hydrogen dispensers right in line with the diesel fueling. And I wonder if that's happening in any other of your installations around the world.
Actually, I believe that's the only one. In the future, that's being considered in future projects, but the existing, I think that's the only one like that.
And then one point that came up this morning, and I wonder if maybe we could talk about this from sort of the practical aspect, and that is we talked about what happens, in a power outage, and I think the comment was made that, well, all fueling requires power, so whether it's to run a fuel pump or a charging system. And so I wonder if if the panel could just comment about, how do you see that being handled if, transit agencies go to a significant fleet of either battery electric, fuel cell, or natural gas vehicles?
Start. So actually the AC Transit facility is designed for a power outage in case there was an earthquake or something. We have the ability to take gas off of the storage bank pneumatically into the bus and manually fuel it without power. So that's a limited number of buses that's been designed into that facility, but that concept could be replicated too much larger number of buses, as I showed on the last slide. They required 3 days of power outage.
Yeah, that's a good question, Catherine, and it's been addressed before, right? BART is an all-electric system. San Francisco Muni has a large electric fleet. Sacramento Rapid Transit utilizes, the streetcar system, right? So there are ways to build in redundancy as you design the system. In this case, if you do have some on-site capabilities, either generation or storage capabilities, that's just more to the good in terms of protecting yourself from outages.
Okay, so going to the room, what questions do we have, especially from those of you from the transit agencies, about what this infrastructure might mean for your operations? Okay, great. We've got a question over here. Let me get the microphone to you. Hold on just a second. You could introduce yourself also, please.
Paul Jablonski, San Diego Metropolitan Transit System. So I thought I was. The BMW hydrogen plant. So based on 1,000 kilograms a day, that would power about 25 to 30 of our buses. So if we have a fleet of 800 buses, what would it take in terms of cost to build that kind of generation?
So
figure that one at BMW, about 25 of those.
yeah, so the BMW facility is 1,000 kilograms a day, but they're fueling a much smaller tank. So they have 350 forklifts in that facility that run on hydrogen. Their tanks are about 2 kilograms. So they're 1 minute fills.
I just wonder what it costs to build that.
800 buses. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It really depends. The
Ton of money, right?
Yes. So
Yeah.
it's a fair amount of money.
I wonder if any of you have any idea what it would take for a slow charge. We have 4 divisions at 200 buses each. What it would take to build a slow charge facility for 200 vehicles in terms of cost. And I'm also struck by the we talk about electricity management. It sounds, and you were right when I don't know if you used the word daunting, but just to be in the business of having to manage electricity to that level in our operations is daunting.
So when it gets to the question of cost, I don't know, Nitin, if you have experience with natural gas. I mean, certainly all fueling stations have a cost to them, right? Hydrogen is perhaps, on the higher end of that today, most significantly perhaps because there's so few of them out there. And so it's still a new industry and needs to develop supply chain and reduce cost of parts and whatnot. So I don't know if you can draw any comparisons perhaps to, the cost reduction trajectories that maybe we've seen with, natural gas fueling stations and, if there's any kind of parallels you would see there.
We're still in the nascent stages. So you're right. There is a question of scale that comes into this, and so there are, Tyson, about 13 operating hydrogen stations in the state, maybe at this point. 16, and about 9,000 gasoline stations operating. So there is a question of scale to overcome. And when you talk about CNG and hydrogen, there's also a price scale factor to overcome because of the pressure difference. As your pressure gets higher, the components need much more durability and testing. So that's what increases the temporary cost of hydrogen fueling stations. But you're right, it will come down over time as we get closer to the gasoline scale.
Yeah, if I did my back of the envelope accurately here, so if you have 200 buses and back on the electrification side now, if you have 200 buses and Laura's example was two, you don't want to charge all the buses at the same time, so you have one charger for every 2 buses, right? So you have 100 chargers. A level 2 charger is $30,000 a piece. So $30,000 times 100 would be about $3 million.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, Lynn. Go get the microphone back here. Jamie's got it. How'd you get that microphone, Jamie?
That number is way off. We're doing 2.9 million just for 35 buses.
No, I haven't. So having gone through the process of building 5 stations when I was at AC Transit, there are clearly costs, significant costs. One of the latest stations was over $5 million to service upwards of 15 buses. But the cost of those stations is going down. I can't speak to some of the proposals that we've put together, but as Nitin said, it is clearly an economies of scale. I mean, if you look at fuel cell buses, AC Transit's first buses were 3.2 million for a single bus. The next buses that are operating now, one of which was out front, was 2.5 million, and we're looking at significant reductions in cost, magnitudes of more than 70%, and it's just a matter of volume. We're talking about 1 or 2 high-capacity stations and a few buses, and yet where we want to be is in volumes of not 10 or 20 or 30, but hundreds and thousands. So I have no doubt that these costs are going to come down, and the ultimate benefit of this is where we want to be in terms of emission reductions.
Okay, we've got a question here.
Is this working?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to respond to the gentleman's question about the daunting task of managing energy. My name is Andrew Daga. I'm the president of Momentum Dynamics, and we do high-power inductive charging for buses, 200 kilowatt systems. Every one of our chargers is designed for en route charging, not depot charging. And they're all connected to a backbone that lets us monitor and remotely monitor the system and upgrade the software. For every system that's installed in every geographic location and every utility territory, there's a different rate structure. So we allow our system to intelligently manage the energy flow to the vehicles in such a way that if the rate structure should change, we can adjust the manner in which the bus system responds to the rate structure. I think this is the future going forward. It's not just monitoring the flow of the electricity, it's also don't charge at certain times. If you've got 3 buses charging at that moment, charge for 5 minutes instead of 15 minutes and get the better of the average. All of these are complicated algorithms that get built into our system and adjusted on a territory by territory and property by property basis.
You're saying the system takes care of it, the operator doesn't have to?
Operator, you as an operator do not need to do this.
You know, it is complicated and it is very dynamic. And when you run a transit system, okay, where everything's on a schedule and it only runs on schedule probably 80% of the time, and you're missing 15-minute increments by a couple of minutes and you're getting put into another rate structure, it's not possible to think in those terms, that everything will run exactly right like that. Maybe theoretically, but practically not.
So I'm trying to not make it better than the system that we already have, but no worse than the system we already have. Take the new duty of thinking about electric rate structures off of the plate of something that you're already overloaded already with managing your systems. This should not add to your burden. It should actually
I think your point is well taken, that these systems have to be robust and transparent and easy to operate. And so I think that's a really clear message that I think a number of us are hearing, and sounds like we've got some good solutions already to address that.
Yeah, if I could I just respond to,
Oh, yeah,
to
Frank,
that
yes.
as well. So yeah, I mean, you can't assume perfection, but you can analyze all this up front and factor in whatever level of conservatism you want to, and build your own case of what it's going to cost. And I think, and that's the point, is you can do that all up front before you do anything. And that's pretty good compared to what the volatility of oil is, or something like that.
Okay, other questions? I saw one right here in front.
Ray Pingle, Sierra Club. So we're aware the state has a law that requires 33% of the hydrogen to be renewably produced, but we would be looking forward to when it's 100%. And this question is for Nitin in terms of what are the big obstacles to that? Is the cost of electrolysis and production of hydrogen. What do you see? Do you see any cost reductions or what the future holds in that area to more cost effectively do renewably produced hydrogen?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, this is also a question of scale and demand that we need to overcome. Earlier today you had heard about the duck curve and the potential of using stranded power to convert it into hydrogen, and that's a viable way, one viable way for renewable production. There's others, biogas, renewable natural gas, as you heard today. And there are definite pathways. It's just a question of scale. In the short term, it'll be more difficult. The price will be a little higher. In the long term, when the demand grows, it'll be much more possible.
I think looking to the other information we got earlier from the low carbon fuel standard, the value of the renewable hydrogen to the operator. In fact, AC Transit just recently got their pathway approved and can start generating credits under the LCFS for their renewably produced hydrogen. So I think there's a lot of signals that are heading in the direction of expanding the opportunities there. And maybe Rob serendipitously can comment next. Got to use it for the web, folks.
Now it's on. Now it's on. Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. Rob Delcourt with Hydrogenics, and I just wanted to address Paul's comment. So Hydrogenics, we make hydrogen generation technologies with electrolysis and also fuel cell power systems. And I just want to address the point about the managing electricity. We heard a little bit about electrolysis, how we can make it from renewables. Here we talked about economies of scale, of course. As we get the scale, the price will come down. But one of the advantages of having an electrolyzer on site, in addition to having an on-site generation source, you're not having to transport fuel from a remote location to your facility, is that an electrolyzer has a very steady, predictable base load. And it's something that draws power over a period of time to make your fuel. And it is also very responsive. Now I'm talking about PEM electrolysis that can actually be used to ramp up and ramp down accordingly. But an electrolyzer can also provide a frequency regulation type of a service. It can be used to give a very steady base load and manage your access to the assets with the grid as well too, and presents a very favorable load. So if anything, it simplifies some of that dynamic that you might see with other technologies and can work to a benefit. In addition to having this generation asset on site, it scales very well with your operation as well too. So just an added.
I actually have another question for the panel. I'm maybe imagining that the transit agencies might think about what kind of workforce needs may arise out of a transition to a different fueling infrastructure. And so a question for the panel would be, how do you see the support for infrastructure being managed in the near term and then perhaps longer term.
So the Energy Commission provides support, thinking more longer term, and the training and outreach. We provide funding through some of the other state agencies like the Employment Training Panel and some to the community colleges. We also provide it to the businesses as they have a requirement for not only themselves but for their customers in some training. So there's a kind of a segment there that we support and will continue to support as well. And that's been on the vehicle side, not too much on the infrastructure side. So I think that raises a good point. Certainly it's something that I would take home.
I think a boss at US Hybrid kind of said it well this morning in terms of, setting up the local agency for success. And so what I would offer, at least sitting here from the state's perspective, is as transit agencies are thinking about this and you identify issues, we would love to hear about them so that we can help implement solutions like the ones that Larry mentioned, like employment training and everything. And so we don't know how to fix it unless we can get ahead of the problem.
I'll also add, so just on the light duty side, in the last 3 years, we have seen numerous small companies come out in terms of installing hydrogen fueling technology, which is already specialized. So we've seen it happen in the last 2 years. I don't know the actual statistics of how many people are now employed, but that's one area that's growing, infrastructure installation. And also maintenance is now, you'll start to see that getting outsourced to more and more qualified people as we grow.
Just one other thing. We do have some great programs at the community colleges. I know Rio Hondo, for example, is in the leading role there, and they have a new Bachelor of Science degree. I think the first community college to do so in this type of work. And so we'll be working with them to make sure that pipeline is, there's a connection into the transit world.
So Nitin, when you deliver a fueling infrastructure solution for a transit agency, does Lindy support that operations and maintenance of that system?
Yeah, so since we design our own equipment, we definitely support it on the operations and maintenance side, even all through installation. As our technology is deployed and more experience is had out there, we'd be open to outsourcing into third parties.
Other questions in the room? Yes, Steve.
Steve Miller, Golden Gate Transit. This question is for Lindy, the Nitin. How about useful life of the hydrogen fueling infrastructure? Like, for example, the BMW plant or the plants over in Oakland. What do you see for sort of the long-term outlook? Is it a situation where you'd run that station for an X number of years and then do a refurbishment or maybe a complete replacement, or is this, or do you see just sort of an incremental maintenance of the existing infrastructure over time?
Sort of both, depending on what technology is being offered. But in general, we look at a 15 to 20-year life on our equipment, and then that doesn't mean end of life. That means major refurbishment at that point going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, David.
Can you hear me okay? I just wanted to acknowledge Mark Kozlowski from EPRI. Imagine 100 members trying to make a decision on a standard. And Mark has been very gracious with his time trying to bring us all together, not only the business partners from APTA, the American Public Transportation Association, but also the transit agencies. It's a big job, and we wouldn't have any structure if it wasn't for EPRI. And if you're not familiar with EPRI, Southern California Edison, San Diego Gas and Electric, Pacific Gas and Electric, and I'm missing a bunch of other California utilities are part of EPRI. So we appreciate everybody's support. We had a very good meeting at SunLine. Lauren, are you still here? Okay. So Lauren hosted the APTA group at SunLine Transit Authority in Thousand Palms last week. We had BYD there, we had Proterra, we had Nova, Complete Coachworks, BAE, probably missing a few others, but we spent Friday going over what it's going to take to get these charging standards in place. We had Chicago Transit Authority there, New York City, King County Metro. So all of this wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for the work that the California Energy Commission, that CARB is doing. I mean, we're certainly doing the heavy lifting for the rest of the country and all of that. But the last point I want to make is that for the transit agencies that want to participate in this charging standard, what was agreed upon Friday is that there will be a survey that will go out probably in perhaps 60 days, and it will seek your input of what's needed for the charging standards. Where on the bus is this device for the overhead charging, or if it's inductive charging down below, how is that going to be configured on the bus? So we will seek input for others without all of you having to go through all the sausage making that's going on right now with the Society of Automotive Engineers in EPRI. Thank you.
Mentioning that, Dave, is very important. I know standardization is not an easy process, but essential to advancing a new market. So thank you. Okay, well, I don't think anyone will complain about ending early. It's the end of the day, so it's time now to turn it back over to Tony Brazil for our closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay, so it was a informative session, I believe, at least it was for me. And as Jack kind of mentioned earlier, you know, this is one piece of a pretty big puzzle. It's like the slide up here kind of indicates this is one step. A clear outcome from this meeting is to have yet another work group focus on the utility and fuel providers with the transits. I think we'll move ahead to coordinate that. We are meeting with the transit folks in the subcommittee meeting tomorrow. I think we can discuss some details on how and when we do that, but clearly we want to pursue further progress. So in the morning we heard from the transits that are operating some of the buses, either part of their route or looking to operate them for their entire fleet. So there are different ways, there's different solutions, and clearly there's a number of issues to be addressed to make the use of zero-emission buses successful. And over time, you know, it looks like a number of things are improving, and things that are happening in the rest of the world are actually all leading in the same direction and are all moving in a positive direction. On the session 2, we were able to hear about how the first natural gas engine that's meeting the 90% lower than the current standard will soon be available. It's already been certified. The discussion didn't include that there will be more engines meeting that standard coming, but we are looking at that, and we see that as clearly a solution for California as well. I think that one of the areas was that fuel cell stack costs are coming down. Again, some of the things that we're seeing in other parts of the world with buses in particular, and the numbers being manufactured, I think are all leading to positives for fuel cell stack costs. And then I think some of the things that are happening in Europe that we'd like to learn more about seems that either the sub $1 million fuel cell bus either already exists or is highly likely very soon. And I do think, again, the progress that's been made both here in California and in other places have led to that outcome so far. And then I think there's I think the other thing that we kind of heard is there are quite a few different options and different ways to meet needs. And some of the discussions we've had in the past is, and we heard a lot of today, is there's different risks and different factors that I think need to be accounted for in terms of advancing technologies of all kinds, and there's pros and cons. And I think session 3 kind of tied it together a little bit too, or at least brought it home, and maybe it's from my perspective more. But clean fuels, electricity, hydrogen, the LCFS program itself is resulting in a lot more renewable fuels being available. And I thought it was kind of interesting to hear that that is a regulation to certain people and an economic incentive to others. And so ultimately tying in a range of the state and other policies that are leading towards what we think is going to be a future that meets a number of goals that the governor set out and to meet our air quality needs. All of those things do need to work together. And that's one of the things that we're very cognizant of, I think, when we're looking at regulatory efforts, because those fit into the overall plan. There are a number of items our board will be hearing later this year in terms of mobile source strategy, the scoping plan, that will address some of the questions as to what is a likely future here in California in terms of fuel supply and strategies that are necessary to meet both air quality goals in terms of NOx and ozone reduction as well as greenhouse gas reductions. And then for those of you who weren't familiar with the LCFS program, transit fleets can take direct advantage of it. So if you're not doing it, please do. All of these presentations are online. We will be adding more information to our website focused on our rulemaking coming forward that would be beneficial, I think, to the transits. And we clearly have a bit of work ahead to address a number of these issues and come up with what a strategy is. We've been working with transit fleets for a couple of years now, actually, in terms of trying to understand their operations. We're going to make sure our survey gets out on their operational information because the details are critical, I think, for us to understand what we need to do. So we'll make sure that gets out before the next survey comes out so that you can get that one taken care of. And we'll be meeting tomorrow, I think, to be discussing a lot of those things and face-to-face. So finally, in the session 4, it was good to hear that we have a friend in the governor's office. And obviously, the governor's office is doing a lot of things and facilitating permitting and policies. And again, to the extent that we as ARB are more in tune with a number of the issues that are facing transit fleets in an uncertain future or ways to streamline things, we will clearly convey that to the governor's office, and it makes sense to, again, either have them participate in our work group directly or a special session on different topics. I think we would be more than happy to facilitate that. CEC kind of touched on a little bit some of the infrastructure funding that's available. We haven't focused on funding to date. I think that's going to be a topic for the future. One of the things that we've been trying to do at the staff level is just get a really good handle on costs. And I think today was kind of informative in terms of getting everybody, I think, on the same page. We have to synthesize that information and now see what we're going to do with it. There's been a number of efforts. We're working closely with the transits to collect more data on what their actual costs are now. There are some uncertainties as to what the future may bring, especially with newer technologies. But understanding what those are will help, I think, inform a discussion on understanding how existing funding programs and maybe changes or future funding programs can help offset those costs or create the right opportunities to employ new technology. And then I think also on the infrastructure side, we heard that there are a number of efforts that are, on the standardization of charging. Sounds like by the end of this year, the overhead charging standard may be ready. What about the other two? That wasn't so clear. It sounds like there's work, it sounds like there's reports, but the timeline for that might be into next year, or is it much further than that? Okay, so that's good. So within a year or two, it looks like at least some of the standardization questions on charging buses may be addressed. And then in terms of hydrogen, there is a standard I was aware of, but it seems like progress is being made on potentially standardizing fueling for hydrogen as well. So clearly, then one of the key issues is, of course, electricity rates, fuel and fuel costs. there's clearly a lot of different assumptions and numbers that are going to be appropriate to analyze what is actually practical to fit in with what a transit fleet needs to operate and meet their service needs. That is really the next big assignment that we're going to try to tackle. We've already tried to, again, move into the analysis of costs and assumptions. We're actually glad to see that some of the transits have actually put forward some of their proposals. I think will be much more helpful to see where we are in terms of seeing things in a consistent way and see then if we can come to an interpretation and, frankly, a plan to move forward that makes sense for everyone. So again, as those of you who were here at the panel earlier, the work group for transit agencies and utilities will figure out what's the best way to do that and how soon. Ideally, we would do it before April if we can. We are planning workshops in April, so it would be great to be at the workshops to be able to say, look, here's where we are, here's where we're either in agreement, here's where we still need to do more work. So that's one of the things that I'll be looking for, or our team will be looking for. Hopefully by that time, we'll have more feedback on individual transits, operations, needs and cost. Again, our goal is with the transit fleets to have a number of those things addressed so we can kind of get onto the other topics, because we can have a similar concept of just individual factors that we need to even just address cost has a lot more puzzle pieces than this. And so I think we're already working towards that. So, and the data collection efforts by NREL, I think, are going to be quite useful. There are other entities that are collecting data that aren't directly being overseen by ARB, but to the extent that we can pool all that information together, I think it's only going to be a positive overall. So with that, I mean, I think things went fairly smoothly. I'm pleased with everybody who was able to attend and make it here. I know some of you actually had to travel on Super Bowl Sunday to be here. So next time we'll plan a little bit better in terms of that. But you made it anyway. I think it was very informative. I look to continue the dialogue because I do see that, frankly, with almost everybody in this room, we do need to meet again and address different issues and different elements. And we'll look at ways to do that. As I mentioned, the information about this particular session is online. The bios for each individual is behind their name. So if you want to click on that and get more information, you can do that. Anybody who's interested in questions, being part of this work group going forward, or is interested in just what the rulemaking effort is leading to, you can always contact us here at ARB for information. And if you see the need for different areas to be focused on that we aren't already focused with our either work group or the subcommittee, by all means bring it to our attention. So with that, I'll just simply close. Thank you all for participating. We look forward to seeing you in the near future. I think a lot of faces here are familiar, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Sure can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I liked your talk this morning. Question for you.